Die.
Look at that outfit. How are you? Don't get up.
Okay, thank you.
Don't get up. It's good to see you.
It's good
and
to see you.
this must be Phil Locke. How are you, Phil? What a pleasure. But, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man. It's amazing you have any hair left. Oh. Where is it go according to, where do we sit? Anywhere?
In the box.
Right here?
You sit at any empty seat.
Any empties? This is kind of your thing, isn't it, Jen?
Not really, no.
Oh my God.
Try to sit your belly
Sure.
in front of the camera. Line with the camera.
I think I am.
And we don't charge rate.
My first cruise.
$50 tip.
I'm having a blast.
First card, if it's a 1, it would be our 7 would be our.
If you're going over the rules, I'd appreciate it if I could hear it as well.
No, just tip pots and stuff. They'll explain it to you.
What is it?
Tip pots.
You're allowed to tip?
Yep, you're allowed to tip whatever you want.
You can tip pots?
Did they bring your tips over?
There's obviously an issue, so I'm just waiting for it. They haven't found my card or something like that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So Jen,
yes.
how is it living this life of?
So we don't charge rate here at Hard Rock. They do it for free for us. It's nice. But we tip the dealers. So what we do is every dealer we give $50 to the dealer with the first card off the flop. If it's a 2, it'd be you. If it's any other card, it's not you.
How come you're only telling this to the Jew? You don't find that kind of weird?
They all play. I told these.
No,
two guys
but
as
you're not telling the whole group. How about Gilligan? Does he know? Over here? Does he know what's going on? All right. So 50 apiece. I'm fine with that. You know,
Not 50 apiece.
not 50 apiece.
Just one person pays 50 each time.
Every half hour.
If it's your card.
Your card comes up.
We hard card for it. We'll tell you.
It's all fun. Listen,
We'll take it from your
look,
sack.
I'm all about the dealers. I'll tell you right now. I'm all about the.
The one rule you have to worry about, you have to make sure is just to have fun. So I'm sure you'll have a tough time doing that.
Who are you?
Okay, now we have to post for a picture to prove that we were
Go
here.
back to the food court and lock up.
Can you get everybody in the shot?
You're not dealing, Matt?
Maybe can we all scrunch in quickly?
We're going in?
Photos, social
okay.
media, promote.
Did everyone get a catheter? I'm just wondering how this. Okay.
I got one.
All right.
It's lodged all the way up there.
All right.
I'm moving
I'm going to get really close, and these are going to
Bring
feel
it
like
in.
my keys.
Bring it in.
Okay. Look at there. Look at there. We got the Gordon's Fisherman with the first guy.
First of 5.
All right. What's with the glove?
Jen's got different poses for everyone.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh,
She's
look at.
professional. When you're
I
right.
should not be getting an erection
2, 1.
ever. What's with the glove, Samson?
You tell me to wear gloves.
Do that? Okay.
No
All right.
fingerprints.
All right.
You don't have to count them. You could just take.
All right.
All right, 3, 2.
It's like a
One.
it's like a diving glove. What the hell is it? What are you going clamming? Okay. Jeez.
Don't make the camera go loud.
All righty. I think you're getting a call.
2, 1.
It's the home. All right.
3.
Three's good.
Oh, yeah.
Three's
Three's
awesome.
good.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you
sure.
so much. And Jen, you'll DM me or whatever it is you kids do.
I sure will.
right.
I'll put it on. I'll find one where everybody looks
You know what? Put it
human.
on MySpace. Put it on MySpace. That's where I get all my stuff.
It's hard to find one where Brad's mouth isn't open because
I
he's
know.
talking.
Oh, listen, you're telling me. I was talking through my colonoscopy.
I just got all your texts.
Yeah, like I'm going to be late.
Oh, my
I'll be there in
text is-
30. Tell them.
Tell them I'm late. Are they
Okay.
starting yet? You guys playing yet?
Yes. I
You need chips?
Todd, I told you I got to work up to it, okay? We talked about this. I'm going to be fine. I know everyone at the table, all right?
First he
I'm
plays
sure they're not
poker,
worried.
and then he buys the chips later.
Actually, I
if he
gave them the
needs
money,
to.
and I went a little large, and they said they
5 and play 5 behind until.
they said they got to go to the Indian place next door. They're going to a
I'm
Chappawas.
borrowing from you, okay?
Chappawas.
What is this?
It's for you.
5, and then when
Thank you very much. And what is your name again?
Eric.
You're a good
Nice to
man.
meet you.
Not many Jewish people do that. I love it. I don't even have a hand.
You know that he's
Thank you, Eric. I'm
Yeah,
going
how'd
to
you
take
know
care of
I'm
you.
I just gave you 5 pounds. How much?
Is this 5,000?
I mean, for
5,000
20.
for free.
Oh, but you know
Okay,
what? I
but
need
my chips
some.
are coming,
Can somebody bring me
right?
some like?
Are they
hundreds?
running my credit?
Chips?
Because that could affect
Is there
things.
chips running? I need some chips. Some like
Yeah,
hundreds.
you want me to give you 5?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm
why am
No, I
I
have 5.
so?
I
I
have
only
5.
bought in for 5.
Yeah.
Is this What's going? This is.
No problem.
You could get. You could buy in whatever you want.
5 to 20.
If you want to fleece
Well,
the
I'm not worried about it
table,
'cause I know
you
you're
buy it for 20.
What does that mean, my darling?
I'm not sure. Ask Jason.
I think most people have bought in for 15 or 20.
Okay.
10 is
So
fine.
I'm starting out low stacked.
You're low, yeah, but you have the easiest way to, you know, you have the most room to go up.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
well,
if you lose, you can only lose 5.
Right,
Right. You
exactly.
get all this fucking money.
You
Right.
can
How
win
much
every
money's
single
the
chip
table?
on the table. All you
Yeah.
could lose is
I'm
that.
going to
loses
take
five
out.
to-
I'm
five
gonna
So I got
take
pot
out
odds.
the
I got
top
pot
off the
odds.
table.
I got pot odds.
In
Good.
solidarity, right?
What time you got to get back to Fargo, Todd? I'm leaving today. When's the clan meeting?
I'm going to start with 10.
Okay. Because you guys, I know. What do you call it? A hoedown? That's the undercover? All right. Thank you very much.
Starting glance?
I don't know,
Okay.
I don't know where my chips
Can,
are.
you, can I get 5 oranges too?
Sure. How many
You
oranges?
don't? Oh, here you go.
I think I'm going to start with 10, not 20.
Well,
There you go. The celebrities at the table will have smaller stacks to delineate them from the poker pros.
my right? There's a camera. Oh, it's the guy with the one glove. He's winking at me. So this is where the camera is here.
How's it going, guys?
Gosh.
My name is
Is this good?
Will O'Connor, and we are back with another installment of Poker Night in America, the cash game. And while our Poker Night countdown clock says that poker is going to start in about 1 minute, we
Fucking around.
have about 10, 15 minutes until that happens. And
There isn't. This is.
as you can see, this is going to be a very entertaining, a very exciting table, even without the poker.
I did.
The player in the 2 seat, that is Brad Garrett
So did I.
of
Don't
Everybody
cheat.
Loves Raymond fame.
Don't
And
do this.
while we have 2 awesome guest commentators in the booth, we're going to let these guys
You know if we can try.
kind of take us to the poker. But first, let me introduce those guest commentators. First up, he was here with us yesterday,
My mic 10 minutes.
WSOP reigning main event champion Joe McKeon. And we got another Sherpo Patch Pro in the building,
You know why? 'Cause
Michael
well, I put their
Locky?
chairs in a circle.
Awesome. So Locky is a Florida-based pro, has some awesome tournament results from past Sherpo series. And while he's looking forward to the Heads Up event later and also some of the Big 4 events this weekend, he is first looking forward to getting in the booth and potentially even maybe getting in this game, right? So before we let the table talk kind of take us towards the poker, let's just run through the lineup quick. In the 1 seat, Eric Wasserson. The 2 seat, Brad Garrett. The 3 seat, Upswing Poker's Ryan Fee, who won a bracelet at this year's WSOP. Jennifer Tilley, she's been with us all week. Jason Mercier won a Tesla the first time we played 2 days ago, and he is now back. Kyle Bowker in the 6th seat, also a 2016 bracelet winner. And in the 7th seat, Brandon Adams, who you might remember and recognize from High Stakes Poker back in the day. So that is the lineup, and I believe we are going to get sorted out here, but I think there's also
What is it?
another surprise that we're about to see, because Brad Garrett doesn't seem to have his red $5 chips just yet.
Does this go out live?
Spoiler alert.
30-minute
This
delay.
doesn't go out at all, does it?
No.
Hold the glove up again.
He's got 2 gloves.
Is it cold in here?
The guy kept asking me.
This is gonna be a very talkative table. So I think, Joe, you just want to like take a quick nap.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm gonna go grab like a cup of coffee.
I mean, you just woke me up from a nap. Don't bother me, man. I'm sleeping.
Antonio, no.
So Mike, this is my first time at Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood. First time ever at any Sherpo property, and I will have to say this is from top to bottom A+.
Who's the guy who pops out?
It really is.
Dave really listened. And
Antonio. No, not a.
5 years ago, I'm not necessarily sure everyone would say that. I don't think they would have agreed. But they had the resources, and they opened up their mind.
It's a good point. It's not the.
It is not
It's not a lot.
Every year, every series, it keeps improving.
Todd, you said this would be
keeps
fun.
growing, and, honestly,
Yeah. No, and the main focus of this entire series is, this weekend's big championship main events and the next weekend's Big 4, brought to you by the Poker Night in America team. For the last 2.5 weeks, it's been event after event, huge guarantees, huge prize pools, and players from not only all over the state of Florida, but all over the country and even potentially the world coming down for another awesome Sherpa series.
It's the second time they're running this
I'm with
style
Al-Qaeda.
with the big board, and
That's all I know.
it's really become
So
like
it goes around, we have to say our name.
Ryan,
You know,
Jen.
they
Kyle.
pull
Are we doing this for audio?
concepts and
No,
ideas
just-
from
just-
For Jen.
EPs,
For
from
Jen. Jen's real
Converse,
For Jen. So you're
other
drunk this early?
Borgata
No,
those
not
and
yet.
stuff.
How do you not look at the list?
Try to
I
perfect
know
it for a market.
everyone's
Because
name.
they change the list every day. I play with everybody.
Yeah,
here.
no, and you know, you were talking
Very true.
that
You weren't on the
Every
list.
day I've
the
gotten the
staff really listens,
Yeah,
and I
different
think
people.
for the poker community,
all Jason.
that's all they want. They
Yeah.
want their opinions, their voices to be heard, whether
Hey,
it's
Jason wasn't
structures of
supposed to be here.
tournaments,
I wouldn't have gotten out
whether
of bed
it's
this morning if I knew
the
Jason
way
was here.
an entire series is kind of scheduled and driven.
So
And
is Phil-
Sherpo
can I
obviously
ask
is
you about Phil?
a
Is that uncomfortable
class
for you?
among their own in
Because I'll
that
tell you,
regard.
I was with Tootie from
As
Fast of
much
Life
as they are a
for a long,
heavyweight,
long, long
there's
time.
still
Kim Field.
plenty of competition that they have to deal with
But Phil,
directly.
because I saw,
In the past, there's been
I
issues
Twitter
with
you, I
Barcelona.
tweet
There's
you.
been issues with.
And thank
I
you very
believe
much.
the
Please bring
Chalk
it all
Bus
over
series
here.
has
Thank you so
occasionally
much.
conflicted.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
You know,
that. And
one
those
of
are
the things,
hundies.
one of the awesome things they did
my
this
God,
year
Adam.
was they just
for you,
announced their
JJ.
entire
I
year
mean, it's
schedule.
supposed to have the
Thank you
biggest
so
stack.
much.
To give players an
But they
opportunity
said-
to
Oh my God.
kind of plan their year, but then also
But also it gives other venues
Jewish
because
roll.
other venues don't want to compete with us as well.
Okay.
Like,
And
they
the
know
rest
how
is
big
in
our
the car,
draw is.
yes?
So they recently released
loved
the
you on
dates
Doogie
and
Howser,
schedule
by the
for
way.
the full calendar year for all their
Young man.
series, and they're like,
bring it
here
over.
we
This
are.
is great.
You know, you build around us.
This
'cause
is great. This way I can
we're
last.
making
This way I
the
can
rules
last a
now.
little.
And if
These are hundreds?
players listening or going back and listening to this archived wanted to find that information, Sherpo.com would be the place to go.
That's
All right. So you guys heard it here first.
we
You can
talked about this.
see the entire year-long schedule, and it might take
What do
a
you want to do?
might not take a year, but it might take a few months to get Brad Garrett's $5,000 stack on the table because
I did take a picture
as
of
only
the
Brad
stack.
Garrett
I
could,
never had a stack in front of me.
$5 chips
You know, I was
are now on the
downstairs.
table.
I was downstairs with the cashier talking to them when Matt Lance came
have
and
my
asked
way with you in the
what's
trailer.
going on with
Come
Brad's
over here.
chips. And the cashier kind of laughed and shook her
Oh,
head
is
and
there
said,
more?
Have a microphone.
"Well, we didn't
How
have
much does he
them."
have in red?
And Matt was like, "What does
wow,
that mean?"
That's awesome.
Is that
And
okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Now,
Put the
Miss
rest on
Tilly,
there.
this
It
is
was
kind of your
awkward
thing,
at first.
Yes.
We didn't,
and
we
I don't
didn't
want to
understand what it
upset
meant.
you in any way.
And they just
I
played
won't
shy.
be here long.
Now we
you,
see why
would you
because
mind,
when
can I
the
have
cashiers brought
You
chips
need some
to this
red?
game,
I'm good.
they didn't think red was going to be a big necessity.
It usually isn't. The 25-50 no limit game
Because on camera,
where we're going to see
especially in
some
North
100
Dakota,
straddles,
they'll
some
have
200
they'll
straddles,
think I'm like huge here.
$5
You know what I'm
chips,
saying?
and usually with these pots,
You're the
if you win a big pot, the tip is
Are you all
just a
North
green
Dakota?
25 bird. But Brad Garrett has brought the red chips to play, and we believe, we heard Brad Garrett say earlier, he has never had the biggest stack at the table. And with these kind of players, he might struggle to do that, but he's making sure right from the start
Oh, he has the biggest
he has the
stack at
biggest stack.
Yeah, I know.
That's not going to
Really.
change. Until he loses a big pot
What
and has
is
to
it,
give away about
25.50?
6 inches of his
Is that
stack.
what it is?
Yes. How much is one stack of those?
How much do you stand like that, Jen? for the rest
I'm not
of it?
remotely
What
surprised
would
that
that be? In,
Jen doesn't know what a 20 stack of red is.
Yeah, the last time Jen played with a 20 stack of red was probably
Oh,
never.
dear.
They were probably marking them up. They were probably $5,000 chips back then.
give me half back.
Is that official?
We got some
I think so.
So every 7 hands.
some serious social media pushes out here earlier. And got
Does
East Coast
anyone
Pop
admit
Radio
this?
say he's got the VCR going for this one, Joe.
I'm not
And on
Good old
Facebook,
Is this
Bob.
okay?
Mike's getting
Great.
some good comments on his stream. Everybody's really looking forward to
okay.
All right.
following this action,
Thank
and
you
why
very
wouldn't
much.
you with this kind of lineup? Some
Move your elbows
serious
out.
heavy hitters.
Okay, here we go.
and
All right.
Yeah, I don't even
Yeah.
want your elbow in picture.
Brad
Okay,
Garrett,
Brad.
I mean,
That's
like,
comedian,
play
actor,
just leave.
Jennifer Tilly, actress, WSOP bracelet herself.
Jen, you have things taped to your dress. I don't know what. I don't know. Would you come from
I
daycare?
believe we are probably close to 10 or 15 minutes from the start of play. And we also know, since we are on a 30-minute delay, that
something.
some big pots play out right away.
Maybe.
We have some spoiler alerts
Phil
from
didn't
the
deserve you. I
past.
don't care what happened. It's none of my business. Didn't deserve you. Right, one hand? Okay.
If she had only seen that
Brad
chip
starts
stack
in the
before
big
she met
line.
Phil, things might have been
That's
a little
what
So this
different.
first spot's going to be
yeah.
huge already.
I
He
like
still
him man
bikes
with
to
a big
work.
stack
He
in front of
still
him.
rides his bike to work.
Yeah.
One of those guys. What are you doing?
Brad is
Brad, you
A
were
very
going
funny
out
man, though.
into the world.
Yeah, and I will say, Joe, Brad was kind
have to
of
document
giving you some
that
stick,
you're
and you
here
went
while
right
you're
back. You went
Well,
right back
listen,
at him
yeah,
this
I hear
morning.
you.
That was I was thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, Brad had I think 7 wives in the room when I was talking to him. Piece of advice to everyone from Brad: don't get married.
Hello.
There's his stack right there, very large. One of those chips actually got stuck on the.
I'm sorry, how
on the
much is it,
side.
50?
That is probably the
50.
biggest
Now,
stack
can
we've
you
ever seen
straddle?
on Poker Night in America.
Man, they look good too. I want them.
What a hero.
It's 50? Okay, this is going to happen real quick. Was it a 4-hour show? Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
For
this
Brad, it might only be a 4-minute show.
At this rate, we could
Lagooni?
maybe get, I don't know, a dozen hands in if Brad's gonna play all of them and
That's pretty good.
make these bets.
Cast a thriller. This fucking room. Can't get a pulse.
Language,
Can't get a
Brad.
pulse from anyone.
We're just gonna sit and listen to Brad. We're not really gonna do
You like
anything today.
Uni? Do you really? I got a little weird when it opens
We're trying
up.
to decide. We're trying to do it.
Cards are in the air.
I was definitely
No,
exceptionally
not
excited to
too
get on this
early.
episode
What's
just
the underwear
because
model
of
It's not
complaining
stats
about?
how
for that.
fun and charismatic Brad and
Brandon?
Jen are, and
Mirror?
they're just easygoing and
Are we doing Annie's on?
No,
And,
no,
and also,
No, Annie's?
We can
we've
do
seen
it
this
later
from
when
Jen the
everyone's
last 2
done.
days. She's ended the game
When
as a
do you
loser,
do
but
Andes?
always so energetic, so happy, so fun to play around. And
Yeah, once we
throw
have
in
all tiny
some of
stacks,
these
we'll
heavy
enter the
hitters,
button.
it's should be a really interesting lineup. And we're gonna get started right off the bat with an open to 175 from Ryan Fee. Kyle Bowker gonna come along in the cutoff.
Queen 9 suited. What a great
No
hand.
way to get cards with bigger numbers
Man,
on
I
them.
wouldn't fold that hand pre-flop for anything. I love Queen 9 suited.
How
oh,
much
he's
is
gonna
that?
get put to the
Are
test
you real
here.
Brad Garrett?
I am.
Okay,
I
awesome.
I mean,
am.
no way Kyle's gonna fold.
5
Sure.
stacks.
5 stacks?
5 stacks.
How much is it?
So raised to
stacks.
600, excuse me, from
like most of that one.
It's not bad. First hand.
Tell
Brandon
you something,
looks
I got a
down
good
at the
hand.
aces.
I got a good hand, big shot.
And, oh wow,
Tell me
Brandon
right now.
Adams right off the bat is going to find pocket
You can do
aces
well
on
in
the
prison,
button.
But you're doing great here. You're a little pretty. A little pretty. Throw a wig on you and yodel.
Brad says he has a big hand. Unfortunately, we don't know
It's
what it
6 all
is.
day? And that would make me
Why would he
pocket
know
it.
how to
Am I
put the
correct?
cards on the card reader just yet?
Nothing?
He has a little room.
I got a good hand. I got a good hand. I got a good hand.
Brandon Adams is saying
Not amazing.
It's not as good as mine.
Jennifer?
Yeah.
Or you?
Brandon Adams is
Who said
hoping
that?
he has a good hand.
He could show
Did you
me.
get the 20 bucks
I'm not
tonight?
looking. I'm not looking. They can do whatever they want.
He could show me, but I can't give you any
You should
advice.
show the sensor first, I think.
This place blows. Is the whole hotel like this?
Eric's right. Please show the sensor.
I'm in a great room, honeymoon suite. Staying with a couple from Denver.
Do they know that you're staying in the room too?
I got a good hand. I got a good hand. God damn. You beat 7-3? Got a good hand. What is the time limit?
They just edit out the air.
Unfortunately, it's unlimited.
Oh, this is dead air. So everyone thinks this is dead air.
Yeah.
I get it. All right.
But you know, we do have to stop at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, so I guess the time limit's
Okay.
7
All
hours.
right.
Yeah,
Well,
7
I'm
hours.
really,
7 hours to.
See, I don't know. I don't, I don't think this makes sense.
Eric is one of the better
Only one of
needlers
the
in the
chips
game.
the pot, so.
He's
Yeah,
pretty smart.
I
He's got a
understand.
quick
Oh,
wit.
thank you, thank you. But you know, because I am the donkey, maybe during the break, I could. I'm going to fold. Okay. Is that,
All right.
That's a lot.
But maybe you know we could talk about what you would have done.
All right.
Okay, Gilligan, you'll give me 5 minutes.
You got it. Whatever you want.
Got a call from the professor. The raft's ready. Who dresses
So
it?
Jason is Gilligan.
Okay.
He does have a
lose
few
this,
nicknames. I
Gilligan
know
is not
Eric's
one of them.
nickname,
What
but
happened?
oh, he actually
Oh,
had a
wow.
good
Oh, wow.
hand. He had pocket eights.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I didn't hold it up. Did I hold it up?
It's a good
Oh, did they
fold.
I
see
It's
it?
a-
I thought the 7-3
Yeah,
was
it's
more
that
likely
one,
than
yeah.
most hands.
Yeah,
In the
I'm
live
very
stream,
I actually thought he had a good
I
hand.
I bet you had a
Yeah.
better
So
hand.
Garrett is going to throw away pocket eights.
There's no way Kyle was going to
I
fold
know I
Queen 9
had it.
suited. How can you fold Queen 9 suited pre-flop
Yeah,
for
but
any
I'm
reasonable
raising
amount?
trap.
600 is
I'm
very
worried about
reasonable.
Antonio
steal it first hand.
Estefani.
Especially because
Estefani.
Brandon started with 12K
Now, did you
and Kyle's
call
going to
too
cover
over
him,
there?
so
Okay.
at least they have something to win.
And Kyle's got a pair. So, I mean,
Possibility of a big pot here, and with top pair, Kyle Bowker is going to check his option, and Adams is going to continue with his pocket aces.
nothing scary out there for Brandon. Maybe a couple hearts, but
You count the pot for me, dealer. please?
Kyle's going to call with his top pair, of course. This is why you fold Queen 9 suited pre, because you can get into trouble, guys.
This is insanity.
completely ignored you. I don't know if you know.
And this is why you call queen nine suited free, guys, because you can outdraw aces.
Feeling better.
And
Feeling better.
with 2 pair, Kyle Bowker now electing how to head to the turn and river here, and with 3 hearts out, could slow down Brandon Adams, as he does not have the ace of hearts. He's going to be at about a 2,100 from Bowker.
This is a pretty good bet by Kyle.
Yeah, I like leading here for sure.
No, I don't.
The hearts are a little bit scary, but at the same time, there's realistically not a lot of 2 pairs that Kyle can have here. So it's gonna be tough for Brandon to find a fold here in river, if I'd guess.
That's not the best river. The one flop straight draw, the 10-8 kind of got there. Kyle bets again. Brandon's not going to like any of his options. Immediately, Kyle knows he has the best hand when Brandon does that little thing with his head. So now Kyle's hoping he calls. 5,000 is a nice, healthy bet, though.
And, 2 days ago we saw 2016 double bracelet winner Jason Mercier
This is
across the
bullshit.
game, and he said the summer of Mercier
Read the
continued.
book or don't play.
And Bowker, who won his first
Mary's
WSOP
gonna
bracelet
last
this
long.
summer,
Can you
seems
bump
like
up the game a little bit?
the run is going to continue on Poker Night in America here.
No, no English.
Adams now needs to try to figure out
That is so not true.
what exactly he beats, and unfortunately he's not going to be beating Bowker on this hand.
9, clean.
Kyle played that hand very well. Got a lot of value off Brandon right
Are
off
those
the bat.
suited, sir?
Won about $8,000.
And that is
Take it easy.
It's a good start to the game.
the
put
first
idiot
hand right off the
at
bat,
the end.
and Brandon Adams is quickly going to add 10,000 to his stack.
Yeah, simply,
Kyle's
No
gonna add
problem.
10,000.
You know, if I knew what I was doing, I wouldn't have fun.
Oh, you mean
Brandon-
Brandon's going to put
Yeah,
money
took
on
out took out the 2 5Ks there.
Excuse me.
Really, probably not the way to go with the chips.
I don't know. I like it.
Brandon's a very smart individual. He knows that buying 10,000
No, I
is
like
the
it.
perfect amount.
Well, I don't want to come because I don't want to deal with this.
Brandon is smart. We were talking before we went live.
Yeah.
He could be the smartest person we've ever had on Poker Night in
No,
America.
all you have to do
debatable.
is put out a stack for
I mean, Kate Hall was on
100.
here
I
a
don't
couple
think
days
it's
ago.
Ay,
right.
ay, ay.
It's
Now
It's a
we're
tough
now
very
now we have to start comparing smartness, and I'm not smart enough to do
Yeah,
that.
we're not qualified to have this discussion.
When you went back, you're
To us, they're just all on the same pedestal, and
Thank you.
You just say
Jen,
We
what
just have
room
to
were you in?
appreciate it.
Just for shits and
Absolutely.
giggles. What room? You're in the big.
I
You're in the
don't
big
have
one.
a room. They were
You got
sold,
towels?
They were sold out. Yeah.
Did you get towels?
Towels,
You see
I
where they
get-
put me?
Where?
Oh, it's like a fucking holding cell. It's unbelievable. Now, why do we do this? Is this after we show it?
You can do it
so
before
that they can see what we have.
you
for the
show it,
world.
and then after. Oh, and then they have a whole cam
No,
too.
but why is it? Do we have to have our cards like that?
Not the whole time, but just for a little bit. Just,
This should have really been explained to Brad before play started.
Oh, it was explained to him 4 times.
Is
it
that
was
right?
explained, and
Oh, so we don't have to show it to the gizmo?
he was making it
Are we
part of his
supposed to
bit.
show it to
So
the gizmo also, Matt? Because I never haven't been doing it. Right.
that's amazing.
Oh, he's got Jack 9
So I
suited.
do this.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, he looks like a pro.
Yeah, he's got it down.
If I go 150, will there be sneers or?
I've already gone
It'd be awkward.
300.
He already made it 300.
Because he's straddling. He's trying to jack up
You
this.
straddled this guy?
No straddle.
I'm the big one. I just don't have any.
I was wondering
Brad
what Jen
Zimmerman?
would
Then
figure.
I would
That
have
makes a
made
little more
it.
sense
Then I
now.
would have made it
Yeah.
I would have made it 150. So now you have a little information.
All right.
I made it 3 because I thought there was a straddle there, not because I have a phenomenal hand.
Yeah.
So you
Jen's
know.
But she
telling the
does.
truth.
I don't have a phenomenal hand
I could
either.
be playing you.
So it's 3.
Well, I like how these
But
two
then
are
he could
explaining
raise.
how phenomenal their hands
He
are,
could,
with
but
Ryan
I
Fee
didn't like playing.
still to act.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You know what? I want to be around because I don't have a lot of pals.
Okay,
So I'm gonna play tight.
that sounds good.
These 2 hands of the blinds
Can
are
I fold
tough.
like this?
Yep.
I'm
Take this back.
thoroughly alarmed at the idea.
is
of
your-
I don't
playing
think Ryan
with
Fee's
Brad.
going anywhere.
What
There we go.
Oh no.
No, seriously.
I mean, you don't fold the, if you don't fold the queen 9 suited, you certainly don't fold the Jack 8 suited.
They can make flushes and straights.
I know how to spell.
Yeah, they only need the flop to do it.
What's going on? You go outside. Check on your bike. He's reading letters to me. Todd, this wasn't supposed to happen.
We're ready. All right.
Brad, are you
Yes.
funny for 7 hours, or does the funny suddenly stop
It all
Like a quick
stops.
light?
Very soon it's going to stop.
Ace high flop, 2 hearts.
Right.
Yeah, and that's when the anger kicks. What is that, 7?
Nobody
how
hit.
much is that?
Zen made a good
Look at you.
standard continuation bet and
Nothing.
took down the pot.
Nothing.
And I will
worse
say, while
than
the focus has
Jennifer,
been
let's say I
around
had a time machine with a
Garrett, the
different
last
head.
time Fee was
What
on
do you look
Poker Night
for
in
in a
America was
man?
our last
Because,
stop
I've
at
been
Golden
following
Nugget
your
in Las
career a little
Vegas.
bit.
And
you
he
know,
and
Bullets
Bauker
Over
played in the
Broadway
same
changed
game. They
my
played
life.
some
I just
massive
think, you know, it's
pots.
one of
And
my- No, I'm not.
when
we're off
it was
the air
all said
right
and
now.
done,
Just
every
tell me
player
this
in that
is your
table
friend.
more or less
What
rebought
do
at
you-
some
what do you-
point.
like when you're
So
off, Phil?
Brian
What-
Fee
I-
not going to shy away,
what
even
was
if
he-
it's
not that he's not
a
great guy.
misclick
What-
300
what
raise
was
from
the-
Gentili.
what do you
Fee's
think?
going to go after it.
I
He's
was
going to try to play.
No, I mean,
I was
good,
thinking-
good in
Pots,
math, you know.
I was
Ryan might not
thinking
get to talk with
go
those two
away.
being in the middle of those two guys. Though.
No,
Yeah, Ryan's going to be doing a lot of
you know,
listening.
What, you ride a unicycle or something?
No,
I'm sure
no,
there's special
no.
skills.
You know, he was buzzing around me trying
Jen's
to
got
teach me how
personal
to play
assistants for her
poker.
blinds.
Did he really teach you?
No.
No.
Yes. Well, he did. Yes, but I thought I
That's
knew how to play poker.
Not the only
so
thing
I
she has
wanted to
personal
teach him.
assistants for, I'm sure.
Right.
I know.
I know Phil Locke is around somewhere.
Well,
Has to
and
be.
Jen came up and she
Yeah.
was not on set for more than 45 seconds, and
whatever Uni
already
wants to
she
do,
was
I'm all
asked
over
when
it.
she wants her breakfast, when she
So
wants her
then this is
coffee,
good
and
here. We don't
I
have to
show up
show
and
it here.
I say, is
Yeah.
there any
Well, wait,
food?
I
And they
gotta
look at
see
me
it.
like, yeah, sure.
You can find some.
There's a
Lord.
granola bar, I think, over there, a half-eaten one that
Cialis.
Brad Garrett
I
just
bought
spit out.
5 Cialis.
Get into the pot without looking at your hand.
And you got very excited to have it.
Yeah, I was. They fed
Hey.
me.
This is a real pamphlet.
Got to be appreciative for what you got.
All right, I'm going to give this to you, my friend.
Ooh, a quick fold there from Garrett.
All right.
I've
The
never
show must go
heard a
on.
hand referred to as
And
a real
Gentili gets a
pamphlet.
walk in the big
Is
blind.
that like a new poker term?
Just wait. Just wait.
And Mike, you played
Lot of
in
limping.
Poker Night America
Interesting.
the last time
Lot of limping.
we were down here in Sherpa.
I've played on 3 episodes.
Okay.
Three.
All in Florida.
here, yeah.
Okay. And have you ever played with Jennifer Tilly on
I
the
did
show?
in my my last session. I did play with her, and I was in
So
Brian
those
Fee's
bracelets,
seat.
did you
She
make
was in
those
the
in
same
camp?
seat.
Okay.
What's the story?
And,
no, my-
Did your
We
kids?
had a good time. A lot of
Did your
laughs.
kids make them for you?
My fiance.
While she's entertaining, she's bubbly. She's also a tough player to play against because she takes very, I'll just say, strange lines that maybe the normal
Nick who?
pro poker player wouldn't even think of taking. And it has to just throw, we've said this a few times this weekend, throw just a wrench
is
in
a
the
compliment.
entire machine.
That is a
Playing
compliment.
out of position against her is very complicated. She's going to put you in tough spots, and
Are you betting?
you know when
You're
she's
calling?
very
I-
fearless,
I fold.
you need to
Flat.
be aware of
by the way,
that.
you play at the
Oftentimes, I
pace you
think
want
the
to
correct
play.
adjustment is to
Whitey doesn't like
be
it.
a little more
they can
conscious
leave.
of it in early streets.
Huh? Am I reading your mind or
You know,
what?
make a little more disciplined
I'm excited.
decisions, pre-flopping on the flop.
You okay,
because,
Brandon?
You
I'm
know,
good. All right,
there's
man.
a lot of hands that
I know you're-
can get bloated
I know
really
you're usually
quickly.
not up this late.
Yeah,
Spiral out
and
of
you can get
control.
in. You can get in trouble
Got great
against
complexion.
her when she's maybe making
I respect
a line that you're not used to seeing in your standard 25-50 game.
Absolutely.
Should not have doubled up on this yet.
All right, so this is going to be 8 high flop, 2 diamonds. Adams with the best of it with his flop flush draw, but Wasserson holding ace high is in the lead. He is in position as well.
Right, sir?
Checks through the flop.
You know where you are. Right?
Adams made a kind of non-standard check on the flop after being the pre-flop raiser.
Now this is
Wait
going to
on
be
the
a
turn.
delayed c-bet, and that's going to work from
And that's
Adams.
the worst thing that's happened to Jason on Poker Night in America. He called the big blind and had
Although
to
I was
fold
feeling the same
pre-flop.
way. That's the reason I played this hand.
Seriously?
Yeah.
When will it end?
You're not the only
Might
one.
be the worst
Really-
thing that's happened to him in life.
Really
actually.
tough for Jason Mercier.
It's only been 4 hands. Like, not much has happened. Like, you haven't
No,
really opened
you
up.
literally
that
have
much.
Boring.
You have more chips than everyone else in the table combined.
I mean, I can't believe people are in it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we played 4 hands.
And I know you guys are playing the
Now, now let me ask you.
1650 heads up later.
Talk about
We
it.
are.
I know
I
I'm
have
on the
information
table.
that
They're
could
They're
interest
making
you.
nice amount of
Okay.
remarks.
The
I've heard them.
bracket
But I
is out.
folded eights
Oh, boy.
that first hand,
Who
which I
wants to know who they're
probably
playing
should have
first?
when,
I want to hear
He
yours.
does.
How sick would it be if you guys were playing each other?
That'd be
I
sweet.
should have folded eights.
Joe McKeon, you're playing
have folded eights.
Paul
Interesting.
Yeah.
Douglamise.
Yes.
Zima.
Zima. I know him.
Douglamisa.
Yeah.
When you got a
Zima
raise
4-2-1.
and you got
And
another
if
raise,
these are
and I'm only
bracked
playing-
out on who you would play in the
He
next
actually
round,
went and I
you would get the
raised. I
winner of
actually-
Jordan
that was a
Redavid
good call.
versus Marcus Stein.
I don't know any of those
Yeah, it
people.
was a good
I know
move.
Marcus
No,
Stein. He's
Yeah.
a Florida guy.
Was
So you
this
say
draw
it's a
actually made?
600
Yeah.
up?
Once we know if he has
Oh,
ace.
okay.
You,
And then
is there a service or is it the same thing like in the real casino here? Okay.
Is it
Anybody
alcohol
want
type?
something?
You guys
and then Mike, you are
Uni would be great. Uni.
sorry.
Now, what
You
do
are
I
going to
do?
be playing
It's
Jonathan
the-
Little in
Okay.
round number
What is
1. And you get the winner of Hugo
Or you can
Zanetti and Lyle Vincent.
Oh boy.
So,
Lyle Vincent.
I'm
Lyle's-
going
This guy.
150.
Lyle's a really fun guy.
and guys, you guys are
Right.
on the
Who are you
same
talking to?
half of the bracket. You're on the
no.
right side of the bracket. So
We can meet in the final
you,
four.
you could meet in the semifinal. You could meet in
Budget.
the smaller
Jen,
Big
maybe you
Four.
didn't hear me.
Wow.
I'm raising to
I can't
150.
think of
Oh, that's
a better
very
Like a little
representation of the Big
respect,
Four
And I'd like
than
them to be
Joseph
rich.
Buchanan. and
You
myself.
got it back. You've been sitting there, mind all that.
Oh
Okay,
man.
now how do I do this?
Brad
Like
Garrett
this?
as a real
watched a
hand
lot of
is putting a lot of
Westerns.
those chips in the pot.
Is that correct?
Looks pretty good.
Please, excuse me. Okay, go
Excuse
ahead.
me.
What's your name? Enel? Enel. I love that. That's Yiddish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cocktails are here.
So I'm watching porn last night. The channel is free in my room. And there's a show. I'm not gonna. I don't want this to go.
We'll keep it between us.
You just do what you want to do. You just do what you want to do.
Oh wow!
And-
I was just shown another featured match of Ian O'Hara
is
and
it,
Nick
who?
Palma.
Who's in the
It
head?
is Bag Boy versus the most focused person in the room at all
And
times.
as we look at the heads-up bracket, which you can find on SeminoleHardRockPokerOpen.com, Brad Garrett is going to have pocket queens. And
200.
He's going to be betting 200 on the flop against Kyle Bowker's flop top pair.
I
This
do
could be
have
trouble
talents.
for Kyle. He's got a good hand.
And Bowker, right off the bat, won that huge pot against Brandon
Some
Adams.
guys just can't
Adams
handle
had his pocket aces cracked.
it. Lights are just too much for
What
some
if
And
I'm out
it'll
before
be
the
interesting to
commercial?
see if
Are there commercials? Probably.
Bowker
Most
can
likely.
lose more or less the minimum here against
Ooh,
Brad Garrett. The ace of spades falls in the turn that should slow both players.
that's not a good card for either
Undeniable.
player.
Garrett looks
He doesn't like the ace.
like he's not that comfortable. I just want him at one point to be able to say all in and just pile his reds
Like
forward,
Hummer
like a
style?
wave.
Oh man. Well, Brad put out about a 350.
And the ace is not going to slow Garrett. It's a relatively small bet, and
That is a really disciplined fold from Kyle.
It's a very good fold.
You gotta wait
It's
till
not
you
a very
finish
big
the
bet.
chips. That's the whole reason you got that.
and Bowker is going to get
350.
away.
Yeah, did you have an ace? I folded an ace. Did
You know
have-
what,
And,
Jen?
Yeah, as
Did
we
you
were
have a
talking
red?
about,
I'm
as
like
Garrett's
so
going to get
lost.
chipped that pot. Unfortunately, he now has chips that are
had
not
that.
red.
Now, should I show
It's
it?
going to
not
be a
gonna know what
shame.
to do
How
with
is he
them.
going
No,
to?
you
Sorry.
can-
No, it's not
You
douchey.
don't have to show. You can just.
How is he
fold.
gonna-
Everyone will know what it is in half an hour.
How is he going to put
Why
those
half
chips
an
on
hour?
the stack? That's
Because
like
it's
worth
a
nothing
live
to him.
feed.
Those
a-
25
this is a
chips, he's
live
only
feed?
adding
Yeah,
like,
it is.
5 chips to his
My
stack.
brother man, there you go. All right, get yourself a
Aaron
hat.
Mermelstein, who was a decent winner in Poker Night in America yesterday, is also in the heads-up bracket, as is Jake Schwartz, who
Oh my gosh.
big fan of those on the East
I was
Coast.
worried.
Nah,
Nah,
Not gonna
he's a
lie to you.
nobody.
Darren
Come sit
Rabinovitz,
over here,
Oh,
Jen.
Darren.
Help stack your chips.
Everyone loves Darren.
Mark
Well,
Doobie, Michael
you know, I do
William
have that
Foxen,
club
It's
foot,
not. It's not.
so I sometimes.
Kane Callis, the greatest player
Oh,
in the
wow.
world.
How did I just miss that?
Yes, that's very disrespectful
Okay,
of you.
Kane's gonna win the left
I'll
side of
have
the
to
bracket,
leave
so
soon.
Kane's going to win everything he does at every point in life. Son of
He's
former
going to do it with
Phillies.
style, too.
He is.
I mean,
He is
what are
a
we gonna do
good-looking
later?
individual.
he is class. He is class and swagger all in one.
Yes. He could probably attribute that to his dad,
I hear
the late
that, are we still on
Harry
the-
Callis, great Phillies commentator for years and years and years.
Areola is like-
And you love the Phillies.
Phillies are the greatest. I grew up listening to him, and I get to play poker with the son, and
Yeah,
the
that's
son is
pretty
like
cool.
the best player I know. So
What's the question, Iowa?
And now
Jen, if I ask
Brad
you to
Garrett,
pick
while he is here for
150
Poker Night in America
Oh,
tonight,
150.
Oh, I got back in
Garrett, the main reason he is in Florida is
We always have time to
he is going to
stack,
be
right?
the featured celebrity in tomorrow's charity series
Did you
of
win another
poker
hand while I was gone? or-
charity
No,
event.
Just that one
no,
hand?
I didn't. What is the bet?
The
What is the bet?
CSOP has made a few appearances down
Cash?
here as part of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Matt Stout does an awesome job with that charity, that initiative. So
Is
if you're
Phil
here
in the
tomorrow,
building?
I believe that
Phil's
starts
in
at 7
Brazil with
p.m.
Michael Phelps.
Charity event for a good cause, the CSOP.
Yeah, there's a bunch
Get to
of-
play with
of
Brad
poker
Garrett,
guys that
a
are-
lot of other
Is
pros.
Michael a
In a
poker
poker
player?
And there's also
Really?
Yeah, he
a
likes
5K Sherpo Championship seat up top.
Maybe not a lot of
So
egos in that room.
some added value, some added money to that prize
Is
pool.
Phelps still hitting the bong?
the
You know?
bomb.
No, because I know Phil. I know Phil.
I imagine.
I know Phil likes to. I've seen Phil out and about a lot.
Oh, you have? I
know he
haven't.
likes to hit the. He's still on the booger sugar?
Well,
You still
people
doing that stuff?
know. People think that Phil smokes pot because he,
Oh,
he
please.
acts like a pothead, but
No,
he's,
I've
you
seen him
know,
at a
that-
dancing around.
Phil has a fuzzy brain.
It's not the
I've
pot
seen
that makes
Phil
it
out. He was at a
Phil has never had any booger sugar ever.
marching powder.
No marching powder. We are
Learning all these awesome
drug-free-ish
terms.
Me
household.
too.
drug-free-ish.
Yes.
Yeah, booger sugar. That's I think I've heard that one before, but
I think Brad likes the booger sugar, from what I was trying to gain earlier
Dancing
in our
around with
conversation,
scarves.
if I'm understanding him correctly now.
Oh, it's starting.
Kyle's going to make a little 3-bet with a non-premium holding, but he has a premium position. And he has king 10 suited. I mean, how can you fold that for any amount ever? Jen is... I would really like to see your hand.
Listen, I'm not being facetious. I don't know how to do that. And I can't
want me to
figure
teach
it
you?
out. Yeah.
She put in a re-raise, I guess.
Start with like
Yeah, I think I saw a couple orange get in there.
3-3.
And Jason folded his pair.
It's really awkward.
Which, I mean, this is a huge downswing for him.
Try,
This
like,
is 2 hands in a row. When will it end for him?
like this.
Okay.
That wasn't the plan.
Like that.
Other 2 fingers.
That wasn't
over
the
here.
plan?
Okay.
Oh,
And
good.
then
You
use
ruined my plan.
this finger
I was not in your
to
plan.
just
I
kind of
ruined
like
your
start
plan.
it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. That's perfect.
All right.
You just kind of like got to get it off
Yeah, I'm
the.
not great with coordination. So if I have
Oh.
a thumb here,
Wasserson trying to teach Brad Garrett how to shuffle
Yeah, that
chips.
works.
checkers.
That works. Yeah.
I'm
This is
telling
gonna
you,
end
I've
well.
never been able to do it.
It's,
There you go. You almost had it right there.
Did I
Look,
really?
you had like look. You had like the
Okay,
2
so I
that
got to do this, and then
joined. Yeah.
how much is the big blind? 50. Jen, do me a favor. Take your top off. Come over here a second. I'm having trouble with my chips. I can't do that. 50 to me? Yes. Whether I look or not.
what you do is you tilt them towards each
It's,
other. like this.
he's played poker before, right? He knows what the big blind is,
Yeah, of course.
He's
Try that
played
with a small
the World
stack
Series
like
of Poker
this.
main event a bunch of times.
Put it in.
and that's why it's the greatest tournament in the world.
Okay.
Okay.
Who raised?
You get to play with celebrities like Brad Garrett.
No, it's actually crazy
And then I
to
do this.
to
and then
know
I
Ryan
fold, or
Fee
can I
won
just peek and
the
then fold?
tag team
Do
bracelet
I have
this
to
year.
put
It
him
was
here
the
before I
only
win?
event he played at the World Series of Poker. He didn't even
Just
play
at
the
one
main.
point during
Let me
the
ask
He said,
you
I don't really like tournaments.
I don't blame him. His partner,
gotta
Doug
let- and
Polk,
then do
is,
this
you
and
know,
then fold.
a very
Okay.
large name in poker.
So, but
I'm working on
what
another
that means, he
chip
doesn't have
that
to play the
it's
main? Like,
it's
Oh, well, I
that-
mean, that's his own personal prerogative.
You know,
everyone plays the
Doing
main,
your
though.
knuckles, though.
Brad
yeah.
Garrett plays the
That
main.
one.
I think that's.
I wouldn't not
Antonio
play the main,
I think that's like a pro bet.
you know.
I was
each-
just
each his own.
really surprised to hear that from a player
He's
like
never
me.
sucked
Michael
at
Phelps.
it.
Or anyone,
No.
really.
He's won
It is
North
surprising,
He's
Carolina.
worried
but
about-
sometimes
he
there's
doesn't
just a
want
good
to
cash
think
game
about
going on that you
because
don't
he
want to
wants
leave.
have another kid. He had a kid.
Understandable.
Right.
Some people are programmed differently. The main event like has a lot of like
It's a beautiful
negative
little-
reinforcement in the sense that
Right.
it's really hard to see the end game. It's
Mm.
such a
What
large
happened to
tournament. The
Ryan?
variance
I think he went
is
to go get some
wild.
red apple.
Obviously,
It's
the
a
prize
great field.
the prize at the end of the rainbow, is phenomenal, but it's just not for everybody.
All right.
Yeah, and it's hard to go deep in that thing.
But you
Only
looked already,
idiots do
right?
it
I'm
usually.
looking at. I just put it here so I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, so we look when it comes.
So I like all the
Why-
good ones finished
let me
like
ask something.
15th.
Why
Like
do
Tom
you guys
Marchese
wait
this
till
year
it's
finished
your turn?
15th.
Yeah.
and
There's
that's
no
why
justice. There's no
You're trying
justice
to
really.
get something
he knows how to
off of
play.
us.
So you
He's.
don't give off any
I don't.
cells. Let's
From
say
what
you
I
put
heard
your
yesterday, he
aces
didn't make
into
one
the,
mistake the entire day, and he was the biggest winner, which is
Yeah, he crushed.
Well, who does
which was
that?
my prediction at the
Except
beginning
for
of the
Phil.
day because he is the greatest in the world.
Oh, really?
But do you wait till it comes around to you?
You know what? Because you would have a preconceived notion of how you're going to play your hand, and
Okay.
then I don't. Anyway, the camera's not on you until you look at it until it comes to your turn.
Well, hell, I'm here to learn because you know what I'm saying.
Sounds like someone asked
I'm here to learn.
Jen
What's your
to
name,
speed
one
Brad up a little bit.
Maybe.
Was it? Okay. Can I?
Probably Mercier because he wants as many hands
Oh,
with these
of
guys
course
as
he does.
possible
Too many
with position
vowels,
on both of
I
them.
become incontinent.
Oh man. Uh-oh, he might
Oh,
play this
boy.
one.
Yeah, Brad,
I'm
hurry it up with
raised,
the aces.
But I'm going to need some help.
It's already 600. You're going to make it more?
What are you, my attorney?
No, I'm just worried how long it is going to be to put all this
You
stuff
have to go
in
backstage
there.
and put more felt on your dress.
This is very
Listen to
interesting
therapy.
because generally people don't get distracted when they have such a big hand.
I'm sorry.
Has he looked
I'm
yet?
sorry. Run the room or
That
don't.
no, I feel like he has to have.
Just kidding. There you go. You get that to the nurse? Thank you. Yeah, there shouldn't be blood in there, so I'd like to know by tomorrow. Okay, you hear me? Taking it the dumper right now. Is this 600?
600.
Okay, and you do have a room.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to raise. What should I triple it?
This is.
Can't give you any advice.
Jason's really
Make
good.
it smaller so you can keep, you know, you can keep them in.
Who are you?
Trying to help.
I'm going to go.
Training site over here.
Easy. I'm going to go. Well, I'll see. This is what worries me. I don't want to leave Othello. What is it again?
Othello.
Oh, and all. Were there
I think
choices
Washington's
before
pretty
they-
away.
Yeah, I think him and Brandon know that they're going to fold to pretty much anything Brad makes it.
I'm going to go. I'm worried. 1,800.
Okay. Cut to 2 hours later as he counts.
Parents, so you can go home and feed mom.
1,800.
No, I got to put it out.
Get your
though,
cards
right,
in
right,
full,
Arnold?
Jen, and then
Yeah.
you won't have to put it all out, I promise.
Let's just see what happens.
No, I want to do it. I want to play it.
You're good.
Let's
You're
see what
good. We'll
Eric
just
and
wait.
Brandon
We'll see
do.
what
I
happens.
want to do it the way everyone else is doing it. Rabbi Zimmerman.
I'm going to fold just so you don't have to put
You
it
don't
out.
have to.
There you go. That's for all of you guys.
Whatever you do, nice.
Is that good?
That'd be
Yes,
beat.
good.
That's pretty good.
I was beat. I couldn't beat it.
All right, we are on
had ace
4
five.
hands an hour here on
Yeah,
Poker Night in
let's
America.
have
So
a
even
fight.
if you're coming in
Yeah,
late,
let's
Might be
flop
too
it.
late.
not going to miss
Flop it,
anything.
'cause I had, you mixed
Brad
it
did
up.
want to over
Well,
under an
both of
hour
these
on the
fastest,
show.
so we wanna see
He's
a
definitely
flop.
making sure that he makes it to the over.
Nice hand.
I had an ace
Thanks.
too.
You had what?
I had an ace also.
Yeah, what was that? Ace Jack?
Something like that. Yeah.
Why you lie to me, man?
Because my hand was so bad, I don't want to say it.
I
out loud.
understand.
What did you have?
I had an ace.
How are you?
Ace.
You had an ace?
Ace, yeah.
Oh,
What's
that
your
would be
name?
so bad.
Yeah,
Nick.
it's like an ace
Nick.
flop. But I might have figured it out.
Eric seems like a smart guy. He seems like he's pretty good at figuring things out.
He's going to call.
I do want to see.
Yeah, I think Wasserson mainly comes from a mixed game background, but started, obviously everybody starts more or less as a no-limit player. And
Such a fucking idiot.
well, these are some
No,
pretty
but
big stakes for
yesterday,
no-limit.
Jessica
Wasserson,
Dolly had pocket
a
aces.
regular in some of the bigger mixed games in Las Vegas. Him and Jason Mercier
She's a
were
female poker
talking
player.
about those.
She had
In the
pocket
background there, you
aces.
see Poker Night in America's
And then the
Todd
flop
Anderson
came
hulking
7,
over the
8, 8,
table.
and the other guy had a 7-8.
Fun fact about
All
Eric,
the
he is
money
originally from Philadelphia, which is why you know he's successful in what he does.
So you don't
How
want
far
that
into
That's how we know.
Nothing breeds
Absolutely.
success quite like Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Hey, they had Rocky, all right,
We do have Rocky.
and now
we
they have Creed.
We have
They're
a
still
lot
holding
of
on to it
stra-
after all these years.
We have a lot of statues about Rocky in our sports stadiums.
A little bit of an attitude.
I actually flew out of Philadelphia to come here. And
I appreciate
in one of the
that.
hallways
Hey, but
in
we're in
the
the same
airport
shirt. We're in
is
the
a bunch
same
of
shirt.
posters of movies that were
We're
filmed
in
in
the same
Philadelphia.
shirt.
And if there's
This is an adult
12
size.
of them, 6 of them
What
are
size
Rocky.
is yours, Rabbi?
It's it's like okay, we get it, guys. Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4,
Nick or Nick?
5, and I think there was real Rocky,
It's like
and then
you ever notice
Creed.
that people forget your
Yep.
name.
Oh, and now
They
it's
don't know if
Wasserson's
Nick or Nick,
turn.
and they just- but they know it. They'll just go, "Yeah."
It might
You know
take
what
him
I
a little
mean?
while to get some action with these
But
kings.
But they're somewhere in the ballpark, right?
And Ryan Fee from Philadelphia also.
Seems like he's a little.
I didn't know.
We're gonna have to double check that from Poker God Zeus.
He's a good guy. Okay.
I think you were scaring him.
No, he just.
Not be playing that
I
bad.
think I saw him in that movie, 12 Inches a Slave. Did you see that movie? I could barely get through it, being Caucasian. After 9 inches, I'm like, I gotta turn this off. I felt so guilty, so shitty, you know? Yeah.
Well, at least Garrett's being consistent. He's taking 3 minutes to act with pocket aces and 9-6 offsuit.
Why?
It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, Ryan Fee from Philadelphia.
Look at it like this.
These cards
Born
are
and raised.
$150 a deck.
And they've been.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed the meetings. Jeez. Seriously?
Yeah.
You can't bend it on the side?
Don't do it like that. That'll bend the card.
In general, or just these cards?
Just these cards. Yeah, just these cards.
So we are gonna
So when
see a
I've
flop.
never done it
He's got a very respectable
Yeah.
king jack, although it's not very
You
respectable
can do
against this
whatever
hand.
you want. Just don't let
She
Ryan
flops
see your cards. 'cause he'll take
okay
advantage
with the
of
gut
it.
shot.
Oh,
Queen
so that-
high
well, I
rainbow.
think if he was
Jen
seeing my
likes to
cards, he
bet.
wouldn't have said
She's
anything.
gonna bet.
I don't think he wants me to damage
Yes,
something.
and this is, you know, Mike, what I was talking about earlier. This
He
is that
can't see your
weird
cards. He's
little
telling you a different way to look at your cards.
way
so
that
then
players
hopefully
usually don't
this
play this
speaks
hand. They
volumes
usually check
to
call,
the unfamiliar
and
Uh-oh. Bingo.
And there's no way
That's a
you'll
good
she's
win.
now
card.
going to lead again. And this is where
What if I'm
Wasserson
introduced
gets
you
in
to
these
Ray?
spots
Have you
where
ever spent an hour
he's
with him?
against a
That's
line that he
exciting.
might not be used to, might not be
my
that
jet
comfortable
doesn't
against.
work. Oh, 4 nannies have quit.
Where you going?
And I will say this has the ability to balloon into a pretty big pot,
game
but
would have a
Wasserson
little
seems
more
to be
pace.
playing a little passively.
I
He's
think Eric's
improved.
actually playing this hand well, and I think he's going to sigh and throw in the 1,000 on the river a lot of the time here.
And as Joe said,
Nine's a
it is
pretty good card for his hand overall.
The 9 is a good card because Jen doesn't really have one. This isn't going to make Eric very happy, though.
Good hand.
Thank you.
Gentili turns the straight, gets 3 streets of value.
Was that straight?
Yeah.
Something like that, Brad.
I did hear Ray Barone here a
flop it?
little earlier.
Uh,
I heard his
Turned it?
jet wasn't working.
Yeah.
Wow. You rivered it?
Ray Barone's
Did you
like
river
my
it?
childhood hero.
yeah, no, I was already had
Is
the
he?
shit on the river.
Everybody loves Raymond was the greatest show on TV.
Brad plays a lot of poker.
And it still is.
He's just making a hit.
Trying to learn, Jen. Trying to learn.
We saw you on that Super High Roller Celebrity versus Pro. Are you bringing your dog today? Because Jason has a dog.
What kind of dog
They
you
could
have?
get in like a little dog fight.
Oh, here we go.
Hunting dog?
Marshmallow versus Brad Garrett's dog.
Yeah, guard dog.
It's a guard dog, Jason says.
It is definitely a
You
guard
can
dog.
hurt him, you know?
I've seen that thing. It's very intimidating.
It looks like you're very judgmental.
I think he lost the pot.
Okay, I did it again. Now, if I
It knows
do
it's better
this-
than you.
That's
Jason
true.
doesn't lose spots, so you don't have to worry about it.
No,
Oh,
Brad
him, though.
I
did.
do want to brag that
He picked up.
I did get to
he
pet
lost
him
the
and he
pot.
didn't run
He
away in
picked up
fear.
his
So,
pot.
Oh, really?
yes.
You know, I got calls from PETA.
Mrs.
and
Jason
letters
Mercier,
and
Did you
everything
really?
else. Yes, because
Mrs.
They have
to
no
be
sense of
Jason
humor.
Mercier,
Dog abuse is always amusing.
Allowed
I
you to
brought the
touch
dog
it.
around a lot,
like
yes.
I'm going to throw the dog.
All right, Wasserson again is going to be.
They were
I
worried
don't
the
think
dog
I don't
was
think she
worried
wanted
you
me
were
to
gonna
touch
throw
it. I
him.
think
He
she just
caused
really
anxiety
needed to run to the
for dog,
bathroom,
his
and she,
dog
as
thought,
an
"Oh,
excuse,
It's a
she
therapy
was
dog.
like,
You should
"Okay,
know.
I see no one else in
He
the room
didn't
besides
know
you."
that you
Joe,
were
you really
nervous
are a
about
last
what's
resort
gonna happen
overall.
this
Oh, you held it.
Absolutely.
You actually
Dog's
held
name,
it.
Brian.
I stood kind of in the corner and looked at it every once in a while.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
That doesn't sound creepy at all.
Into the
Marshmallow.
This is going to be Gentili
And you don't
versus
have
Wasserson again.
Ooh, this time Eric's hand's a little bigger.
Came up
But
with
Jen has a
Wasserson.
lot of outs.
Turning 2 pair.
Now fiance.
Jen
How you getting
led
married,
flop
man?
again. Wasserson
Hey,
just
you want
called.
to see pictures of
She's
stuff I lost in the divorce?
going to
Let me see how much
check
you love
if the
her,
ace
the
falls
plaintiff.
off.
Jen
Wanna
checked
see
and
what I
Eric put
lost
out
in
a
the
bet.
plaintiff?
I don't think Jen's going to fold. I think
Lot
she
more
has
than
a
I'd be very
flush
surprised
draw
if
and
she folds.
overcard. Not an overcard, excuse me, a gut shot.
And the flush draw to go.
And the flush draw.
Only been there, but it left
Tilly is going to call. As you can see on our Poker Night in America graphics, the top right-hand corner,
Ace of hearts, jack hearts, bad card.
Gentili's
Interesting cards.
outs. And as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, all the information you need throughout the hand. Players' effective stacks, the option or action that they're facing, their position in the hand, and as you can see under Wasserson's ace-jack, that white check mark means he is a lock to win this hand unless he folds, which I don't think he's going to because
I think Jen's
he's
about
going to be
to
cutting
fold.
out a bet.
Jen's going to look for a couple seconds and realize she has queen high and then throw it away. So round 2 between these two went to Eric.
We're even.
I almost was gonna check raise you. All in.
I would have been.
I
quite-
saw the wheels turning, actually. I thought there was a reasonable chance.
I would have.
And that would have been a snap call from Wasserson. He would have. He might not have
I don't
liked
know.
it.
Probably would have called.
Okay.
I don't know.
Probably
It-
had better-
there-
I certainly think you would have called.
Oh, so you're just
I
trying
don't
to
think you
find
would have
out
snapped it,
some
though.
information.
I think he
What,
might have
just
ended
now?
up folding, but
It's allowed. You're allowed to try to find out
that how it
information.
works?
it would have taken a
Even
little
on
bit
TV.
longer than Brad
Brad has
usually
been
takes
trying
to
to find
fold
out
for that
information
river to
ever
happen
since
if
he
Jen
sat
went
down.
all in.
That's right.
Yeah,
Like,
especially the dealer's name.
what's the blind?
right.
What's your name?
And
Now
we're
I'm
getting
gonna
some
do this
comments
with
on
the card,
Twitter.
But it just feels like
Jason Sowards at Chip and a Chair says, "Guy's hilarious, but gotta
just feel
speed
like
the
I'm really
game."
boogering the cards
LOL.
when I do. I like it
You know
so
what?
much
Every
more
once in a
like
while,
what you need to do.
you might want to just slow down the game to enjoy Brad Garrett.
He's trying to
For
make
an
you
hour.
feel like you're doing something
And
wrong.
then-
So don't listen to him.
Rick, what do
Even
you
a
think I
poker
should
tailor
do?
that tries to be your friend. Don't listen.
As he asks the dealer what he should do.
You know, this environment's different than most, where it is, you know, a televised table, and there is, you know, a lot of encouragement for chatter, and
You got some chips
I
to
think
play
it's
with, man.
fine
You
what
don't have
Brad's
to use
doing.
it.
I don't
you
see a
can
big
use
problem
the-
with
you
it.
don't have to use the dummy chips. You can use
if-
the other one.
If this were a super serious game, like obviously it would be a big issue, but
And what I think people have to take into consideration, this Poker Night in America, yeah, we live stream. Yeah, yes,
Can we get less service
people
at
want to
the
watch.
table?
People want to
Is
watch
that
the
a-
best in the world. But in the
you, my
end,
honey.
it's
was here
a
when you were
television
Yeah,
show
she came
made to
around
entertain
when you were
people.
in
Absolutely.
And
town.
the mainstream, and I
She was
think
behind
this
you
is
for quite a
the
while,
thing that
3 days.
Poker
Is
Night
that
in
what
America
that
does
was?
so well.
Acknowledge her.
Straight
So
poker
terrible.
isn't that interesting to the mainstream audience, while
Just can't get it.
players like
It's-
Gentili,
it's
Brad
just-
Garrett,
That's the guy that did
entertaining
There's just no
people who
services.
play poker for a living, that's what they
We're
tune in for.
Absolutely.
And
No,
I
I'm
think
good.
one of the
Rob,
coolest
please
things,
do not travel.
and I'll just use Joe as an example, last
I'm
last
just kidding. Come
fall,
on. No, seriously,
watching
I
the
wanna
ESPN
lift
coverage,
you by the legs
so
and
many
breasts. Come
people
here in a minute,
likely
I love
tuned
you.
into that main event
Oh,
coverage
you're
on
amazing.
ESPN because of
Phone
Daniel
numbers on
Negreanu,
one of
because
those?
Absolutely.
they're even at the highest level in
Love you on
potentially
Star Trek.
the highest pressure situation of his career, trying to make that November 9, he was
How
still
much to choke me
doing
out?
his thing. He still had his little shtick to him. And you need to be able to
You wanna do that?
appease
for
the
that.
hardcore poker fans and at the same time bring in other people that likely
It'll be a
wouldn't
family
be
pot for that.
watching.
But he has
So,
to black out.
So it was,
100 bucks.
I think
Okay.
it had
Have
very
the
high
entries
ratings
gone up?
because of Daniel.
Yeah.
There's no answer.
Well, they haven't gone up, but
Blind.
straddled.
You know, there's a way to
Sorry,
correct
Dan.
people without the Hollywood attitude.
You know, all good stories come to an end, right?
Would you talk that way to Phil when he's
That was-
walking around in your undies?
That was Jason that said that. Phil doesn't wear my undies.
Yes, he does.
He does
I was at the concert.
He does not.
Would you let him?
Raise.
and another person on Twitter saying, today was unwatchable. Well, we've only been on for a half hour, so plenty of more to watch.
I don't know. Jason Mercier just put money in the pot. I want to see how much
Todd's like, "It'll be
that
fun.
comes back
We'll
to him
come
this
down.
hand.
We'll have a good time. It's
It
all
usually
about
does.
fun."
And guys, just want to thank you all for following on Twitch, following along on Twitter. Again, my name's Will O'Connor. I'm here with Michael Lockie, Sherpo Patch Pro, and Joe McKeon, reigning WSOP main event champ, before they head to
Is that you, Brendan?
back to the main casino for the Heads Up event, part of the Sherpo schedule.
I'm excited.
That's a more than 3-week-long festival that gets players from across the country and even the world to come play. And Poker Night in America, while this is the last day of cash streaming, we are very excited for next week's Big Four. That's all 4 Sherpo Championship events live streamed simultaneously. What an undertaking that is.
I'm very
Gotta protect
confused
the
that
throttle, you know?
Jason keeps playing hands
Good
and
idea, by
not
the way.
winning, though.
Appreciate it. Can I
I
borrow
bet this
one
is
It's
like
early.
3 of them.
It's early, Joe.
Give it to JJ.
Mike, maybe you have some insight to this. Who was the mad scientist that came up with
Yeah,
the
get some
Big
more
Four,
macrame.
and who
Buy another
was
patch.
the person who came up with it? Who was the
Buy
one
another
that
patch. Make a pot
said,
hanger.
"Yeah, that might just be crazy enough to work"? And then how do we get to this point?
Good chance I won't be invited back.
I don't know that I can. I know who to credit
It's like
for the full idea.
50-50.
But
rally.
That's good odds for me. Okay.
just started. You
I
could
could
rally.
rally.
as a
Depends what their
group,
intention is. If they want
Bill
us to play poker,
Mason, Jason
you're
Newman,
probably
Larry Frank, they are not
I get
afraid
it. I get it.
to
Yeah, 'cause there's not enough
put all
poker
their
chips.
heads together. Their corporate
Am I
style
right, Dick?
meetings
I mean, come on. Back me up.
have large aspirations, and they really want to just push every concept, every idea. You know, I'm sure it was a boardroom style discussion that evolved from a lot of people's ideas.
Yeah, no, and I think it's the first time I heard about it, I said, "Wow, I wonder how just smoothly this will run." And a lot of times you'll have,
I don't want it.
you know,
Not greedy.
one live stream and have some technical difficulties, some problems, let alone 4 of them simultaneously. But last year was extremely smooth. This year, most likely going to be bigger and better.
Absolutely.
$25.
For what?
And D-Dog asking, are the players mic'd up?
what-
They are. And even if Brad Garrett wasn't, I think we'd still be able to hear him.
Juice it up.
I can hear him downstairs.
Well,
I can too.
Amateur
And some more players asking for Joe to unblock them on Twitter. Guys, that's not going to happen.
That
I'm
is not
sorry.
happening.
That's what
Oh,
Phil
it's
said.
50. That's what Phil did?
If he needs Joe, he'll
Joe
unblock
McKeon
him.
is known as Matumbo.
Well, I don't think he was talking about poker.
Get out.
Former Sixers great. The year they went to the finals that I was alive.
You know, go
Yep.
easy on the lamp.
Dikembe
Someone help me.
Mutombo.
Oh, I wish you'd just think
No,
about
no,
it. too.
no.
Just think about it.
Mercier
To drop my mic.
with the
Are
ace
you taking
jack.
better pictures
This
of me at the poker
is
table?
this
Oh,
is
you're
reminiscent
looking
of
for Brad.
life.
Okay.
Him just being ahead.
So I feel like a lot of people are offended by your Twitter blocking sprees.
Yeah, that's really not my problem to worry about.
Is it just the
What is the
negativity
range?
that you want to keep out of your life?
350?
Because I respect that tremendously if that's the case.
Give me
Yeah,
your name
pretty
again.
much. Yeah, a lot of people just,
Take it easy.
for whatever reason, didn't appreciate or agree with the way I decide to live my life. So
idea.
they let
I think
themselves
his
know
attitude, the way he
sometimes.
says his name.
I feel like a lot of people, including myself,
it's a tough
don't
name,
understand
it's,
like how much
overset.
the attention can be frustrating, how much overwhelming like
He's really pissed off.
that is,
No,
you
he's
know,
not, right?
been in your life.
I know,
And
right?
Well, you know, it is amazing where
I have a
Joe
prosthetic
can go
penis.
from having a really well-known following on the East Coast, which you did. You had a successful East Coast
You like
resume
Reds?
before the main, and then all of a sudden, everyone in poker
I think they look better.
knows who this kid is, and it's just, I'm sure it's the same to a lesser extent with people who win WPT events, people who win who play on these live stream shows. But the internet there's a lot of stuff that just people want to say, and I even
Sure.
Give you
know
100
that
cash if you stop
throughout
flipping
the
the chips.
weeks and months leading up to the main, even afterwards,
I'm
it
not
was
the only one doing it.
You buy more felt.
a lot of
You're the
talking, a
only
lot
one
of
he's looking
chirping, and
Oh, it's it.
Joe,
so
you're the
loud.
kind of guy, you're just a
I
business
find it
guy. You just
distracting.
want to go about
I
your
see.
business.
Yeah.
Yep, that's totally fine.
And I
Why
think
do you
it's a
want to learn
tell.
how to do it?
Whatever. This game, you're generally in this game for yourself, so other people aren't. I don't worry so much about other people as much as I worry if I'm doing what I need to do to succeed.
But really, it's odd. I can't.
And
Seems like you're doing an okay job with that.
I'd like to think so.
You do have large hands.
I've been playing pretty
Okay.
pretty
When did
badly
you
the last couple weeks. I would like to change that.
You're on lifetime winner still. It's not your fault.
That's true.
Usually it's a bigger.
That's true. No, I was actually playing I thought I was playing at a very high level
You're trying to
directly
just-
after the main, and just the last 2 or 3 weeks after this World Series happened, I've
Edges of it, and, like,
for whatever reason I've found myself in a lot of tough decisions, and I don't think I've been making the best decisions like I usually do.
That's what his website does.
That's a good flop for Kyle.
Is that right? You have a website?
Well, we do a couple things, but yeah, that's like the main.
I was gonna say it's usually gonna be hard to get action from A6, but Jen
I
had
have
the
my thumb here.
aces,
I have my thumb here.
so she's gonna
It'd be
shake a
interesting to
stab at
see
the
how
flop.
She can go runner
You know, I
Broadway.
thought about asking
She can.
Okay. it's
I don't
okay.
think she's gonna get the
Okay.
opportunity. I think
No
Kyle's gonna
dignity.
lower the
I have
hammer.
no dignity. So I'm like this.
Keep that finger in there.
Which finger?
Yeah, and I
This?
think this is a play from
And then we'll do
Bowker
this.
that
There you go.
Gentili can lead this flop with a lot of weird one-pair hands, maybe pair with a straight draw, but with just ace high,
Yeah.
she's not going to be able to continue. But if she did have one of those
Okay,
hands that
okay,
raise,
okay.
Gentili likes to be sticky.
Yes, I think raising there is absolutely correct, even though we know Jen had a hand she couldn't do anything about, because when she's betting that flop, there's a good chance she just has a
threw my
pretty good
back
piece
out.
of it. She could have
And then
like a
like
pair and
that,
a straight
so the
draw,
two
or
go
like
on the
two
one.
pair or something.
Hey, Nick, you
So
got a minute? Come over here. Help me with this.
I like Kyle's idea of getting some money in now, so he could get more money in later streets.
Where are you from, Nick?
But he did end up getting about 500 more than he could have, so
Okay.
he still kind of won
Family
the
with the
maximum.
mob? Okay.
And he's getting dealt all the good cards. Queen 9 suited, 10 9 suited. No wonder Kyle's up the most.
I'm playing way too tight.
Yep.
Way too tight.
Thanks.
I just don't want to go home. I know it's weird. Sad, really. Yes, did I?
Ooh.
Who would like something?
Here we go.
It's a good hand for
We've
Jen.
seen a lot of big
Moisturizer?
pairs so far.
Ooh, she just called them.
I'm good.
This could get interesting.
Jason? No.
And Jason Mercier is going to come along as well.
Jason's got the 4-3 suited. I don't see a way he loses this hand, even though Kyle's got bigger
Some
spades.
tequila. You come down and you tell the white folks. That's what
Well, everyone's got a piece. Jen's got what she had. The other two made a pair, so
You have any Jewish friends?
It's a 9-high, 2-diamond board, as
Yeah.
Joe mentioned. Bowker, Mercier with spades and pairs. Gentili with the overpair. She's playing a little bit sneaky in the straddled pot here,
that
just
us?
calling in the blinds
can you
with 2
watch that?
kings.
she did. And Kyle flopped top pair with 9s again, like he did earlier against
Todd, you
aces.
have
He's going to have a hard time folding to the flop here.
And this is, that stickiness that we talked about, that creativeness from Gentili, where now she's going to be check raising, and Bowker with top pair doesn't like to go anywhere.
It's hard to blame him. Top pair is a really good hand, usually. Well, that's not a card Kyle really wanted to see, and it's not a card Jen wanted to see either.
It's a card Jason wanted to see, and now he's mad he folded.
That's
Is it
true.
trash day?
Jen checked it over to Kyle. I think Kyle's going to end up checking and seeing the river for free.
Unbelievable. You're filming a show here. I think they'll bring
And
in
that's
Todd's
also a
cat.
card neither one of them wanted to see.
Wow.
Wow. And I think Kyle Bowker, if it's checked to him again, I think he'll know exactly where he is in this hand, and that he's not going to be able to win on showdown, but Gentili's not going to give him that opportunity.
Wow.
That's a ballsy bet by Jen. She
It
does have the
is.
best hand, so Kyle's just going to fold fast. but
That's a really
Yep.
just ballsy, as you said.
there a
bet
I mean, maybe
from
maybe
Gentilly.
What are
maybe
you,
Jen knew where
some
she was in
kind
the
of
hand.
troublemaker?
Coming after Jay.
What?
Do we have to play differently against you because it's your show? Is it like any of that hierarchy crazy stuff?
No.
No?
Jen's doing
You
well.
might have to play differently against Gentilly just because of how she plays, though.
What did you think
You can't
somebody
really
had?
attack her how you would attack a guy like
This is awfully rude.
Wasserson or Mercier or Bowker.
So many reasons.
That's
like
true.
bragging and
I don't like to
doing
attack those guys though. They're both stronger than me.
Mike, if you
physically, and
if you
they'll
were in
definitely
this
come back.
game if you were in this game and you could pick your seat, just
Jason
you have
knows
your
he has
seat,
my
you can
number.
buy in for whatever you want. Where would you want to go?
I would want to be
Just
in
'cause he
Kyle's
wanted
seat.
Tesla off of the
I would
last
say
time.
the same thing.
I think
I'm gonna go-
I think Brandon Adams
I
and
think this is
Wasserson are
200.
not going to put you in a ton of tough spots,
The cheaper
and
model.
they're not going to try to
But that
exploit
sounds
actually
like good to
perfect.
you
I won the
playing
cheaper
pots
model of
position,
a Tesla.
etc.
You want a Tesla?
I think
No, he won a Tesla.
I think
the other day.
Jason's
He
not
beat
the
going
one
to
that
get
drives
really
itself?
out of line
Is that the one you
from
got?
out of position against
You
you
and
there.
Marshmallow, you got a
And
beach in it.
you know, Jen is the most likely person to play big pots with you, and that's probably your best seat available in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely
There's a
don't.
button raised, my
If
brother.
someone's going to put you in a
Nothing more
tough
than a
spot
button
over and over
raised.
again, it's probably going to be Jennifer. So at least having position
That actually
in
is
that
true.
spot
He's on
could
the button
be
when he raised.
a big deal. Oh, this is
I don't think I don't know what's
this is his hands turning into a big
Ooh.
one.
What's that?
Brad
Nothing
opened it
but
up
a-
with a 20 chip raise, or excuse me, a 40 chip raise.
Yep.
And then Ryan re-raised with 6 chips, and Kyle re-raised with only 2 chips. So the number of chips keeps going down.
It's all relative.
I have a
It is.
6.
I think Brad's
I'm
going to
okay.
fold, and
I
this is a
would've-
really tough spot for Ryan.
Brad Garrett almost just fell over. I would have
Get that
paid
tie back to the 90s.
money to have him collapse backwards.
I don't like being
Oh, that's
bullied.
not nice,
What's your
Will.
name?
I'm bullying him. He's bullying not you.
Then you're bullying us. We drove together.
I think Garrett is eventually going to lay this down, but Fee
When you're done juicing.
likely isn't going to go anywhere. And
This is actually tough for Ryan.
Unbelievable. Poker player.
This is a kind of big bet. He doesn't have that many chips behind, but he does have position
They
in his
get a
hand.
really
He's a
good. They get a
professor.
good mix, you know.
Do you have a calendar out?
but
or
these
anything
two,
like that?
when we were in Las Vegas at Golden Nugget earlier this
All in
summer,
April or anything?
Bowker and Fee, they squared off in some of the bigger pots from that
Ain't no
weekend.
Did you just say all in?
No, I did not. I'll be happy to leave the other way. Anal August.
pretty sure.
That would be a good one. I got to tell you, I got a hand. I just don't have the balls.
Uh-oh.
This is really an intervention for my.
This is a good time to not have the balls, Brad, because you also have the third best hand.
Isn't it, Nick? What's that, 2,000?
Yeah.
I just don't want to put it out in red.
You can just gesticulate.
Now, what I don't understand. Okay.
Brad's putting it all together in his head. I think he's going to come to the conclusion to fold
Yeah.
Yeah.
after the speech.
Fucking idiot. Can I show you?
Yeah.
Can I? Can I show you?
Yeah.
But
And
he can't give you that.
Lyman asking pros having a
You can show
quote-unquote treat the fish nice competition.
I'll see
Show
his
him, but
eyes.
then you have to show him, but then look at him to see if you can like get the get to read because he won't say anything.
All right. All right,
can
let's
do a-
let's see. Let's see how I can read people. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Well,
I'm gonna
so
get
excited.
a little close.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a little though, right?
Okay. Look at me like I'm your dentist.
think he has?
You're, okay.
He did have 8s the first time. That was real.
Don't eyeball me, boy. Don't you eyeball me. I'll take you right back to Fargo. Show you how we do butter.
This might be the toughest thing Eric's had to do in a long time.
Churning butter.
He was on a burro and he had like a tub and a hammer.
Oh, dear.
Okay. I'm gonna have to give it up, and I'm gonna have to give it up. I'm sorry.
All in.
Now we get to see.
I was just say I finally have a hand. I finally have a hand to go all in with, and I'm probably gonna be beat.
Hey,
I guess that means you're at ace king.
let's see. Let's see. Do we have to
That was
see?
just an all-in.
Yep.
Queens and
Ryan
tens.
snap
Ryan
all
put
in.
it in pretty
Kyle,
fast.
Kyle snap called.
Uh-oh.
We know Ryan has
That's
one less 10 in the deck because Brad had one.
Right, right.
Kyle might be a very big
Joe,
winner
you're a live
since-
pro. You know we're not supposed to talk about that until the end of the hand.
Oh.
Oh, the one out
This
thing.
is
also-
pocket tens of
Alright.
Ryan Fee
You didn't have
against
them.
the
We
pocket
had a 10, but not two
queens
of them.
Which ten of spades?
of
It was a
Kyle
club.
Bowker,
Yeah, I think
and
it was a club.
as
That's a good
mentioned
flop
earlier,
and turn
there's
for Kyle.
just
Good
110 left in the deck.
That's not
I
it.
thought it was that. Oh my god, I thought it was for a second.
Well, Kyle is going to be up a
Nice
lot.
hand, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle's
Kyle's
had a
having a
very
great
good
day.
start
Way
to this,
twist the table
and that's a huge just 4-bet or
Here's what
5-bet
I
shove.
here's what I think happened there. I think that Ryan
you're not
probably
leaving,
decided that Kyle would call with a lot of his big hands because he would want Brad to stay in, and I'm
he'd-
guessing
He's
that
got chips in
I'm
his
guessing
jacket.
that Ryan
He's got more
took
chips
that
in his
as
jacket.
a attempt at an isolation or a
don't think you
little
have
bit
a
of a weaker
gambling
play
Yeah.
because
Oh, I definitely have a gambling.
And in essence, Kyle Bowker can only really call with aces, kings, queens,
Yes,
maybe
very
jacks
good
or
hand.
ace king. So Fee,
Kyle won't fold ace king.
that's
I
right.
agree.
So Fee I think
Absolutely.
at that point is basically
50K?
hoping for a flip at best. Unfortunately,
Kidding?
that is not the case. And Kyle Bowker, easy game for Bowker so far.
Ryan does like the action. I know
Yes, he
that.
does.
He likes the action. He's kind of similar to Sean. They like to get it in a lot when they can.
Married to a
Sean Deeb.
beautiful Latina. Killed me.
Just yellow.
Yeah, that was the
Now
worst
you-
stroke anyone said today.
But Ryan rebought for what looks like 10,000 more. So
No, not
I was
you.
gonna say I don't think Ryan's
No,
the
that's
type
what I
to lose a bunch and quit. I think Ryan's gonna stick this one out as long as he can.
Yeah, he's gonna be here.
Ryan might have to run out of money
Way
before
over my
they
head here.
before he gets up from the table.
I'm gonna leave soon.
And I have a feeling that
What's my
Mike, you're gonna
position?
be
You're
gonna be
gonna
keeping
hide
your
me.
eye on this stream, even during the heads
it's a
up
little
play.
difficult during a heads-up match.
You're gonna have to hire somebody to watch, see if there's an open seat. Is it what is the structure? Is it a
150.
best of three?
It
or?
is best of three with
best
a
of three.
fairly reasonable structure.
All right, that's good. That's good.
It's
Textbook,
very
man.
similar
I'm
to
not
the same
bu-
one
I'm
at
not
Borgata,
bullshitting.
not to promote them, but
Okay.
it's I think they kind of took the same type of idea.
Yeah, and I think in heads up, you just players like especially for a 1650
about your
buy-in,
How good is Jason?
they don't want it to be a fast structure. They don't want it to just be a
Eyeball,
one and done because one cooler heads up and all of a sudden
Here's
you know,
another
you can be playing for
$5.
5-10 minutes.
Yeah, heads
Since
up
we get personal, I
also
think the hat goes the other
goes
way.
a long time. 20-minute
Okay.
blinds heads up is probably
Paper
pretty
round?
similar to like our blinds full range.
Yeah.
So it's a very deep structure. 20-minute blinds
You're
doesn't
the
sound
one
like
that said
much, but
come
there's a
down.
lot of just raises and folds or just folds.
Mr. Dithers will
You know, give the dealers a lot of credit for heads up. It's very difficult to deal.
What is that?
Kyle got dealt king queen 9 again. Another
So
reason he's
king
up the
high
most.
flop.
A continuation
Everyone
got
of
clubs.
probably smart.
Mercer made bottom
Unless-
pair. Kyle made middle pair.
Brandon really
Brad was the razor pre-flop and made it a
Forgot
flush
word
draw.
also. You forgot B. Just saying.
What is beat
You said it would probably smart. That doesn't make sense.
was probably smart.
You
Beats
said a
what?
continuation bet would probably smart.
So the English is bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help because I know you're a professional speaker. So.
No, not really. I'm a motivational speaker.
Brad's motivated me pretty hard today.
Yeah, you feel motivated going into heads up,
I'm
Joe?
very
Everyone check?
motivated. He actually made me feel pretty good earlier.
His
today.
energy's infectious, man.
Yes.
Like,
Now, there's no way Brad knows how much he just bet,
Don't worry
and
about
there's no
counting.
way
He
anyone
knows
else
how much
does
it is.
either.
And it just collapsed.
leave it to a professional.
Is that 165?
Yeah.
She's right. I'm gonna.
You're gonna have to quit it.
I don't think it's illegal, but
140.
he needs
boy.
10 more.
Yeah, you're gonna have to leave it 150.
No.
2 more reds.
What are you talking
Sure.
about?
What?
140 is fine.
140 is fine.
No, you have to bet increments.
Of, yeah, it's
25.
a quarter.
Small blind's 25.
Wasserson ruining the party.
5 or 150.
Where were you?
Jason is
Rules lawyer.
staring him down pretty hard. I think Jason's more worried about what Eric thinks than this hand.
I would have helped you.
Get it myself.
I would have helped you.
Well, they all got a piece. They're all still in there.
Jason's looking across the table saying, "Eric, you're not winning the treat the fish nice competition."
That's a total blank for everybody.
And a few players are asking, why does he have so many red chips? That's because Brad Garrett claims he's never had the biggest stack ever at a poker table.
Nice.
Oh, that was a really good bet with that hand. You got two better hands to fold real
Wow.
fast.
If that was red chips again, we both would have.
Brad's doing all this talk about being tight, but he might have some
This is
game
the
in
last time
him.
he played with red
Well,
chips at the table.
The thing is, when a player
You said
who's, you know, shown one hand today, pocket aces, and all of a sudden, all he's saying is, I want to stay here, I want to stay here, I don't want to lose. When he's going to make a bet on the flop, a bet on the turn, you kind of have to expect it.
Little smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Yep. It also worked out well because Jason had a hand that he doesn't really beat anything, and Kyle doesn't really beat that much.
I was a little
either,
surprised
so.
Kyle overcalled on the flop. Even when he has the best hand, it's hard for it to remain the best hand, and it's hard for him to get the showdown generally.
I do agree.
Or get the showdown cheaply.
Right.
Having said that, he's up $16,450, so it's
Scoreboard.
$150. Yep.
Of course not.
So the summer of
Richard
Kyle
Kanye
Bowker
is incredible.
continues after winning a WSOP bracelet, his first.
I was really excited for him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
and he's. I don't want to say come brutally close, but he's had some close calls over the
absolutely.
last few years. And on the other side of the spectrum, Ryan Fee also was a winner of the tag team event with Doug Polk this year, the only event that Fee played at the WSOP. So
I know Doug Polk has a lot of friends at this table. I'm sure a lot of people he's rooting for.
but
I want some red chips.
Yeah, the only 3 winners, by the way, so far are Garrett, Tilly, and Kyle. So,
so Kyle's in good company.
Kyle's doing well, but you know, for the quote-unquote pros, they're going to need to climb out of this hole because Jen and Brad are playing pretty well, and their stacks are reflecting it.
We have to do all 3 moves. Don't they know?
Well, I think if you're folding, it's not that important. Okay. It's more about if you're going to play the hand.
By the way, Jason's lost like 4 hands in a row. I've never seen this happen before. I don't know if anyone else in the world has
okay,
either.
so Jason wins just under 70,000 on the first day we stream. He then flies straight to North Carolina for the 10K WSOP Global Casino Championship, busts that event, flies back, and says, "I want to get in the game." Just it's like he just didn't want to stop. He wouldn't want to stop at 70,000. He wants more and more, and now he's back in the game.
Just another day in the life.
Yeah, just
who loves it the most?
a pretty good 3 days.
They both flop straight draws here. This pot could get interesting. I think Brandon just Brandon put in a call.
No, I'll tell him anything. I think that was part of it.
I don't see Brandon taking an aggressive action without making this hand here, so
I don't either.
it's going to be really tough for him to win this hand.
I don't know. This isn't a very good card for Jason
Yeah,
to bet
but it didn't,
that
he
often
couldn't
with this
catch
hand.
it,
Yeah, Jason's going to take the free
pointing.
card.
There was a lot of pointing.
Another blank came out, so whoever bets at it's going to win. I think Brandon's going to win this hand. Good bet by Brandon on the end there.
Yeah,
When Jason checks the turn, it's very unlikely he has much.
I agree.
And that river doesn't really change anything, so it's a
Brandon
good
wrote a
spot to
book
kind of
about
just.
poker.
I
You
don't
have
really,
anything either,
I don't
so.
really know
Yeah,
like how many
a long
hands
time
Brandon's
ago.
actually
When
betting
we
there
wrote
when the back door
about
flush
it.
comes
He
in.
inspired her poker game.
Yeah, it's really good.
He's gonna
Well, it
call
wasn't
it- he
about
gets gonna
playing
bet with
po-
his
it
eights
wasn't
and his
about
kings,
I got it on
rules
tape,
of poker,
He
actually.
might
it
bluff
was
with his
like
straight
about
draws.
it.
It's kind of hard to be bluffing. The only thing you could have for a
Those
bluff is a straight draw.
Yeah.
So.
What's the name of the book? Brooke.
It is hard for Jason to call with even ace high in that spot, so like a pair of fives.
I was more referring to from Brandon's seat. I'm just surprised. I was a little bit surprised about the river. Obviously, it's like
Well, he's seen Jason lose all these hands, so someone must have told him
he's
that
attacking
Jason.
the weakness, chicken
Exactly.
armor.
I read it back in the day. too.
Yeah,
Also,
Attacking the
Brandon's
weakness.
also
Has it been
stopped. So.
He's also really smart.
He is very smart. It was a very good bet by Brandon.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where if you check and Jason checks behind and,
but I mean,
you
like the real
know,
one?
they both feel weak and then Jason wins the hand,
Is it dark?
both of them are going to feel like it. Well,
Frontal?
Brandon's going to feel like an idiot. Jason's going to feel great.
At the time, poker was much more glamorous than it is now, so it was kind of showing the dark side.
This
of
isn't
poker.
glamorous to you? Who farted?
If it was your turn, then what would you do, bud?
Oh, is it my turn?
It is.
I'm sorry. That was an amazing, kind way of saying it, right? Like I'm like.
was a
If it was
little
your turn, what would you do? Wow.
I do that sometimes.
She's really, really good with that stuff. Very kind. A lot different than Jason would have said it.
Gilligan.
Yeah.
So Jason,
Brad's
when the
forgetting
fiance
names.
gave you the macrame bracelets, they're macrame? Is she, your fiance, is she 14, 15?
Jeez.
Who
Oh,
gives
man.
that to?
29, actually.
Okay,
Just
so like no Amber Alert or anything weird, right? When you go out, it's like she
Both
doesn't
of them
have
flop the
shoes that
straight
light
draw
up
again.
when you take her to dinner. She colored the menu?
She does. She does like those shoes.
You ever been married before, Jace?
No.
Okay.
This will be the
You ever slam your wiener in a drawer really hard? Do that 7 times, and then buy the tux.
I'm not bitter. You're not bitter. I worked through it.
Excellent use of wiener, by the way.
Oh dear.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of words that we would have to bleep out, but
You wouldn't, right?
That one should be safe.
You been married?
Once, yeah.
Right. You kill him?
Kyle decided to fire a
Is it
second
macro?
barrel here
No, you know.
on a pretty
that's
dry
on
board.
The producer.
This actually puts
Yeah.
Eric in a tough spot.
Yeah,
Because on the
he's a
flop,
good guy.
you're pretty happy to hit a king or queen, but once you face all these bets, if you hit another king or queen, you're not quite sure anymore.
Yeah.
No, we both got sad.
Yeah, sorry.
He loves poker too.
Did he?
Yeah. Did you ever play this game?
Eric
You
makes a
play
good
with,
king high call.
Norm McDonald. You played with Norm, right? And Hank Azaria.
I was never.
Really?
I never invited.
King high.
Good. I think you know why.
No, I don't.
River goes check, check. Kyle would have definitely won the pot with another bet there. But it's really hard to bet twice because the other guy could easily have a jack or a 10, and they're both really good hands.
so Mike, while you're probably going to be leaving us shortly in like a half hour, so as the heads up
25.80?
comes together, Marvin Carlin's at the Duckman22 on
When
Twitter
did they
says,
go up the blind?
"Stay there, keeps you away from my table where you are clear and
You
present
stop.
danger. You are clear and present and dangerous."
If you haven't met the Duckman before, he's a
We don't want
he's
you
a
to keep these right.
Character.
all on his own.
I've never had the pleasure.
I am not even remotely interested in playing him in the heads-up match, but unless it's in the finals.
Flying
That's true.
Duckman. And he's also a Florida-based.
He is a Tampa-based player.
It's a hard.
I believe he made the 5K Jacksonville final table in November.
Yeah.
He's a pro.
Kyle's going for it right now. He's up. He's feeling good. He's got the 7-8 off. You know, this is
Well, and,
this
you
is
know,
just a tier under all the hands he's
when
been
you
dealt.
get in, when you turn, you know, what is it? He's up. He was
He's up quite a bit.
20K, so he's up
The guy wearing a
close to
poker website.
15,000. When you do that in the first
down,
hour of
chip
play,
down.
you have to just have
Chip
this
down.
Did it chip fall on
this
the floor?
confidence,
down.
and you also probably have to think, okay, that maybe I can turn this into a
Only where you
30K
from?
win, a 50K win
There's
today.
an overwhelmingly
Off
good
to
feeling
15.
about getting up early in the session. I think it allows you to keep a much clearer mind the rest of your session, and in a lot of ways, you just you don't make irrational decisions like you may when you're stuck in big blind. You just play a clean, confident game, and oftentimes the players
For me, I'm Canadian.
feel it as well.
Are you Canadian?
Well, that's and even if
Where about?
you
Victoria,
personally
British
don't really
Columbia?
think, okay, I have
leave that
momentum,
place.
I'm feeling good. Everyone else looks around, they're like, this guy's winning every pot he's in, and he's doing it in a wide variety of ways. So every line he's taking seems to work, and if there's going to be a few players who get down in the session, you might want to attack them as opposed to Kyle Bowker. So
This is you and me.
be very interested in how that dynamic plays out. And
Awesome.
the player who is down the most so far is Ryan Fee, but if anybody knows how to spin it up, it is the recent bracelet winner and
You can order
get
whatever
some.
you want.
Can
Well, that's
you
actually
Yeah,
a
they'll get it.
surprising
Is
number
it
one
hotel
player
food?
on
They'll
on the
do whatever
VPIP
you want.
stats there with Mercier. I would not. He hasn't really been that active.
He
in-
must
in
be
my eyes.
tilting because he's lost like 4 hands in a row,
The guy with
which
the
is
glove.
amazing.
And as we see Bowker
Okay.
near the top of that list, he's been
I don't know,
very
I'd
involved.
usually
And
get a
Gentili,
ham- a grilled ham
if she's not in the top of the list,
you a
then
ham
something's
eater?
wrong.
Gentili
okay with
just
all that?
had the greatest straddle I've ever seen, by the way. Everybody folded.
It's a Lord's candy.
Played it
Fine.
perfectly.
You know that, right?
She did.
It's candy.
Yeah.
Kyle's got the ace-3 suited. The way he's playing, there's
fork,
no way he's
Jason?
going to fold. He decides to limp in.
It's like very
Merge.
That could have been mine.
Limping's
I
cool.
think that's a hair.
Nothing wrong with
Solid, like,
limping.
coming off
No,
the
that's a
This is a dent.
no. But look, what is this? That's a
don't
pube.
It's a red 9 is
There's
what
a
it
pu-
is.
There's a pube on this.
Hair.
Holy!
It's just one of Eric's body.
No, there was a hair on it. Am I wrong?
I think you're wrong.
I don't know. Stop talking to me.
That was the first glimpse of just being truly over it.
That's true. He does have pocket 9s, though, so he's going to bump it up.
He's gonna bump it to
Nervous.
400. Now we get
doesn't-
to figure out and watch Brad Garrett.
Fold. He'll fold the way he's been playing.
Don't show me this sign.
Okay.
Don't show me. I'm still in the hand. And Bowker is going to quickly call. So heads up to the flop. Wasserson in position with the best hand, 2 9s.
Kyle suited. Uh-oh. This is a fun one.
And this is an overpair for Wasserson on the 8 high, 2 spade board. But Bowker with that nut flush draw. And as you can see by the percentages, he actually is a slight favorite heading to the turn and river.
Eric has 24 outs in this hand, even though he's got the best hand by quite a bit.
I love when we glitched it. This is the only glitch that I'll ever actually point out because it is just so amazing. But it does come up because he has the lower percentage. That's
Right,
just
of
how the
course.
system is set up.
Kyle put in a check raise. It's actually a pretty good board to put in the check raise with his type of hand because there are a lot of real bad cards for Eric on the turn and river. It's going to be really hard for him to withstand pressure. And, of course, he has the flush draw. So when he hits, he's getting more money in now. An ace is not one of the cards that Eric really wants to see. That was also the card that gives Kyle the best hand where he doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily
now he
know
actually
has
has
the
some
best
showdown
hand.
value, so I could see Kyle checking here.
I think Kyle's going to continue to bet. Nope. Quick check, check. Now Kyle knows kind of what Eric has. He also made 2 pairs, so he's going to feel very comfortable betting.
I feel like you can't bet too large here on the river. You want to extract some value.
I think Kyle's going to bet something between 2,000 and 2,500.
I'll go on the lower end of that if I would personally.
Did he make it 3,100? That's pretty big.
That is fairly large.
That's one of those bets because like he has a very weird hand. Like you're not going to put him on aces up the way this hand was played. So he has one of those hands where like it's very hard for someone to kind of. He just has a hand like no one's going to put him on his hand.
It was about a 3,100 from Bowker, and
this isn't a fun spot for Eric, who's not had a lot of success, and he's been in a couple tough spots already.
But if you're Wasserson, you have to really think, what am I getting check raised on the flop with, and then what am I getting
Very
led
good fold.
into on the
makes a
river
good
where
disciplined
I can
fold.
beat him? And he makes a very, very good fold, does Eric Wasserson, and the story, the climb continues for Kyle Bowker.
Yeah, there's actually a very good chance Eric ended up putting Kyle on the nut flush draw that made a pair of aces.
Yeah.
The way that hand was played, because that's the hand that kind of makes the most
That's
sense
really
for Kyle.
that's really the only hand he can check raise.
500.
It's really the only hand you
Check
could
the
take that
turn
line with.
and
read you?
bet the river for value.
Not really.
All right, so
If you
Joe,
want
I'm going
it,
to
you
ask
want
you
it,
this
I will
question,
read it.
because
You can read
Mike,
it.
you can tune in as well.
Yeah.
Chime in
I
as
won't
well.
do that to you, but that's
Sean Deeb
Okay.
says that he might come down and jump in the commentary booth.
So how much is
He says
500
me
in
and Dan will
Louis
come down.
Sax's
We're in
side?
Florida now. Who would Dan be?
Daniel Weinman.
Weinman, for sure.
Oh, wow. I'm completely
You don't
blanking on
mind?
Dan
You're
Wyman. Okay.
amazing.
They were
Give me
both
your name
in
again.
Cherokee playing the championship.
Okay.
I was with me. I was there. I saw them
No,
both.
there isn't.
If I maybe took a thought,
That's so
like took
cool
like
of you.
4 seconds to figure it
Now I've
out,
got some
I probably would have come to
reds.
It's
this.
definitely Daniel Weinman.
No,
But
that's
Sean will do a great job as long as he doesn't have to write anything.
Yeah,
It's true.
Sean, we filmed in Philly at Sugar House Casino, the brand new Poker Night in
So,
America, branded
Ugh.
poker room there.
I don't want to remember
Joe
those
played in
goals.
the Joe played in the game.
Joe
Didn't really
played very poorly.
didn't
Yeah,
really
I
go
know,
Joe's
so
way,
I'm
but
not, like, 'cause
I
Tom was
spent
really good
4
friends.
hours in the booth with Sean
Yeah.
Deeb, and then I got
Yeah.
Mark Herm for the next 4
I will say,
hours.
I was doing
I
a
walked
day.
out. I walked out. I said,
presentation, but, you
I'm
know,
ready to play
I'll
any
ask
game,
the
any
person
stake,
who
no matter
I
what.
was
And
card was
it was
You have to.
one of the most
You did so much
thought-provoking
Good people.
commentary sessions I've ever had, just because they were
my own little
everything they
foundation.
said. I
That's
was
a
like,
charity
oh
thing.
my
Yeah,
God, you're
I'm
so
telling you.
right.
Are you really?
That's why they're the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both very good players. They're both. Sean's, of course, played Poker Night in America
I was
numerous
reading about it
times.
yesterday.
He's
It's a big article.
very good cash
in
game
terms of
player.
Neil wrote it.
And I don't know. I don't think Mark actually plays that many cash games, but he's a very tough tournament player, and
Yeah.
I think his strategy also translates well to cash.
Is that mine? Yeah, they usually bring me 4 pieces. Okay, is there more? Okay, thanks. Oh, that's me.
It's the worst thing that happened to Jen Tilly in a long time. They only brought her.
They only brought her one grilled cheese.
nice little security though.
She's got the 10-9 suited though, so of course she's going to be a huge favorite in this hand. No matter what the math says, you don't believe it when you have 10-9 suited.
I don't need it now.
Ooh, nice action flop. Jen's
And
got
it
the
is-
flush draw. Brandon's got the 3 kings.
2 kings, 2 hearts out on the flop.
Had some good flops today.
Yeah, some action flops, and the way that Gentili plays, she's not gonna play this one slow, and now it's on Brandon Adams.
I think Brandon will play it slow though.
Yeah, I think with a player like Tilly,
Also, Tilly's taken some stabs and folded, so if Brandon,
Jack of hearts one time.
if Brandon were to raise, it would be, I think he would just win the pot a lot, and he doesn't want that with this hand. I think he wants to let Jen keep going.
If it's a big
There's 2,000 in the pot. Gentili is going to bet close to half that.
This is a spot where Brandon could either call or raise.
that's good. That's for you.
I think calling's actually better for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I definitely prefer calling.
One of the spots is if he is beating this hand, he could get stacked if he raises, where it's kind of hard to get stacks in if he's not beat. Jen missed her flush,
I don't know. It might be
and I
neutral.
believe she checked.
She did
Jen
check.
has, I believe, yet to do.
I believe she checked
Oh,
already.
okay, she did check, and Adam's going to put out.
A nice big bet of 3,000. Unfortunately, Jen has 10 high, so Brandon's not going to get anything, but I think both those players played that hand really well. I think Brandon got as much as he could.
What are they playing?
And I
Gotta be
will,
a boost
I
for
will
him.
say throughout the
They've been playing 2-4. They're playing
throughout the
like
course of today, Gentili, she might be checking that river
the most.
in that situation, but we are going to see her make some pretty outlandish river bluffs throughout the
She's
throughout the
aware
session.
of more than people give her credit for, and when Brandon calls her twice, like it's not a run out where many hands are going to fold.
I think she knows Brandon has a pretty good
I
hand
think this is
when
the
he calls
second
twice.
tournament
I agree.
he's gone to with Phelps. So he knew before that.
If the board had changed in a more dramatic fashion,
Yeah, so he's probably
I could see her taking a stab.
You know, when you
But
first came
I
on
could
the scene
too,
as a
but
poker
the
fan.
king-5 board and you get called twice, you know, you always got to be fearful your opponent has a king.
Sure. Okay. So a 6 high straight.
That's
Okay.
really
It was,
good.
I think that would have been a not very good spot to bluff, so I think her give up was pretty
I
good.
felt like I needed to grow some muscles.
So we talked about the Ian O'Hara. Ian O'Hara was actually in the booth with us yesterday for a short time. We talked about the Ian O'Hara Nick Palma heads-up matchup. Nicky P just hit the Twitter. He goes, "Me versus the giant toddler in round 1 of the 1650 heads-up."
that is feature match written all over it.
I
Get
would
them on the-
happily skip my match to watch
Get
that.
them
Yeah.
on the stream. Get them on the feature table. And speaking of feature table, this has been
This has been a very
some
good table.
awesome poker, but some also extracurriculars as well.
Oh yeah.
Who plays it?
Mainly with Brad Garrett. Gentili's been involved, and some big hands for Kyle Bowker to start the day. He's up nearly 16,000.
I thought Eric only played the limit.
And poor Eric Wasserson, he's basically had to either play his own hand or walk Brad Garrett through playing his.
The big bet game today. Cash.
And Wasserson with the best hand here with ace high, but
Are you playing the main
Ryan
event?
Fee in position.
Ryan doesn't like to not bet when it checks to him.
No, I wish I could.
Gotta go back and
Yeah.
This is a good spot. I think there's a good
Yeah.
chance he gets 2 folds here.
yes.
He also put out a pretty big bet relative to the pot.
I'm out in LA. Yeah.
And Ryan Fee
I'm in Vegas half the time.
You know
is
the
down
show
in this
is,
game
right?
right from the get-go. Kyle Bowker,
BMGM.
Yeah,
and
I
he
know, I
got
saw
nearly
that.
20,000 in
Except for you
with
have to take
Bowker's
the
pocket
parking.
queens holding against Ryan Fee's
We'll handle it.
pocket tens. That was a
You're
5-bet
all invited. We validate. Glad to
hand
have you.
pre-flop that Bowker instantly called.
I remember when you did that roast for
Eric's
boy.
found himself in a lot of tough
Bill
decisions
Hudson
today.
and
This is another one.
Pamela Anderson walked out.
He raised pre-flop. He's got a big ace. He has the ace of spades,
Maybe
which is a
that's why
good
Pete
card.
is watching you.
He knows Ryan's probably
You didn't
a
think
little
she'd
bit more
walk out of a
aggressive.
roast. I mean, you
I
think she
don't,
could take it.
I don't think she understood what a roast was, or
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
I was
This is
going to say,
creative.
this
And
is
then a band flipped me
one of
off.
those
I remember that.
times where you get to see
Stop. You got
players really think this through, the wheels turn, and
I'm really not a
told
fan
me
of
Joe
this check
Todd
raise at all. And
made her walk?
it is going to work in this example, but
what does it accomplish?
There is
If there's a made
Yeah,
hand on the
they
other
do
there
side.
is not a
He's
single
taking
hand
more
in
loads
poker
than a
that
Maytag.
you're really representing
And,
there.
boy,
I actually completely disagree with you. I think it's a very good check raise because I think he read into
she
the
gave me
fact that
Christian hug. You know what I mean?
Ryan
The
flatting
pre-flop action
pre-flop.
was Brandon opened and both called. correct?
No, Eric raised. Brandon.
Oh, Brandon was a straddle.
Yes, Eric was the razor pre-flop. Brandon, I believe, was the straddler.
This is a Doyle Brunson.
Ryan called and then
Yeah,
Brandon
he
called.
thought he was supposed to insult Doyle
It
Brunson.
doesn't represent
Yeah.
that much, but people
'Cause
do
she was-
sometimes
remember
do
they
that
had
with
that
hands,
hand
and I
poker.
think when Ryan bets that
And
big,
then she
when he calls
quit,
pre-flop, he just has a lot of
fronting it. She said,
not good hands, like 10
I don't know what I
suited.
was thinking.
She
Then
blamed
goes-
me.
she
that he
goes,
can't really
"Poker
do anything
face."
against.
I'm
And if
like,
Eric calls and checks the turn and Ryan bets again, it's
But
very
she's
hard for
out
Eric to win.
of
that
I
one.
was not a fan of calling. I probably would have
Yeah,
just
that
given
was
up in that
the
spot
perfect
personally. But
If I was checking, I would probably
Actually
fold
very
as well.
sweet
Yes.
person.
Yeah.
She really
Oh,
cared
But I
about
guess he might have read something into Ryan's big raise, or into Ryan's big bet, excuse me. So
I just feel like it's a little bit too risky.
You really go there?
it can be risky, and when Brandon has like pocket nines,
Picked up so many
and
times, she's
actually
got
when
handle.
Ryan has pocket nines and calls, you get in a lot of weird spots
Yeah,
on the
do that.
turn.
And
much is
Ryan began that hand with close to 8,000, so a
Is it
raise
really
to,
so
I believe it was 2,400. If Ryan just quickly
Is it
says all in, then
I
you
think
kind of
I
just,
think he is.
you know,
Oh, yeah.
Eric,
Your-
you're
puke and you're
very
down,
fast.
you're down,
hand's
you're down
being
2,400.
lit on fire for sure. And
Is it
then
255?
if he has a hand that can call,
Oh, come now.
I also
come
feel
on.
like
Then you're treading water
This
with
is a
just
good
ace
card-
high
card
on.
game.
Ryan certainly has a lot of hands.
It was 255.
He likely has
255 and
the
you
best
It's those
range
magic
for that
bracelets.
flop. He probably has a lot more suited connectors. He probably has a lot more
the
pocket
professor
pairs.
calls?
Your hand like
What's the name of the book
only
again?
really blocks nut flush draw and the wheel gutter,
Mm-hmm.
and like to me that's not enough equity to justify, you know, turning that hand into a bluff against somebody whose range is like
We're gonna see a flop,
significantly
right?
wider
Yeah.
than yours.
Ryan Fee could have very well had 10-8 of spades, and then he's going nowhere.
Right.
Yep, but I think Eric is going to plan to follow through on a lot of turn cards. If he's deciding to do that on the flop.
If he is,
Yeah,
if
he
is called.
certainly has to jam the turn. If he gave up on the turn, that would be
Depending
that'd
on
be
what the turn card was.
right.
Check.
Sandwiches.
This is a pot where both players don't really like the flop. Brad was the pre-flop raiser, and he put out and he checked back the flop, so this bet kind of looks a little more suspicious. But Brandon's going to give it respect, and Brad winning another pot. Brad's won a few pots with the worst hand.
As we've seen so far, I feel like Brad's going to get a lot of respect in a lot of hands because, you know, there's a continuous theme of unpredictability is difficult to play against.
This is
Well,
true.
give him a
Also,
call
Brad's
later, huh?
every time
Yeah,
Brad's
nothing
in the
weird.
pot, that means there's a lot of red chips in the pot, which means the pot looks intimidating.
It's true.
And Brad's used to
We
it
get
because
the
he's playing in a big pot every time he
Yeah.
plays the hand. Whereas all these other guys might, you know, tighten up a little bit and just fold the sevens on the
That
turn because they
purple
look in the
chip
pot and they see all these
chip
$5
is-
chips.
These are all elite points, Joe.
The magic chip.
I mean, when he's putting in 40 chips pre-flop, all these other guys are only used to calling like 4.
And Supreme Terrific saying he's getting mad respect because he has the biggest stack.
That's right.
So it's
Block
all going
champ.
according to plan for Brad Garrett.
Yeah, guys, don't fall for the dummy act.
Oh yeah, this is your straddle.
And guys,
Okay, straddle man.
while we
Straddle.
want everyone to be
Yeah.
following
You don't want
along
the red.
on
It
this
has to be black
stream,
first round.
Yeah, it has to rule.
we know that there's going to be some awesome
Floor.
table talk. We're going to follow the action. We're going to follow the table talk. There is an alternate stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/PokerNightTV2. That is without us, sans commentary, but stay here with us. We are going to be following all the action. We're going to, throughout the rest of the day, have a few big-name guest commentators come through. Right now, my name's Will O'Connor. We're here with Michael Lockey, Sherpo Patch Pro, and Joe Champ McKeon.
I've heard of the next guest and that's going to come in the room, and
Wonder why.
I think the Twitch chat will appreciate her a lot more than they appreciate us.
Her, you just ruined
That wasn't really
ruined
your
this.
That wasn't really
Oh,
An
but
entire
I
afternoon of
think-
spoiler alerts.
I don't think you guys understand how Twitch works. If you mention a grill coming in the booth,
Few more of them you could-
they're going to stay until
They're-
the grill comes in.
Hey,
the booth.
ladies.
They're going to go crazy.
Brad
Oh
wants
man,
crazy.
a grill in the booth, pog champ.
Go
Will.
crazy, go crazy for Mama.
Yes. Well, now you spoiled it because you called her mama.
And Jason Mercier, he might be a little sleepy. He might be a little tired.
This is amazing. He's only won like 1 or 2 pots so far, and he's played more than that. I'm just so confused. I mean, I understand he's no Tom
I
Marchese,
do not
but
remember him dragging a single pot.
Yeah, I don't think
Those
he's,
red chips that he has, I remember he strictly
do that
bought
off
some of them off Kyle.
Yeah.
I think he's raised a couple pots pre-flop. I don't think he's won a pot that's gone to the flop yet.
It's hot.
Ryan's got an ace in the straddle.
Spaghetti?
I think he's showing Jason a lot of respect there.
No, but what happens?
But I
Todd,
mean,
when-
Jason
when
hasn't won a
I-
pot,
when I
so-
get to eat, what happens to the play?
It's slow.
Squeaky
Wow.
wheel gets the grease.
So everybody in the chat is now
Oh, yeah, I like
wondering.
to
Hog
try
champ.
to
They think it's
straddle.
Maria. They think it's Abernathy.
I see. This is what you do in chat, Will. You give people the spoilers when girls are involved.
This is why you're the champ.
Yes.
Right now, they just went up to 50, 25, 50, 100.
I don't want to spoil it anymore. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
I mean, I see at least 10 pog champs. I'm so
No,
excited.
this gets again. Thank you. Oh, there's Pete's back here. I probably didn't even need a sandwich.
Show up a little, you know what I mean? Are you cool taking your top off?
Brad might also keep a lot of people in the room. Eric's finally got a good hand, the 6-4 suited.
On the button.
On the button, he's loving the spot. He's of course gonna raise it up.
Todd, when will the ratings be in so we know how it's going?
And Jason's also got a good hand in the straddle position. The straddle's on. Looks like they're kicking the game up a little bit. A few hands in a row, there's been a straddle.
Is it more than 7?
Here she is.
Oh no.
Oh, here we go.
The mama. Mama got dressed up today.
We're not black. New color for me.
What a life.
Yeah, tough life.
Hi, Chase.
Eric's going for a little thin value here when he turned to 6.
Mercier is going to throw it away.
Jason making the good disciplined fold of ace high.
Somebody asking through Twitter, that's Ryan Lee at AC Poker, asking why don't they play 9-handed? Well, because 7-handed poker is much more exciting,
Finally got some red shit.
especially when we get straddles and double straddles. Then you get 4 players in the blind. So
Eric's
I believe
climbed out of
Poker
the
Night in
hole,
America
too.
started 9-handed, and then they quickly realized that, all right, we want to liven this up a little bit.
Yeah, the first 2 times I had played, it was 9-handed.
Was 9, yeah.
And, you know, you just have to play a little more disciplined. You have to play a little more clean. And it's not nearly as quality TV.
Yeah, no, and you know, there are some situations where, unfortunately, you know, we go through, you know, 6 hours of play, and there's,
Can you imagine what's going to happen?
you know, 2 or 3 big pots that play out.
Also-
and you know, you want a little bit more per hour action.
You certainly get more hands in 7-handed as opposed to full ring, but also, like, sometimes you just need to get the volume of hands in so that there's interesting spots that create themselves.
Yeah.
Whether
No,
it's
that's not
big
the-
hand
that
against
move
big
is
hand,
not
whether it's,
bouncing.
you know, somebody taking a bluff into a big hand. And,
Yeah.
you know, I think you're just more likely to overall create a big pot.
And you're more likely to create a little bit of a dynamic. You know, there's something to be said about hands that play out in the first hour, and then hands that play out in the last hour.
Oh,
These guys have
it's
been
extremely different.
bashing their heads
Absolutely.
together for hours, and the more hands you can get in that time frame, the better that it's going to get as you know the production goes.
Absolutely.
It's all about the swimming.
They've been bashing heads pretty
Oh,
good so far today,
God,
though.
Yeah, this has been
Get a new setup.
pretty much nonstop. Brad Garrett acting a little faster now, so the Twitch chat has finally gotten to him. And Ryan Feek still doing what he does.
Ryan Cheese turned with the 8-6 suited. And fortunately for him, Jason's also picked up a real hand, so he
We
can
will
get a
most
lot
likely
of chips
see
in there with a hand like that.
3 bets from Jason Mercier. He was the biggest winner so far this week.
This is a very
Nearly
large 3-bet.
$70,000 winner on Wednesday.
This 3-bet is to about 4.5x.
And Brandon Adams.
Also has a big hand. This could get interesting.
He has just exactly 10,000 in front of him. And with an open and a 3-bet, he's taking a look at Jason Mercier's stack, wondering what the best play to do here with 2 10s.
This is a tough spot. He could realistically do, he could fold, call, or raise. It depends what he thinks of Jason. I think the way he's playing,
It
he's
looks
about
like
to fold.
it looked like calling wasn't an option.
It could have been in
Are you really
position
at
if he
Harvard?
thinks Jason's got a
Yeah,
bunch of garbage, but it's
I,
always hard to play a
taught
hand
there
like
9 years,
pocket
so
tens,
Teach economics.
Where
even
did you
just in a
teach?
big pot.
I taught 1 year of game theory, taught 5 years of behavioral finance, and 3 years of the U.S. and the world economy, like international macro.
He's smart.
Unbelievable.
Brandon
This is at
smart.
Harvard, by the
Confirmed.
way.
Did you go to college?
And he made Phil Hellmuth
did.
go on a rant on TV once.
Brandon Adams isn't the only person.
Went to University of Florida.
No, but he's
a long time ago.
the only person at the
Still
table.
out
He-
here
Oh,
now, or
yeah,
you-
yeah,
Went
yeah.
to London School of Economics, and
He is definitely the most famous person here.
I
Is the
am
button wrong?
half.
I'm certain that
it's
Eric
right.
and
Yeah, it's
Phil
right.
have clashed at some point along the way.
Oh, absolutely, but I don't know if it would be on TV or not.
Yeah, I don't think we can check
Probably
YouTube.
not. Probably not on
Yeah, I mean,
TV.
what is he
Because I was
doing?
under the gun last
I would also pay to watch Eric and Phil and a few others just play a game.
It might be a sick move, though.
Ryan's got himself a good hand for real this time. Now Mercier's got the suited ace.
Yeah, that's for sure.
This is interesting because Mercier just 3-bet him the hand before.
And six.
Yeah, I don't see him 3-betting again.
I don't either.
Hand's too good.
This always looks very weak when you do it, though. Also, we have a spoiler on Eric's cards. They all have an
He's
ace.
about to pull the ultimate move.
Okay. Raising there would be strong.
That would be real
I'd
fun.
be-
Fold?
Yeah, I tried to. They wouldn't let me. So now I'm
So it's the kings versus all the aces.
And
And
the Kings are gonna flop a set.
Eric's
King
the
high
only one
flop,
that got a
2
piece.
spades. Wasserman has a pair.
Pair and the ace of
and
spades.
ace of spades. Hmm.
It's gonna go bet, fold, fold, and then I think Eric's gonna convince himself to take one off. At least one.
Ryan Fee is
What
certainly
Ryan's
betting.
sizing is here.
I think he bet pretty standard. 700, 800.
I should
Maybe it's a little
probably
big.
800.
Ooh, Eric with a very good disciplined fold there.
That one bad beat for one of us. If I
For
had
Eric,
to
he kind of has to go
Correct.
perfect
Before I
to win that pot. So.
Oh, it's a good spot. When you flop top side, it's usually a very good spot to be.
And but against a player like Fee, Wasserson knows that he's going to have to face a bet on the turn and river, so
It's
it
definitely
could get
possible.
expensive.
It is definitely possible.
And Wasserson has been, along with Bowker, the player who's been the most active
what's your
pre-flop in
website?
terms of raising. And Gentili, she's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start.
She's also playing less hands.
She's also not sitting at the
she's been
table.
dealt out for a while.
Yes.
Website's about we teach
I heard her say that she found pizza.
Oh, really?
That
I
was
mean-
that was audible from the rafters.
I like her strategy then. I would do the same thing
Yeah,
she did
I
if I
mean,
heard pizza was
Yeah, I'm
around.
going to go get some pizza, too.
All right, we'll
There's
see.
pizza?
We'll see you guys
Yeah.
later.
All right, close the stream down, guys. It's pizza time.
Shut it down.
Call pre-flop and I'll see a turn.
I actually had a deceptive hand too. I had an ace. So if an ace turns, you're just gonna give me all of it.
Yeah.
Brad straddled with the pocket threes. I think he's going to happily see the flop here.
You know what? If we're gonna get Brad Garrett
Gotta give you
straddling
some
in this
reds,
game,
man.
then this game is gonna get good really
Yeah,
quick.
if Brad's straddling, I think everyone's going to straddle. This game's going to get big. This should be a fun day of TV for you guys.
Yeah, you need more? You want me to call you down?
You would have been fine. I actually had kings. You would have been fine.
Oh really? Wow. That's pretty sick.
8-8-6 rainbow flop, so Garrett's
Yeah.
pocket pair still in the lead, but he's gonna have to face a bet from Jason Mercier.
At least I
Yeah,
struck.
fuck,
It's
I'm
not
on
that
the
bad.
pot.
And plus, you got my extra 100 at least.
There you go.
This was a good continuation bet.
I
Brad
got
didn't
it.
flop a three squeeze out, which
Although I
is
guess I
not a
would've-
bad
Oh, you
strategy.
got an extra,
Jason,
600.
I think the universe is settling itself
story's
again because
gonna get
Jason
better,
is
right?
winning
Yeah,
the
it's
pots he's playing.
What the hell's going on? Jesus Christ,
Actually, you
I've
know,
never
we-
heard conversation.
You-
I fucking stabbed myself.
I don't want to. I don't want to be awkward or anything, but we weren't talking to you.
No, I know that. But you're talking around me, and it's like.
Eric's needle game is quite
Well,
high and
might be the
underrated,
best
guys.
defensive left.
He could be very good.
Talk through
It's tough to
it.
get him to leave a room.
I think Eric and I
Well,
have a
that's a
similar
firecracker,
personality in that we don't usually give a crap about what's going on.
What the hell's going on? See, that's what I say. You could be book smart and still a Nimrod. You know what I mean? No, I mean, he's a nice guy, but it's like.
Nice guy. He's a really nice guy.
Well, I better
No,
not
no,
leave.
he's a sweetheart.
See,
But it's
Jen
like,
left. I'm not leaving for sure. I'm
why
not.
is everyone.
I got a pizza. You're gonna play heads up.
I think the game's actually breaking because of the pizza.
Who raised?
Brandon got up,
The guy
and I think
above
other people are getting up as well.
Beautiful orange chips.
Yeah.
Kyle's still feeling good.
Poker Night
7-3
America
suited.
heads up between Kyle Bowker and Brad Garrett.
It's amazing
Who's your
they
money
could
on,
just
Joe?
leave a live show.
I would definitely put it on Brad.
Back
I
in
would
the
really
day,
want to root for Brad.
You know, when I worked in talkies, people.
However, today so far has been Kyle's day, so
It is the Bowker show right now.
I gotta start playing. This is bullshit. You know what I mean?
Start playing some hands.
Yeah, I think I just
We
have
should
to.
take the straddle off. four-handed, it's bad for the game. I think.
Party pooper Eric taking the straddle off.
Yeah,
Come
come
on.
Oh, he's back. He's
Not
back.
sure that works the way he thinks it does.
Oh, Brandon's
What'd you
back.
get, Doc?
That's a chicken Caesar wrap he has.
Oh, they have those out there? Nice.
Not
Only
the
if you're a
dealer.
professor, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Professors only. Sorry.
All right, I hear you.
The aggression frequency factor.
I think
Tilly
I saw some
at the top, I don't think is a
What are you
surprise.
Sound like a juice.
He's usually at the top. I think everyone's played reasonably in line, which might be surprising is Ryan at the bottom because he's pretty
Yeah, you
aggressive.
people.
He likes to
Obviously
bet when
people.
it's checked to him.
It's unbelievable.
It's
He's
been
not one to
so
miss a
few
bet.
hands that like
How much
some
are
people
they?
just haven't really been dealt relevant.
Yeah, Ryan actually hasn't played that many hands.
I'll take 3.
Ryan might actually be V-pipping the least. Maybe him or
I
Brad.
think the blind should be up. No, is it? What is
You want
there?
to put double straddle?
Yeah.
Well, no.
Well, that's
Jason with that.
there's
Don't
not
threaten
an
me with a
order?
good time.
This
Look.
was 2 days ago. Somebody asked, like,
Love that.
oh, is it okay if I buy in for 25K? And Jason just looked and he said, "You can buy in for whatever you want." the more the merrier for Jason Mercier. If Brad Garrett wants to up the blinds, I think you're not going to hear a
Everyone must be
complaint
just
from
wealthy. I'm getting
the
no
recent
cards.
two-time bracelet winner.
How often,
And
Professor?
he's got
I'm
the
over
jacks
here.
when Eric has
How
nines.
often would you
this
say you've
is-
lost percentage-wise? Without telling me. I mean, can you give me a?
Two of the more
The guy
well-rounded
in
players
broke,
at this
how much
table,
did
just
he
in
blow?
terms of mixed game
Fifty,
prowess.
50?
They have two of the more well-rounded hands in the game as well.
Okay.
Some top
got it.
pairs.
This is not going to be a
We'll
fun
get it,
spot
guys.
for Eric.
It's not because I made it 350, not 375.
Eric's going to probably end up calling in position, though, with a very strong hand. He knows Jason's pretty capable.
What, are you not going to talk to us now?
He asked me a very specific question.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want to give anything away. He's a pro.
Got it.
And these two pros are going to see an ace-high rainbow flop. Ace could slow the action.
Neither one of them wants to see that ace. Jason's still the re-raiser pre-flop. He's going to put out a nice little smaller bet than usual on this type of flop, which is a good idea.
Oh, I got it again.
Eric's got a pretty big pair, though. He's still not going to fold. There's only one overcard out there, even though it's the biggest one in the game.
Ten of spades is another overcard to Wasserson's
It
nines.
was almost a 9. Had the right amount of spots. Complete rainbow board. This is an interesting spot because this is a board now both players really aren't liking that much.
Full rainbow. Double rainbow
It'd be
all the
interesting to
way.
see
Taste the rainbow, Will.
If Eric turns his hand to a bluff, check 2.
What, like 3 in the morning?
Jason's putting out a bet.
He's not going to get that opportunity, though.
Yeah.
And Mercier is going to take it down.
They're gonna be
I would like to see a call on the turn from Eric. It would definitely be bad. I just want to see what Jason does on the river.
Straight draw.
I had an apple on the
Well,
tree.
and Joe, you were really excited to get in the booth because you got to see Jason Mercier's hole cards.
Yeah.
What time's the break?
He's actually losing some pots, though. I think he knew I was in the booth, so he's trying
So
to.
he's playing. He's actually throwing this session.
Absolutely. I think he's still going to make probably 40,000 by the end of the day because it wouldn't be fair if he didn't. But I think he knows since I'm only in the booth
On
for
the
not
button?
a little while longer, I'll probably go out there and be like, all right,
Good
Jason, I
position,
understand what you're
okay.
doing. You can kick it up now.
One of my favorites.
I had a big hand, though.
You had 2 queens?
Similar. Not queens exactly. I had a pair.
All right, I think
Yeah.
we are
Play this
going
shit.
to be
I just can't.
bidding our future heads-up
Turn to 10.
semifinalists. That's the prediction
That's- that would be
from
fair.
me.
It's a safe
Professor, when
prediction.
you
I
bluff,
do now.
How important is position?
Michael Lockey, Sherpo Patch Pro, Joe McKeon heading towards the heads-up championship. Not yet. Heads-up event here, part of the Sherpo
Oh, it's
series.
the championship.
Yeah.
And they're going to be looking forward to some really solid results in that event, but
Why?
also
If you're
some
learning stuff.
solid results this weekend. So, guys, thank you so much for joining in on the commentary.
Oh, we're going to commentate this hand, Will.
Okay. All right, I'll let you guys take this one away.
Okay, well, Kyle's flopped 2 pairs,
Ace
and
Jack.
Ryan has flopped an open-ender. So
Be
this
interesting to
is
see
a
if
nice
Ryan,
action flop.
Puts in a little raisy daisy here.
Ryan was the razor pre-flop. Kyle straddled, and Ryan decided to check the flop, which is kind of non-standard since he does have a 6. He has some outs when he gets called.
Ryan opened at a small blind. Okay.
Ryan was the opener.
This is a little bit
This is interesting.
It was an interesting check on the flop. He's playing 8,600.
Yep. Ryan's not going to fold.
Right, for sure.
Looks like he's about to put in a raise, too.
Maybe get it in.
Ryan likes the action. There's a good chance he's
Yeah.
raising, and Kyle just shoves it in here. Ryan's going to call. This is actually a weird spot
Yeah,
for
but
Kyle,
every time you leave, it's
but I think Kyle's very secure in how large his hand is. so-
Yeah, and I don't. Kyle's probably just interested in getting all the money in. It's a matter of which street he wants to do it.
I think this is probably the right one. Yep.
I agree.
Oh, and Ryan folded real fast. I guess he didn't want to get it in. A good discipline lay down though. Another nice pot, and we're gonna hand the Kyle Balker show on over to our special grill, guys.
Yeah.
Grill.
We're excited.
All right. Hopefully we can not be back later on. We'll be busy today, but
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
don't.
busy
I,
today.
I don't want to see either of you come back to the booth, come back to the game, because that means that things went south real
appreciate you
quick.
having us
Yeah,
on.
don't worry
and,
about that, Will.
I think it's small.
We're gonna work.
Oh, yeah,
we're gonna
I'll-
work in the
I'll-
future.
What
Absolutely.
button? What do I
But
do?
yeah, guys, thank you so much, Joe
All right.
McKee and Michael Lockey.
And then what, I wait
Follow
for the
them
password
on
and then what?
Sherpo.com as they head to the Heads Up
Oh, yeah, I'll buy that. How
event,
much is it again?
part of the Sherpo series, and
35? All right.
Want some bread?
What? I bought
Want
the
some
button.
bread?
What?
as
Want some
we
bread?
I've got a lot
send
of
them
red.
out
I think
the
I've got enough
door,
red, yeah.
All right.
we get
Are you getting
a player that
tired
has
of
already
red?
graced
Red.
the
think
felt
it
so
was,
far today, or excuse me, this week, I should say, at Sherpo. And that is
It looks like a lot.
the mama.
It's in fives.
It feels like it.
Ite.
Oh, hey.
What's up? Esther Taylor in the house.
Who's what?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
You're feeling pretty strong?
I'm feeling strong.
We were gonna have you start the coverage, but we figured we'd let you get your beauty sleep.
Yeah, I was
Let you get some
thinking strong
rest.
performance
Where are
on
you?
Tuesday and strong commentating today.
Yeah.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah, and how did your performance go
The same lady.
on poker night yesterday, or 2 days ago? Excuse me.
Yesterday was
Recap-
actually perfect.
recap the fence. Yesterday was fun.
perfect. I was on a boat and I played perfectly, actually. I believe.
You played perfectly
Yeah.
on the boat. Did you ride the jet ski?
I honestly wish I was on the boat on Tuesday too, to be honest.
Yeah.
People, Professor.
Did
I
you-
did. We had two wave runners, and we had a what do you call the boats? Like a jet boat or a?
Unbelievable.
I usually just call boats boats, but
Well, it's like a fast one, a
Yeah,
speedboat.
a speedboat, okay.
Okay, there we go. I'm from Korea, so I don't really know the American terminology.
Ton of Cubans here.
Anyways, yeah. So it was fun. I was with Glance and his son and a couple other poker players.
you were with Bowker, so he obviously has speedboat run good.
He
he
does.
hasn't
yeah,
slowed
we
down.
both played perfectly yesterday.
He hasn't slowed down.
And so should help.
Yeah, no, Bowker right off the bat won a nice over $10,000 pot against Brandon Adams.
Oh.
Right off the bat, and then won queens to Ryan Fee's tens, all in pre-flop for 10,000.
Oh,
So
well, Brian and
easy
him
day
have
for
a lot of history, and so I
Yes.
actually thought it was going to go one way or the other with those two. But you know, it's hard in that spot because they both have WSOP run good right now. Both
well,
bracelet
we were
winners.
talking on Tuesday when you played. Mercier has continued his summer run good, and these guys,
Where, fourth
only
grade
one
don't
person
they?
at the table can have the WSOP run good, and so far today it's Bowker.
Yeah.
And
like
let's
they
just
say-
touch on that real quick. You were there for his bracelet win.
I was.
How
No, on that,
effing
on that
cool
board.
was
Oh,
that?
board?
It was
Yeah.
really amazing.
But how about
We
in the
had
hijack?
like a
What
really
color-
great
what color
rail,
is
and
black?
That's a good question, actually.
Kyle's just one of those
Black.
players who's kind of been there a lot with a lot of shots at it, and he
What's the
finally
base?
came through for him, and that's really cool
what?
to see.
Yeah, and I
It's
was-
really cool to see somebody who's worked so hard and so long, and it finally come through for
That's
him.
not to see
And
that, but I mean,
nothing is really
Pre-flop.
deserved in poker, but that moment was definitely deserved for him.
Yeah, no, and I was saying he hadn't had that many like
You're straddling
close,
right.
brutal calls, like seconds, thirds, but he's had some big runs and some big events, and eventually you have to
It's just a secret
hope
of
that
poker players.
the quote-unquote good guys can close one out, and Kyle Bowker definitely one of those good guys, and was able to finally do that this summer.
Yes, it was really awesome. It was really awesome to be there, and I'm really happy for him, obviously.
All right, and you had we'll turn this into a little bit of a quick interview portion before we get back to the poker. You had a spectacular summer yourself.
I had a summer that I can't complain about. Yeah. Jen was like, "You almost won a tournament." I was like, "Yeah, you get like nothing for that." But no. I mean, all you can do is like kind of keep trying to get yourself there. Get yourself there.
Yeah, you opened the summer nearly final table in 2 events. Then you finally broke through final table to finish 4th. It was the 10K 08.
It was the 10K Stud 8, which is
Stud
actually
8.
my favorite and probably my most experienced game. So it's really cool for that to be my actual first WSOP final table.
Yeah.
It was a really cool experience. So.
All right, and the experience of Poker Night in America not really going Ryan Fee's way so far. He's on the other end of another tough situation with the second best hand against Jen Tilly this time, and Tilly's going to bet the turn for 2,000. Jen Tilly's had a tough go of things over the last 2 days, mainly because
I thought she did okay yesterday. I wasn't really watching too closely, but
you were on a boat, Ite. You already admitted that.
Oh, that's right. They find the news travels out to me on the boat.
Yeah. You guys were sending like Snapchats and stuff on the boat. How did you do that? You're in the middle of the ocean, or was it like a bay?
There was great service, like 5
Really?
bars. Yeah.
I can barely get service at my house.
There's better service out on the ocean than there is in the Hard Rock. I'm like, that's not even a joke.
From the south.
And here we get to see the cumulative winnings, and it is Kyle Bowker and then the rest of the group.
What did he say about me when I was gone?
Nothing but love.
We actually don't even need to do that much talking today, Will, because we have Brad Garrett at the table, who is so. I was watching the stream a little bit earlier, and he's so entertaining.
DJ, don't tell anybody. For the first hour, I wasn't even here. Joe just mentioned a few things about like action. Lockie talked about Sherpo, and I was outside eating the grilled cheese sandwiches.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
Just stuffing my pig face.
Wait a minute.
I've had a little bit of that food down there.
It's so good.
When I lost the big pot,
I think he folded out of order, whoever that guy is. The one with the website.
He folded it.
You went and what?
when I lost the big pot, I went and ate my feelings with like the lasagna and the mashed potatoes.
The first day I missed all the hot food, so I went down there and I ate about 12 chocolate chip granola bars. That was a really nutritious lunch I had. I never slack, Supreme. Never.
I'm just dying over Brad's like chip stack here.
No.
It's
So
like-
he sat down with 5K in the normally colored chips, and then he wouldn't let the game start. And Matt Glantz, who kind of is organizing this, was looking around like, what's the problem? Like, why are we not starting? And he goes, no, I'm waiting for more chips. And at this point, Jason Mercier and a few of the other big name pros walking around like, more than 5K? Yeah, bring it, Braddy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they come in, 4 people come in with
What is your name again,
stacks
Dr.
and
what?
stacks of $5 chips.
Dr. Brandon.
And
I'm supposed to believe that?
we saw them, and it's because Brad has
you a
never
doctor?
had the biggest stack at a poker table.
Soon?
And where else would you want to have it be the first time
I think it's
Quit.
amazing.
on Poker Night in America? You always remember your first
blood
time on
thing.
Poker
Yeah.
Night in America.
He's so good for the show. It's really fun to watch him. I mean, you get
hate to
a
do
little
this
you get a
to
little
you,
few
but
less
you have
hands
to
in, but I think it's worth it for like the entertainment.
No, and in terms of
I'm folding a Whopper.
the
I'm happy to show you.
average
Want to show me yours?
audience, I won't even say average poker audience.
Yeah.
You need entertainment. You need exciting people. And
Show
Brad
me
Garrett
one.
is just that. And
I'll take shit
yeah,
from you.
okay, we might have some, some slow hands, things like
Will you
that.
show me one?
When this goes to TV, when this goes to production, they are going to
Yeah.
turn this into some absolute gold.
Yeah.
got,
Oh,
King?
for sure. It's just so funny. Brad
Now,
Brad here
this
said,
is probably
"I'm folding a Whopper." He's got a really big hand.
No, no, I know
Adams
you
has a
thought-
Whopper himself with
would
just
you-
a pair of
would you
sixes.
call- Would you have done a round?
Two big
yeah,
Whoppers
You would've
running
seen
into
the
each
flop.
other.
And stop there, probably not bluffing the professor.
Yeah.
They bluff the professor. Don't bluff the professor. That's what I learned today. And I also shorted when he called me. But other than that, I feel amazing. How you doing, Nick? Good? Good. Okay. We'll know about the haircut later? Yes. Okay. All right. I love you, Nick. What room you in? Just not in the room.
You're 100.
It's just so fun to watch him.
I honestly think Brad Garrett is looking for a place to stay
what do
because
you
he's
drink,
asking
Jen, when you
everyone about a room.
don't know.
He might honestly be homeless down here in Sherpa.
Well, they are sold
I've seen
out, but I
vodka
can't. I
and
don't
soda
see how
water.
Brad Garrett can't get a
Yeah, but now I'm
room.
drinking
If they're
beer,
sold
it's
out, they're
not
sold
sweat.
out. What are they going to go
I'm gonna do
up?
everything
Go
I
upstairs and kick some poor person out?
Yeah, they can kick me out. I don't care. I'll
They-
sleep in the pool.
Honest to
Like,
God, after 7 p.m. tonight, I am worthless
Yeah.
to Sherpa. I am worthless to Poker Night in America, so I might be kicked out.
You
Brad
actually-
Garrett might be in my room.
Yeah.
And speaking of Sherpo, and speaking of players who have already made appearances on Poker Night in America this week, we have Sherpo Patch Pro Stu Newman. And Stu, you were the only person on Tuesday who lived, played, and could tell the story about winning money against Jason Mercier. How does that feel?
Yeah, I was a little confused about why I didn't get as many congratulatory texts as I expected. I mean, I won $1,650 on the show.
That's a lot.
For some reason, everyone was distracted by someone else's result.
Yeah, that's annoying.
It was really weird because I thought I would get a lot of like, "Hey, I saw you big win, like well done," and for some reason the attention went someone elsewhere.
Well, everybody who was in the booth yesterday, they all just said, "Oh yeah, only Jason won, only Jason won," and I kept trying to give you your credit.
It was a sick.
You deserve it.
Yeah. Well, I won. And actually, I'm pretty sure that I was up a good amount of money in pots versus Jason.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't want to toot my own horn too much.
It is what it is.
It was definitely a surreal experience watching someone win that many big pots.
I thought you were pro.
Because of you. You
You
rattled
said
me.
you were like
But it was a lot. The show was a lot of fun, to be honest. It's now the third time I've been on the show. I played two like complete sessions, and then one session. Ethan actually and I played like a session where we dropped in towards the end of one other time.
Cool.
And all three here. It's the only times I played here.
And more importantly than poker, life. It's your birthday today, right?
What?
Tomorrow's actually my birthday. I'm celebrating it today because I'm gonna go pretty big tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like to celebrate.
And big for you is
some cocktails.
Some cocktails, some adult beverages.
Yeah. What do I have? What was this brought to me? What is this?
I don't know. You just got handed that by a random.
That's Crown Apple Soda, obviously.
Is it really?
There's only one drink that is even available in 2016 right now. It's Crown Apple Soda.
Well,
you guys can all thank me later for that one.
So Esther and I have been friends for a long time, but probably the thing we agree on most in life is the very best alcoholic beverage is Crown Apple.
Okay, this is the first time I think I've ever actually had Crown Apple.
So much so that like
It's just.
you just have one in your bag?
He has
The bag
one in his bag, and I have one in my bag.
The bag where I hold money, granted, there's not much money in here right now.
Because you only won $1,600.
Yes, $1,650 is in here.
Must be nice.
But it was, it's the green Crown Apple bag.
The last time when we did it at the Gold Nugget.
I called 16 tail.
So I haven't watched all of the stream
It was
of
bad
today's
'cause
game so
Alan
far, but I understand that
decided
Kyle
that
got off
he
to a good
could
start.
vote twice.
Yeah, he won around a $10,000 pot right off the bat against Brandon Adams, cracking Adams' aces with Queen 9 of diamonds. And then a few hands later, Ryan Fee, and he got Queens versus 10s. Bowker had the better pair, all in pre-flop for 20,000, and Queens held, and now Kyle is up close to 25,000.
Yeah, I lost quite a bit of money on the show 2 days ago with tens. So I guess that's not the hand to have.
Good to see you.
Including I lost in this lady right here. So I folded tens in the turn to Esther.
What is your name?
I found out later.
Ooh, this should be
what
fun.
happened.
That was the funniest of the 10 times you've used that joke. That was the funniest one yet tonight.
Yeah, I know, but see, this way it was
the funniest one.
it was
10
a
times the
callback.
charm.
Ite? Pleasure. I'm Uni.
I think that was racist.
Wow, come on.
Well, then he started calling me Uni, so I was a little confused.
You know what?
Oh, he's going to tip you.
On the back. Yeah. Try to go around the boil.
Actually, I do nails.
Yeah, I was just going to say, God, I got
That was on point.
I don't know if that grosses you out. Oh my God, I can crack walnuts.
I've seen everything.
Have you really? All right.
So yeah, anyway, back to that was really good. Really, really good.
It's funny because,
wow.
Yeah.
Anybody who's watching this that wants to come out, I'm going to be out tonight with my wife and some other friends
Oh, yeah.
celebrating.
Right.
You're staying on property. You always
You'll-
stay on property
you'll
during
shortly.
events.
I don't always, but tonight I'm going to. It's just easier because everyone's
Yeah,
here
it's
and
a
kind
lot.
of coordinate the herd all in one location.
Cold lie.
My wife's going to be out, and my wife is a lot cooler
does it
person than
move?
me, so I guarantee it'll be
That's
important.
actually true. And Stu is actually a pretty cool person, but his wife is
way
so
cooler.
beyond.
How'd you manage that?
I don't know. It's a question posed to me very
Because
frequently.
you are turning, what, 40?
40. My
And-
wife is also 40. So I actually have had an older wife for like 6 weeks.
Oh, wow, cool.
But yeah, she's cooler, smarter, nicer, more attractive. There's really not a category she doesn't beat me in. So it's I'm very lucky.
Well, that's good. You ran good in that one.
Very, very
And
good.
I will say during the when you guys were playing on Tuesday, Shetty was in the booth, and Shetty was joking how you don't play the you didn't play the WSOP seniors event. I said, well, why didn't he? You know, I just assumed
There's a lot of jokes relative to me being a lot older than I.
You have
actually
gray
am.
hair, you have a graying beard. I just assumed. I think the cutoff is 50. I just assumed 40 is.
Yes, I
that's
have
spectacular.
If you're referencing the fact that I went premature gray, that it did happen to me. Yes. A couple of years ago, the over-under was set on my age and a bet at the World Series main event at 48 when I was at the time 37. So I've always been.
So you have that experienced look to you.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Let's see if Gentili can get away from this hand. Use her experience as she has pocket fours against Ryan Fee's pocket sixes.
They're pretty hacky, aren't they?
8 high flop, 2 hearts. Brandon Adams also going to come around with his gut shot. And Ite or Stu, any of you guys have experience with Brandon Adams playing or the such?
I have played a little bit with Brandon Adams, but only in tournaments, never in a cash game.
Although you're doing go through the whole thing.
And he.
Oh. Jennifer just hit a Yahtzee card.
That's a pretty good card.
And Ryan Fee actually.
Ryan Fee is not going to fold. Oh, he did
Ryan Fee
fold
actually
flop.
did fold already. He folded flop. And now Brandon Adams looks like he's going to continue or put out a bet on the turn after Gentili smartly checks her turn set.
Is it? The outs indicator talking about remove cards?
That outs indicator is in the top right-hand corner. The outs that the player with the lower percentage has to win the pot.
Right, but does it include cards that are full?
Yes.
All four nines would.
Check, Jen. I know Jen, so I know she's gonna lead out on this river, and it's like, I'm just like, I want her to check so bad. Obviously, I see the cards, but like.
But and the thing is, we've been talking about all week where Jen on the turn, I don't even really think she knows what she's gonna do on the river just yet. And then she gets the river and she like. It's just what she decides. She could decide to check. She could decide to bet. And
that's why she's so hard to play
exactly.
against.
And I've kind of driven this point into the ground. It's the wrench in the machine that if you're used to playing high stakes cash games, big tournaments, there's usually that structured way that everybody plays. There's slight deviations, but Gentili is just if it's the option of ABC, she's on like P, Q, and Z sometimes.
Yeah, which I think is amazing. Like I fear her.
You have a little P and Q in you, not so much Z.
I got A through Z.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those Z's. There was, I think, when I'm probably playing Jennifer, she does a lot of the weird like leads and bets with like hands that would normally not bet, flop and turn. But I noticed most of the time on River, like her bets were value bets more often.
River, she has a much more structured strategy, but there are a lot of like on the Queen Jack 4 flop where she has 5-4, she'll just lead flop just because.
Yeah.
While everyone else is either check folding or check calling, trying to take it away.
There was a hand where I had fives on 9-4-3 2 hearts and she bet into me in 3 ways, and I called, and then the turn was a 9. She bet again. I called the river to do some hearts and check. I did. Was like, what would you have had that hand? She said Queen 8 off. So it's like she definitely takes them, but when people play that way, though, it makes it like you are playing a guessing game relative to what she has.
It does make it difficult.
I saw a hand on yesterday's stream where she flatted the small blind with aces against to an open. Like, so she definitely mixes up things in an effective way.
And Ryan Fee is going to have to figure this one out.
And she's going to have to figure the 8 out.
That's a really good way to figure it out.
Yeah, he figured it out very well.
Yeah.
Ryan Fee turning a set.
So Adams did not check.
Yeah, this was checked through.
I'm a little surprised that Adams didn't bet the turn and check it.
Little blooper up the middle.
While these guys are playing a pretty meaningful pot, the rest of the table seems to be part of the Garrett Comedy Hour. Ryan Fee, nothing funny so far for him today. He's down nearly 16,000, but he's definitely going to get some back in this hand. This is my
So
favorite.
Brandon opened and was called, and the flop and turn were checked.
Flop and turn were checked through.
I'm surprised that Brandon wouldn't bet the turn after the flop checks through. That's a little strange.
Oh, Adams bet 800 here. I see.
Yeah, but he's value betting because he.
Oh no, of course. I thought it was.
Yeah, as you guys can see, the Poker Night in America graphics on the left-hand screen. The action each player is facing, their effective stacks, their position in the hand, and Brandon Adams is going to quickly fold.
Eight's not the ideal set to river there
Yeah,
because
that's
it
a large
completes
raise
enough
too,
straights
so
where I think that he can fold queens comfortably.
So Brandon
have
Adams,
a boat
like
to
I
fill up?
haven't really seen him that much.
I
Like,
saw him last year at the main event.
So what's the name of your
I
website?
believe it was through day 5 and 6. He had about 12 to 18 bigs the entire time.
Okay.
And for 2 straight days, had a massage that was mainly on his temples and the back of his skull.
Wow, how
and
rich
for
are
two,
people?
For 2 days, just grinding his short stack into the ground. But a lot of players and followers would recognize him from high stakes poker back in the day, poker after dark. But yeah, no, has been I don't want to say out of poker, but not in the spotlight over the last few years.
Right.
You would do great on there.
Well, it's going amazing today. I can just imagine the career moves after this.
And I believe Adams is primarily a pot limit Omaha player. I think that's a game that he prefers. And
I'm sorry?
Shetty was saying, Stu, that's like mainly your favorite cash game, PLO?
Yes.
Yeah.
By far, yeah. I don't. This is yesterday's game, or 2 days ago now's game that I played No Limit is probably. I probably played less than 5 No Limit cash games this year.
And one of them was Poker Night in America.
Yeah, I'm not. I still consider myself
Ollie, how are
reasonably
you, man?
proficient at it. I mean, I'm
Okay, you have
confident,
the chance to go
but
to
yeah, obviously when I
Everyone's
play
Luggage?
tournaments, it's always almost always No Limit. But as a cash game, I really prefer PLO.
Okay.
I think it's just
Where you from, Haiti?
for a lot of reasons.
Anita, you come from a primarily mixed game background.
Right.
At the giggle
At the Pox.
At the Pox
amazing.
Hotel.
Hotel, motel.
No
hotel,
hotel.
no
and
hotel.
casino.
No hotel and casino.
I think that Ite and we play vastly different games, but I think part of the reason why we gravitate towards the games we do is I think for like the recreational.
You're both bad at No Limit.
Number one, yes.
Exactly.
But also for the recreational players, non-hold'em games I think are just a bit more fun. They're just like same thing when in PLO, like there's much more hands that go 4 or 5 ways.
Yeah.
When someone opens and someone 3-bets, especially in Limit, no one ever folds. And in PLO, for the most part, someone 3-bets, no one ever folds. Like, it's just a lot of action and like
And
there's a bit more of like a camaraderie and fun, atmosphere. Which is Poker Night actually does that, but the average casino No Limit game does not have a particularly fun.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Like if you go play 5-10 at the average casino, you won't find people like shooting the breeze, having fun that
And
often. Where I think in mixed games and in PLO you do. I
Yeah.
think that's
PLO mixed game, more social games. I know.
it is pots are more multi-way, like splash around more. Like in PLO, there's lots of all-ins, running it twice. Like it just gravitates. It just seems fun.
Yeah, and when I not watch, but when I poke my head in at Parks when ET's playing
How much
her
is
mixed
it,
games,
JJ?
everyone is, as you
140.
say, shooting the breeze. No one really seems to be taking it that seriously. They all are, obviously, but it's such a social setting where it really.
Wow, I'm sure
I
there's
think
always
that
a
if it
first
trickles
day.
down to lower stakes, I think
200
that
it
could
is.
really have PLO and
What
mixed
about you, OP?
games
You like it?
grow and even kind of
Professor?
explode on the East Coast, especially.
Yeah, I think there are better for a long list of
I
reasons,
don't know
but
what
mixed and
200
PLO
Can you help me,
are
Ollie?
better
Thank
long-term
you. It
games
should be
for
600.
sustainability relative to recreational players.
Okay.
I think one of the other things that's, even though over long-term a recreational player won't
I love this
necessarily
hand,
lose
just
less
telling you.
playing PLO or mixed if they happen to not be
Proficient.
really good at the game, they're still going to win a way higher percentage of sessions. So let's say like individual
luck, big
sessions are going to
blind.
leave a winner a much higher percentage of the time.
This is really, why do they
So
do
that
this?
also I
Go
think
ahead and go,
helps, just like
What's
to be
the
able to go
difference?
there and
Coming
win
back to
sometimes.
clubs.
Yeah, winning works.
So just because of that, I think that's really.
All right, and Brad Garrett has been.
Come on.
He's a
Come
small
here,
winner
bag of
today.
shells. Look at the dough you got.
Stu's win from Thursday still has his profit covered, but Garrett's.
It was pretty sick.
He's yet to actually make a hand. He
God,
did.
nothing tilts me more when I have Jack 10 of spades and the flop comes Ace 7-3, everything but a spade. Like I want to get up and actually leave the poker table when that happens.
You're never folding.
No, but I just when that is the flop when you have Jack 10 of spades, I literally don't. I would rather get beat like aces versus threes. Like I don't want to see that board ever when I have Jack 10 or Queen 10 of spades.
PLO, especially PLO, the enemy of all PLO games is ace high rainbow flops. Like everyone just lives in fear. Because in PLO, everyone just like lives in fear of someone having top set of aces. Even though you don't really get it, like they're always thinking of it. That's like that flop is like a disaster.
Ite, I try to go back into your memory bank. When was the last time you folded Jack 10 suited ever?
When I yell, "Holy Mother of God!"
And there might not have been a time, but there had to be one time. There had to be like a 5-bet in front of you, and you were just like, "Oh my, I don't really want to put my tournament life at risk."
I'm sure there's been times where she's folded in a tournament. That's unfortunate.
Tournament is it's different. In cash game,
and I'm all in, and let's run it 3 times.
Yeah, I mean it's really hard to get dealt that hand.
It has 27% equity against aces.
And when you, do,
it
it's just like I'm not folding it. Yeah. And so I mean, I don't remember a time I folded in cash in a long time. But like I said, when it just comes like rainbow,
it's
like
so
ace 9-3, like every suit but yours.
Normally, even like queen 8-5 one spade with Jack 10 of spades is like a huge flop, you know.
Yeah, at least just one, like a chance.
Yes,
you know, like
if it comes queen 8-5 one spade and I have Jack 10 of spades, I think I'm
not gonna get upset at that.
That's exciting.
And trust me, when you guys want to see those action flops, we want to see them just as much. So when somebody has Jack 10 and it comes this board. Just God.
I'm so angry. Like I actually just want to like leave and never play.
Garrett has flop top pair now is drawing dead to Jennifer's flush. We'll see what happens here. But yes, it's how much red does Brad have in front of him there? It seems like a lot.
He wanted to have the biggest stack of the table, so we bought him 5,000.
I have to check to the
5,000
in red chips.
In red chips.
Easy, Jen. I'll tell you one time.
In like the 4th hand of the day, he had pocket aces. And he took about 4 minutes to figure out how much he was going to 3-bet, and he said 1,800, and he was going to put 1,800 out, and Adams and Wasserson were in the hand, and they were just like, "We fold!" Like the quickest folds ever, so he didn't have to waste time putting it out.
I got a hand.
He has a big hand. He has ace.
But no diamond.
I don't know. I appreciate Brad's hands. You know, I guess he's folding when he says that, but it's not good information about your opponent.
I have a big hand. I have no diamond. I call.
He does have top pair.
Yeah, it's really not hard to play against when your opponent actually tells you what they have.
And that seemed really truthful when he was saying it. So.
What about the lizard? What's happening with the lizard?
I already went.
Really?
Yeah, I'm good. I am so golden right now.
I think the reason Jason Mercier hasn't really gotten involved in this game that much is because he's too busy laughing. Every time Garrett opens his mouth, Jason, I don't know if he's appeasing to Brad Garrett, he is LOLing literally.
Well, he also hasn't had any top sets in a little bit. You know, which he got to remember the first 2 all-ins were
We'll get
top
there
sets.
eventually. Yeah,
he doesn't really have a great seat either. I mean, he's going to get squeezed a lot with Bowker on his left and then Brandon Adams on Bowker's left. So I don't really enjoy Jason's seat.
Well, and it was actually
Jason and Jason's seat right now.
It was actually funny because when I asked Michael Lockey and Joe, who were just in the booth, they said, whose seat would you most want to have? And they said Bowker's just because they thought that Adams and Wasserson weren't going to really cause any problems. But Adams
I disagree
is
with
a player
I think
that can
Adams
certainly
is
change
going
it up.
I thought he was going to be a problem for Kyle on his left, given the dynamic of Jen and Jason. Jen and Jason on the right.
Yeah.
So.
And that half of the table is going to be a little quieter, so you can actually hear yourself think as well.
Right.
I'm sorry about everything.
Poor Ryan Fee. And there is Poker Night America's Todd Anderson. He not only the visionary behind Poker Night in America, but also one of
Thanks
the
again, man. Take
visionaries
care.
of the Big Four that is coming up. We're starting this week, and that's going to be next week.
Is that JJ
And
betting
Stu,
up?
everyone here at
JJ betting up
Sherpo
front?
has to be really excited for those 4 championship events.
Yeah, it's obviously there's always a little bit of like feeling of pressure, hoping to get that main event hits the guarantee.
Okay, yeah, well, because it is a 5K freeze out.
Right, so they have to have the 1,000 unique individuals show.
Okay.
And we're
we got 2 in the booth right now.
We are
We are
both-
very unique.
Yes. That's like old white guy, small Asian lady. We'll both be entering the event. Esther and I have dreams of winning, both of us.
I mean, I'm not gonna win.
Yeah,
I'm 100%.
I like to say
not
I like to say I'm going to win, and Esther like to tell me like you're not going to win.
Yeah.
Actually,
Well, we're
this
not.
is
We're not
This
gonna
is
win.
interesting.
We're not gonna
Dream
win.
big.
So I had a really good start to day 1 of the main event, and we actually we're on day 1 dinner
I'm
break
gonna
together,
have a
Esther and
thread.
I.
I'll put the red in the middle.
And I said, I think I'm going to win the main event. This is going really well. Obviously, mainly tongue in cheek. Esther looks at me dreading. I was like, "You're not going to win the main event." Very nice.
And
try.
I was right.
Yes. You know what? Even though I started off I didn't even cash the main event. So.
So
You and I
Ite
got the
was
same
right.
place.
Ite was right.
Yeah.
You and I finished in the same.
I had an
same
incredibly good day 1 table, and I had to go off to this great start. I'm just gonna. I mean, obviously, I was kidding. I'm just gonna win the main event this year.
8.
And Esther deadpan says, "No, I'm not gonna win." But after that, I didn't win any more hands.
To be fair, I wasn't
Want
gonna
that
win
purple
either.
chip.
Yeah, to be fair, like actually, day 1 did go really well.
Not,
My
not, to,
day
ha-
2
not,
just
not
was,
to have any spoiler alerts, but I am not winning the 2016 main event.
Well,
That's not
I
good
could
for
have
me, right?
indirectly won, and I chose not to. So
You've got the old, you've got
that's
me.
another.
Ooh,
That's a
story
ti-
for another story for dinner tonight, I guess, or
Yes.
drinks.
Yeah, well, I think everyone knows it at this point. So
Stu Newman, we're gonna be hashtagging Newman birthday celebration tonight.
Hashtag Newman
something
birthday
40,
celebration.
40,
new,
and
new 4-0 or what? Now what's
You
good
know,
with 40?
I don't know this
Over
story.
the
how
hill,
you could have
Newman.
indirectly won the main event.
Yeah. Oh, I thought there's only like 4 or 5 people in North America that haven't heard it. At least in the
Okay.
poker
Well,
world.
I'm obviously one of them, I guess.
Yes, there's a November 9er that I was previously backing, and then
Oh, okay.
not backing anymore, and he is in the November
Scary
9.
when he breaks up
And the
families.
separation happened not too long before the main event started.
Wow,
More of those.
some would say unlucky.
a very bad luck.
Really bad luck. Just bad luck.
Yes. So that certainly was. So what's been my salvation from mental sanity perspective has been the butterfly effect.
Look at this aggression frequency.
I'm like, well, if
chart.
he
I
came
like
to get
this.
the money from me, he would have registered a different time at a different day 1 table. He never wins.
You could bring
That's the
anything
only
out.
way I've been able to stay sane with it.
Up
I'm
to
able to
20.
stay sane with it only under that
you have to sell
circumstance.
the
The
TV.
rest of it's pretty debilitating.
You
But
have
I'm
to
happy
sell
for
the
him, and I hope he wins.
Oh, the whisper?
Well, yeah.
Because some of the people who do have the action are friends of mine, so I do hope.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm still definitely rooting for him.
And that's, I think, the nature of the beast of poker.
It was a little. When I saw him in chip leading with like all of like day 5, 6, 7, I'm like, this is a little rough. Folds around to Brad Garrett, holding blackjack.
21.
That's a good hand in any game.
They just showed the aggression chart. We kind of missed it, but Jen Tilly had the highest aggression with like 41%.
Really?
Or something. It's interesting.
That's strange. That usually doesn't happen.
I mean, it's not strange, but you know, it's interesting to see
She
everyone's
likes
percentages.
to put money in the pot.
She likes to gamble. I
she
love
didn't
it.
come here to fold, guys.
Yeah, I really. Jennifer is having played with her now twice on 2 different. She is an incredible pleasure to play with.
She is so much fun to play with.
Well, and the other thing is, and I think a lot of, Ite, you took a pretty hard hit on Tuesday. You were.
I thought it was just bad luck.
No,
also.
but you were unfazed by it. You didn't, stomp your feet. You didn't,
Oh, no, I
throw a
wouldn't.
tantrum.
I
You
would
just
never do
rebought.
that.
You just rebought, and you went about your business.
Yeah.
Jen Tilly,
Oh,
I
she
can
gets a little
legitimately,
emotional.
I can
yeah.
legitimately say, while she gets a little emotional, I have maybe seen her win once out of like a dozen Poker Night America streams that I've commentated, and each time she shows up with this energy and I'm gonna break the streak this time, and I feel so bad because she's just not. It's like when you tell Stu you're not gonna win the main event. Well,
Right.
Jen, like, you're probably not going to break the streak today.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Jen, it has zero to do with the money. Like, she is just a competitive person. Like, it has nothing. It doesn't matter if it's 20K or 200K. Like, to her, she just wants to win. Like, she wants the score. She wants, like, the scoreboard. And so, like, that's why it's so much fun to play
Yeah,
with
I mean,
her.
to be honest with you, one of the things she brought up the most often in our game, because on Tuesday she took a big loss and had a bad session. she kept bringing up, like, I hate that scoreboard, with my name with the red number next to it.
Yeah.
Where
She
she
hates
takes
that,
a
like,
lot of
graphic.
pride in making that maybe red number smaller.
Yeah, she's just competitive. Like,
Yeah.
anytime I'm ever interviewed or asked, like, like what's like
Brandon
the
moved
driving
in.
force of
Mm-hmm.
being a good player, you have to be a competitive person to even have a shot in this game.
You have to be competitive, but you also have to be confident. Gentili very well could, on day 3 after losing the first 2 sessions, come in and be,
No, he's all in, but I
we're
thought
going to let this
it would
hand
be hard
actually
for people
play
to
out.
follow
This is
along at
an
home.
all-in from
Mercier.
Brandon Adams, and Mercier is going to call.
is way too rich to fold ace and jack.
So
Double
I think it
suit.
was an open and a 3-bet,
Yeah.
and he called 4
This is
bet all in
actually
from the big.
probably a straddle from the under the gun from Adams. I would imagine that there was likely an open, a 3-bet, and then a 4-bet shove from Adams for
Yeah, I'm
5,400.
almost positive he Mercier
Good
3-bet
luck,
and then
good luck, Adams.
Yeah.
Adams needs
Adams
good
he-
luck here.
Doesn't stand
Adams
a
is currently a
chance.
60-40 dog.
Yeah, he really needs luck here.
Oh.
Wow.
It's a bad flop.
Window jack, I thought was.
Yeah, I was ready to just, okay, that's how it's supposed to go. And no player with a spade, though, so just 2 outs for Adams to fade. And he does so with the 2 of clubs. So Brandon Adams is going to double up through Jason Mercier. Guys, he is human.
I love how they have to
I
count
didn't
up
see the
all
action,
those
but
red
ace jack-
chips.
Yeah, this could take a while. So back to what,
It
back
looks
to
like
what we were
so
saying.
many
I don't
chips,
know
but
that
it's like
ace jack is like a
300 in
fist
red
bump.
chips.
I don't think Brandon Adams is cold jamming hands against ace that are great.
I think at best
I
Jason
don't
is
know.
hoping to be flipping.
Jason is too rich to
but
fold ace jack double suit. Like,
Jason-
that's the bottom line.
He also realizes that he knows there's going to be a jack on the flop. He just didn't know that there was going to be a queen.
That's where
that
he
time.
failed in this
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He pre-saw the window jack. He just
Yeah.
didn't realize. Oh well, I
Win
mean, I
some,
know
lose some.
there's a lot of tears in the booth for that Jason
He
lost that 5K
he loses
pot.
the
Yeah.
he loses the 10K pot, but wins the 45K pot against certain people, players.
Well,
I will say
There's-
in that hand, the river happens and the river falls, I should say. And I didn't say anything out loud, but in my head I was just like,
Ite all in.
Ite all in, like click button, like bet my house, my life savings on
No,
Ite all
see,
in
I don't
here.
like to click the button. I like to do the Phil Hellmuth shove, like I'm all in.
Yeah, you like to
my
get like a
chips
lot
fall
of
over and,
a lot of energy around it.
I'm like actually physically trying to push my opponent like out of the door. Like, obviously I never want them to call like when I'm all in. So like, but it didn't
rare.
work.
It's a rare moment. to have it on.
Mercier again too rich. He had like 4 stacks of 1K chips, and he just kind of like picked him up with his 3 fingers and just dropped him in. I was like, okay, you're gonna have to take the whole pot.
Okay, so he actually I think spent like 3 minutes in the tank. It was a long
I
tank.
remember that tank because I was actually trying to like, okay, I'm always when I'm as a player trying to think, what does Ite have? What does Jason have in my own mind? And I did not like. I thought Ite had like. I won't talk about what I thought Ite had necessarily, but like, I thought Ite had a pretty obvious like really good hand, really bad, or just
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah, yeah.
that's but like
one or the other.
I did not expect Mercier to have 9s in that hand. The way he played it was a very strangely played 9s. I think not to say that's the reason why Ite ended up doing that, but like he played those 9s in an odd fashion. And so I would like when I was guessing at Jason's hand, like 9s never even came up in my mind actually. I was guessing
I mean, against what I'm putting him on, because obviously I didn't put him on 9s either. He said donation when he flung into the sky 2 black chips.
that was. I don't know if you guys caught that. Like,
he did that. He did that a handful of
And
times.
B,
But, like, that's
9s. What I put him on, and what I'm trying to bluff him off, quote unquote. 9s is the same as all the other hands that I think that he has in that spot. So it doesn't matter if his hand is 9s, 10s, ace 8.
Yeah, it's the same
ace
hand.
7,
Oh, of course, it's all the-
7, 9, whatever. It's all the same. So it is shocking to see him flip up 9s, but it's not any different.
And when he's in
than-
the tank, are you thinking that he's in the tank to fold, or what was your vibe there?
I thought there was no way he was calling me. I knew his hand was 1 pair.
I didn't think he was going to call. Yeah, I was
when I was
kinda
watching
surprised.
the hand unfold, I would have put it like Jason
would've
because
bet
I'm a
more.
third
I would've
party,
bet
and I think when
wherever
you're a
I
third
knew
party
I
in a
had
hand, you have a really good like pretty objective assessment of situations, even more so than when you're in the first person.
Yeah.
In a hand like you did. And I thought, as a third party observer, I'm not talking so much about what each person's range was. I thought Jason was about like 20% to call. Was probably
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit less because he kind of did his thing where he kind of puts his like mouth to the side. He's unhappy. He's like
It was similar to that face,
he's really disgusted by like how much he kind of has to call if he wants to kind of hero here, like. And so I was actually feeling very comfortable that he was gonna fold.
Yeah, I got a body language feeling and just like just sense like.
And then he kind of just grabbed, you know, the one stack of 10 1K stacks he had and just plopped it in. And I was like, you're gonna be forced to take it all.
Yes. Also interesting, like he called with maybe the worst
hand that he could call with.
No, the worst hand to call with. Not the worst hand. He could call with fours and it'd be about the same.
It's all the same.
Okay, but he had the 9 of clubs in his hand, so that was, I thought, an interesting for him to call specifically that he had that card, because that is a card that you would want Ite to have.
Right. I don't have any like 9. Well, I do, but like he's blocking so many hands that I'm like bluffing with 9, 10,
9 of clubs is
9,
like
6, 9x of clubs.
9, 10 of clubs. Like so many like 9 of clubs is like the semi-bluff card.
Going, you know, over the hand later. I don't know what hand he actually like puts me on when I call the flop with Jen betting. Like for him to be able to call the river, he basically has to put me on a stone float. Because I don't think he thinks that I'm raising with a flush draw on the turn. Like I think he thinks that I would take that aggression on the flop. But the reason I didn't raise it on the flop is because my hand was pretty good, and I really didn't think Jason could overcall with that many hands. And so, but when he did, and then the turn action was what it was, I pretty much knew his hand was. I mean, his hand was pretty obvious to me.
Has Brady been 4xing all day?
Under the there is a straddle, so the opens after the straddle have been rather large.
So I don't know
players.
I think it's smart to 4x on Jen's straddle because she's defending almost 100% of the time. Like I was doing that when we were playing also.
I remember you doing that.
This time is gonna defend and then lead the flop. She has bottom pair, but she has also an open-ended straight draw. As you can see, these players are more or less 50-50. Heading to the turn. Adams is going to call. And, guys, you know, we were just talking about that hand involving Mercier and Ite earlier. You guys can go back in the Poker Night Twitch chat, the Twitch stream archive. Check out the VODs. All the sessions that we stream, final tables, cash games, they're all there. So check it out, subscribe, get notifications when we go live, and you can run these hands back. You can see all these really, really tough decisions that players are put into, players make.
Adams is calling this.
Ooh,
I was just going to say, Adams is calling this turn with literally zero intention on folding the river. So, like...
And with 4,000 in the pot,
if he's calling that turn, he's 100% not folding. That's one of the best rivers in the
that
deck.
is amazing. Like,
and Brandon Adams, he opened the session with pocket aces on the very first hand. Kyle Bowker won 8,000 from him. And now Gentili's going to crack aces again. And Brandon Adams, it's been a tough day for him so far. He's like, what the?
He beat it Jason Mercier in an all-in. That's hard to do.
Did Jen check the river?
Jen bet 2,000.
Jen bet.
Oh, and he called. Okay, yeah.
Jen went bet.
Yeah, that's frustrating. That's kind of the second really big pot that he lost with aces, and he got turned once and rivered once. So I'm sure he's not, feeling great.
Yeah, I think Brandon Adams is going to be okay, and he's going to be relatively level-headed, even though, there are some players, I'm sure you guys can think of a few that have played in games where they lose a pot like that or 2 pots in quick succession, and, they're to the moon.
Even though I don't think in a vacuum you can call the turn and fold any river cards if you're calling aces on 10, 9, 8, 6. Jen generally has gone like 2 barrels and not the third in most of the hands I've seen. So when she bets again, I wouldn't feel like I might give consideration.
Yeah, we were talking about that right when you came in the booth, actually, that she
but I don't know
tends to maybe slow down on the river.
Like her queen 8 off bluff, like she doesn't have an equity, and like she gave 2 tries. So I think that like the third one maybe like you might start thinking, even though like the 8 is probably about the single best card in the deck besides an ace. For Brandon.
Brave another bracelet. Let me do my thing. All right, I'm going to pay 50. Is that okay, Oli?
50 more, yeah. 50 there and a quarter goes there. Yeah. And then you're in.
Are you guys on?
No problem with it. I got nothing to live for.
I mean, I don't care.
I want to do it right, so I'm invited back. How much?
Just a quarter more, and then you're
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot for me. I'm just saying, it's a lot.
All right.
I told you I was going to the bathroom.
How was it?
Okay.
You have a good time in there? Yeah, it's fun.
You have diamonds and he has spades. I have diamonds.
I have spades. And then what? You got to pick it. Are we picking one card? Like.
Let's just start with that.
Okay, that's fine. You're right. I like that. Oh, I guess. What's your suit again?
He's diamonds and hearts.
Oh boy.
I should color up. I think I would change my luck.
I think that's a good idea. I think I agree with you.
Yep.
It's usually how it works.
Don't want to give this guy extra stuff to whisper about.
He's tweeted like
All right, so
20 times about you.
we are just getting word that the players at the table are on a half-hour break, and that means that instead of taking that break, we're going to get Ryan Fee into the booth. And that is Ryan Fee.
Oh.
What's up, fam?
Recent WSOP Tag Team Bracelet winner.
That's right. It's official.
The first time that event ever run at the World Series of Poker, and the only event that you played at the World Series of Poker, you won it. So that's
the only tournament I've played all year, actually.
So that's a pretty good 100% there, and that must have been an awesome feeling, especially with your friend Doug Polk.
Yeah, I've won tournaments before. That's the good one. That's the feeling you're looking for.
Sick brag. He's won tournaments before. He's played one this year. He won that, and that has to feel pretty good way to. It was kind of in the middle of the summer, but
even going into the final table, I was like, if we don't win, I'm gonna be like pissed off. I'm gonna be like, this is all for naught. Like,
all for nothing.
I'm gonna like, it's gonna take me like a week to like not be pissed off anymore. It's like, even when we're heads up, I was like, I have to win. Like I can't do anything but win.
All right, and unfortunately, you've run into some tough spots today at this table, but I knew coming in that you and Kyle Bowker were going to be the drivers of the action.
How ridiculous is that? Dude, 5-bets me with 10-6 suited last time, and it gets fucking queens into 10s. What the hell is that shit? What the hell is he 4-bet me so many times last show? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's you guys. The last session you're referencing was at Golden Nugget at the start of the summer, and you guys were involved in some of the bigger pots, and there obviously has to be a dynamic still from that session that you're taking into this session, and just in terms of your reads and how you're going about hands with Bowker.
Yeah, I mean, he's a field player, you know, and like apparently the feeling with me is fuck this guy. I'm never folding. Like every hand is getting called, raised, or re-raised. What's your Twitter handle?
At WOC Poker.
Actually, not.
And again, we are here with Ryan Fee, part of the Upswing Poker. I don't want to say pair because I think you guys have added some people to the stream calendars, over the last few months or so, right?
Yeah. So I mean, for the website for the training site Upswing, that's just me and Doug.
Yeah.
But no, we just started. We just started the first ever poker team, poker official poker esports streaming team.
Cool.
Yeah, it's called Grind Nation. We got a really solid group of solid group of guys, and we have Cordy B. We have a girl.
All right, and are these up and coming players, or are these guys who have been around for, or is it a wide range?
We've got a little bit of everything. So you got me and Doug. We've got Cordy who plays low stakes tournaments.
That would have been you.
We've got B Paris who he's like, I mean, I think cashing more tournaments than like fucking anybody ever online. We've got your boy Chicago Joey, the PLO podcast master.
the man, the myth, the legend. He was in the chat yesterday, hanging out, and he does some great content away from the felt, but he's going to be definitely adding to your ensemble, if you will.
Yeah.
And Upswing Poker, this time last year wasn't really a thing, right? It was just an idea. And now a year later, everyone seems to be talking about it. Everyone seems to be knowing about it. and a solid summer from both you and Doug certainly doesn't hurt.
For sure. In terms of publicity. Oh, I got Mercier real good here.
And this is why I like bringing players in when there's hands still to be played.
Yeah.
You know, because we can ask you questions and stuff like that.
Sure.
But this hand,
So I raise the quarter. He's in the 100 to 400. He calls. The flop is Ace Queen 8, 2 clubs. We'll do a little bit of strategy. This is actually a board where I have a lot of value bets, and I'm actually almost missing some bluffs. So I just do something a little bit uncharacteristic and turn King Jack no club into a flop C bet as a bluff.
So you lead the flop.
Yeah, I see bet the flop 6 into 8, 50. He calls. The turn's a 6 of clubs, and here I'll bet 8 out straight draws and hands with a club. I have neither of those, so it's a check give up. But I would also check like a number of pretty good hands. Like I think you could easily check 2 pair or even ace jack on the turn, and then the river. I could have made king 10 or ace jack, or have checked ace queen or whatever from the flop. And when he checks, he doesn't really ever he at best has 2 pair with like ace jack. But I have a jack in my hand, so it's pretty unlikely. So here I bet 150% pot. I bet to basically put him into a spot. But I actually should have probably bet 4,000.
Oh, did you bet 3,000?
Yeah,
oh,
I bet
wow, I love that.
3 into 2. Yeah, you got to put him in a spot because he's gonna have a lot of 1 pair ace x there, and like I basically have like a hand that beats that or nothing.
And he's the kind of guy where you bet, 1,600 to 1,800 into 3,000. It's a much different decision, or into 2,000, in a much different decision than 3 into 2.
Yeah. Yeah, the bigger you bet, the more you can bluff, and we all know how much I like bluffing. Look at that stone face.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you have no idea what I got.
Well, and my favorite part about poker night is that when these big hands play out, Brad Garrett's doing his thing pre-flop, and that's all well and good. But once these hands start to play out, everyone really starts to, they start to quiet down. They realize that this is some big money that we're playing for. And I think everyone here today has been very respectful of those situations, and this is certainly one of them.
For sure.
And when he's in the tank right here, you're basically thinking, okay, please don't call. But what are you putting him on? Do you think he's folding something as good as ace 10?
I mean, like all of the aces. I mean, ace 10's a pretty good one to call with because like king 10 is certainly in my range. Although he might not anticipate that. That said, I mean, like all of the aces are fairly similar in value, and if he instantly folds, I'm gonna guess that he just he has a queen or whatever. So if he goes into the tank, yeah, I mean he's got anywhere from. I mean, I don't think he's betting the turn with very many aces that are 1 pair. Probably almost none, maybe. So like he's gonna have like a number of those, and they're all basically the same value, and he just has to decide if he wants to call. And to a certain extent, I think in this spot, what his kicker is, or what exact ace he has is kind of immaterial. Yeah. So it's just like he's got to stare me down. Like, what do you got, kid? Like, start talking to me.
All right, and we just talked about Brad Garrett. What is that's the biggest stack that I think maybe you've ever been next to.
In a game this big, for sure. I've never played a quarter 50 game or even a 10-20 game with $5 chips, let alone that many $5 chips.
So that's obviously you play with Gentili in Golden Nugget, right? And now you get a seat next to her again, but in between 2 of the only real quote-unquote non-pros, with all due respect to Gentili.
For sure.
That must create an interesting strategy for you. You're in a bit of a weird spot with 2 players who are maybe playing more unconventional than the rest of the table.
Yeah, really weird seat, tough seat for me because Brad is to my right and he bought in really short. He's only in for 5,000, and everybody to my left is in for all the money. They all have 15, 20, 30,000, whatever. So I actually bought in for 10 and just stuck with it. And then Brad talks a big game, but he's actually pretty tight. Which is there's a lot of people that if somebody's like talking a lot at the table, they're pretty polarized, but they tend to actually, in my experience, end up be a huge nit. But yeah. And he's like doing his thing, and he's a lunatic. And then Jen never folds, and she's to my direct left. And then I know that Jason and Kyle aren't going to fold. I mean, they have position, and they're going to want to play pots with us, both of us. So, I've been like a little bit restrained. And the funny thing is, so last time me and Jen, there were some battles.
Yeah.
Jen was
you were not shying away from anybody. You were. It didn't matter if it was Bowker, Gentili, the dealer. You were seemed to be getting big pots with everybody.
For For sure, yeah. But like now that like I think on their first day, you know, Jason and Jen played so many big pots. Like all of a sudden, like I'm not even on the radar. We're like buddies, and like she's like, Jason, I'm coming for like my soul will not rest until I have my vengeance.
Yeah.
So
they did certainly play some big pots. Jason was close to $65,000 winner on Tuesday.
That's so
And
crazy.
When Golden Nugget, what, you booked like 50?
No,
almost?
no. I won like just under 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's like my biggest.
And here you see the cumulative winnings, and we're going to try to change that bottom figure around.
I rallied a little. I think I've won a couple
What
pots.
does
I'm
that
still
call
stuck
before
around
the
that.
hand, before the flop?
But we're
disappears?
we're making some moves. We some hands have gone our way.
Yeah.
Trust me, Jason's not.
But the hand with Bowker, it was bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, all the money's in, and we had Joe McKean and Sherpo Pro Michael Waukee in the booth, and they were kind of really surprised. I said, guys, you didn't see Golden Nugget. This is a continuation of those battles, and
that wasn't even a decision. that like wasn't even like. It was funny. He like re-raised, and I'm like, God, like after all these hands, I finally have like a very like good spot to jam, and there's no other decision I really have here. And I'm like, I'm probably just gonna run into the Rockets or something. Like I was like, well, what do you want me to do?
He has to have it once, right? That's the rule. The rule of the land.
Yeah.
Now Garrett is going to outflop Gentile. This is going to be some actor on actress crime potentially.
Can you guys hear Garrett? Like Okay.
Oh, yeah. Somebody asked, are the players mic'd? I said, even if Garrett wasn't mic'd, you could probably still
you
hear
him up here in the booth on the second floor in a closed room. You can hear him.
He's funny.
What's up, my man?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Give me a hug, buddy.
And after 2 days of fighting tooth and nail to bring people into the booth, we are having just guest commentator after guest commentator walk in, and now we get maybe one of the he was actually voted, I believe, most liked on Poker Night in America.
All I know is I hope they have a camera to see this hairstyle you have going on right now. I mean, Will, what is going on? I know you got a place on the Jersey Shore now. You didn't have to go full Jersey on everyone.
We're trying to just enjoy the summer, and they dragged me down to Florida for a few days.
Yeah. I see you've been in the sun a little bit too. Yeah, they dragged you.
How have you been, Sean?
Very good. Relaxed after the series, did some family stuff. Played the Global Championship in Cherokee last week.
Okay.
And flew
last
down here.
week, you mean yesterday?
I busted a couple days ago. It felt like last week.
And you actually had a I don't want to say shorter summer than most, but yeah, you flew home early from Vegas, right?
I had to fly home for. I didn't fly. I actually flew to South Florida for a week for a little issue to be with my wife, and then everything's okay. Sort of.
Good to hear that.
And then I went back home, back to the World Series just for the main.
All right, and you picked up a bracelet in your second straight year.
Yeah,
so
that was
congratulations.
actually the last event I played. I actually was supposed to fly out, play the stud, won it 3 days later, and then flew out. Came back for the main.
All right, so 2 bracelet winners in the booth.
He's half a bracelet winner. I know he did most of the work, but still half a bracelet.
You did like all of them,
I got
right?
a full bracelet. I don't know how to put it on, but I got a full one.
It doesn't buckle, or you can't figure it out?
I've put it on once. I put it on. I had to have a girl help me, but I've been able to put it on once. But like I still could. If you asked me to do it right now, it'd take me like 5 minutes to figure it out.
They're not that hard, and I'm not a jewelry guy. You know how unfancy I am. Like, come on, it ain't that bad, V.
How many do you got?
2.
That's why. See, you're deep in the bracelet.
I've
got one.
I'm only put on the first one. The second one I never even wore.
Have you never? Do you wear the first? Have you ever wore the first one around?
I gave the first one to my grandmother, so she actually got it chopped down to fit her, and she wore that all the time. And I gave my second one to my dad, and the first one I'm going to my aunt now. So yeah.
And you have how many scoop? They give out bracelets for scoop.
They
also,
give
right?
watches.
Oh, okay. So how many scoop watches do you have?
5 or 6.
Okay, too many.
Like the chip. Do you have the chip lead on scoop watches?
No, I'm actually behind. Cal passed me.
Oh wow, how many you got?
He's got whatever I have. He has one more.
Okay. I'm
All
gonna
right,
get Tilly.
so
I'm gonna
Let's
get
see if
Tilly
he
real
gets
good.
bluffed. Oh, you call her?
I'm gonna get her real good here.
Way to ruin it for the players.
Oh man.
What is this? Just she raised pre. You raised
I
pre.
raised and we just
all
checked
streets?
down. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
she doesn't
think-
have too many hands that really improve in this river that don't bet sooner.
I think Ryan knew that he was coming in the booth here, so he wanted to get a little.
This was very good
creative
timing,
the
like-
last half hour.
Yeah, these are the hands that sort of big hands that I've played in the last like 2 hours.
I mean, your 10 hand was a little ambitious.
It is completely standard.
I just showed up when we turned on the stream when Brad was like tanking, and you just like snap shoved. So and Kyle's absurd. Like I'm fine getting any hand in versus Kyle.
Yeah, I mean like
you see the hands he opens.
The hand you should. Well, the thing is like I would probably get that in versus most people, but like the thing is like Kyle was ridiculous versus me last time we played. Like
Kyle
he's 5-bet me with 10-6 suited.
And you probably folded?
No, I called and then he bluffed me post call because I had Queen Jack and I made the worst hand. Like it got to the turn, it was the Queen Jack was the worst hand I could have. So I was just like, okay.
Stop being GTO versus these fish.
I am what I am, man.
So it's that time
This
of
is
the
the most
day
conservative
now.
I've ever seen Tilly. She really looks like I don't want to insult her too much, but she kind of looks like a grandmother for once. Like she's a young and vivacious, but like with that outfit and that hair.
I'm glad Sean made that point and not me, because I can't make that point.
But you agree?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I actually saw her walk in today, and I was surprised. She has a lot going on the bottom of that skirt too. It's like
so she's showing.
and
Yeah.
It,
I mean, she's artistic. She's got great fashion style. Like we don't. We're poker players.
Oh, yeah.
You with your shirt or whatever the heck, you're trying to do something fancy.
I do the bare minimum when it comes to fashion, but
Fees went through some time
Just enough
doing
to be
that.
styling. Do you need something? Okay, cool.
I think,
Sure.
No.
I think you were
Brian
there
Fee
over
getting some mail delivered.
Yeah, how do you get mail? I couldn't. It took me like 7 tries to get to this room. I walked out of the back of the building. I walked around. Like I went to the state. It was a mess. They really have you hidden back here.
They know me here.
I wish this would lock too,
First time you been here,
because
Fee?
it looked really funny on the final tally.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's just my big.
No, this is the second time I've been here. Last time, you know what's funny? So Was is also from Lower Merion, a suburb of Philly where I grew up.
Oh, really?
And me and Jake, last time I was here, me and Jake Schindler played heads up in the 100K, and he went to my high school.
So you guys have 3 successful poker players from your high school. You guys, how close are you guys in age?
You're
You're the baby, I know that.
No, I'm older than Schindler.
Really?
Like, yeah, I'm a year older than him, and a year or two, and then I don't know how old is Was.
You and
feel like he's like
you and
28.
Schindler went to the same high school.
And Was, right?
No. Was went
same
to the
city?
same, or Was went to the middle school that all the kids
Come
in my high
on.
school went to, which I didn't go to,
Put
and
your
then he
full
went to a different
throttle.
high school. But he's like from there. He knows like.
That's a pretty good high school.
And now you guys all live in Vegas too, right?
Yeah. Now we're all in Vegas.
Awesome.
I like Was. He's one of my favorite people. He's one of the few guys I had time to make a lot of dinners with. After some day twos and some mixed events and stuff.
Yeah, it seems like really because it's actually the first time I've met him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's very funny. Like he'll get. I knew you guys are very similar needling. Like I'm not surprised you come from the same area. Like
he has been giving it to Garrett, and Garrett has been giving it to him all day.
I like it. I like the chance.
You can tell Was is winning because he wouldn't be giving it as much if he was losing.
He's 7.
No, he's losing.
Oh, he's losing?
He's losing.
He's a small loser today.
What's it? How much?
Yeah,
That's right. He won a couple bucks.
Yeah, so he's got like 25K in front of him. Looked like so. I thought he had to be up.
No, he rebought for a bunch.
Oh, okay. So Kyle's just the big winner right now? And
Yeah,
Jason,
Kyle's
Kyle's the big winner.
No, Jason lost the big one too. He was, but then he lost the big one to Brandon. And now they're around even-ish.
I told you it's mayhem.
And we're just getting word that the table looks to be okay. Before that,
okay, we got a hand going down here. Sorry guys to not give you any action here.
Gentilly is going to 3-bet to 3,000.
No. This is a straddle to what is straddle to 16? A straddle to 800. 800. Straddle to 800.
Who straddled 800?
Kyle.
Wow.
Kyle loves it. Kyle's the biggest agent at this table for sure. Tilly's like 92. Yeah, I'm coming for you.
Gentily's going to raise the straddle to 3,000. Kyle Bowker's going to call, and Gentilly.
Wow, this game really opened up. I really
you want
to
a seat,
Sean? Yeah, we got a seat for you, kid. Get in there. I'll have direct position. Jen goes to rack city and then shows the deuce.
Oh, she showed him the. This is gonna be awesome. Show the whole hand.
No, just shows the deuce.
Look at Jason's face.
But I had other stuff too. So
other stuff too. She was dealt 4 cards. She was playing Omaha or else was playing Harlem.
Yeah. No, she just had another card. Is what she's saying.
I had
She didn't
another
only have
card,
one
and it was an action card. So that's all.
You can tell when Gentilly's lying because she's trying to figure it out, but
Because she's talking?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
So we got another. Wow, you guys really kicked it up this game.
Game theory.
I mean, yeah, we're all here to gamble.
Is this like? Well, I watched like the first hour and it was like almost no straddles, and I saw a few straddles coming out, and then I was like driving out here and we got lost. There was some traffic.
It's mostly been to 100. This is like I think just these two hands are literally the two hands.
Were you
where
like
it
said
got
like you were
bigger
gonna
than-
like break soon or something? So
I don't know what. No, I don't know what.
The last session you played at Golden Nugget, I
Yeah.
believe you guys got to 16.
Yeah, we shot out to 1600 last the two
and
hands.
The last two hands of the night,
2 hands,
50K pots.
Yeah, I mean,
just
we only did one hand to 800 ever. It was Turning Stone a while ago, and Phil Locke like flatted a raise like of 3K and then called like 18K more when I had like ace 8 suited. It was very tilting.
Oh my god,
it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Go ahead. This is already money in there.
What's going on? You limped?
Yeah. I just let it go. Since there's already 1,000.
All right, so Jason limps into Kyle's quadruple straddle.
And then this is great.
I believe it's 50.
What do you think the rules? So what?
Minimum
how,
bet?
Yeah, what's
50.
it's 50?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's 100%.
Okay.
So
shout out to Mantigo too in chat.
Are you talking about the next raise or the bet post flop?
100.
Isn't it the bet post flop?
50.
Is it the big blind?
1,000%.
50
50 is a big one.
Are you gonna bet 50?
What's up, man? We're not playing so good. We're things have not been going our way. But we mounted a small comeback. I think I'm about to hit my stride in the second half or so of this.
If that's USC
Maybe
swimmer,
got a
the actual USC swimmer that I know, thank you for your advice so far on the Phelps bet. With Helmuth a couple of years ago, looking good to win that.
What was the Phelps bet?
On Poker Night in America, we have to go back and find the tapes for the exact amount bet. But I bet.
How good is Sean Dude that he can make bets like this and not even remember how much they're for? But you know they're all
me and Phil, are like this. Well, we hope that the discussion was all on camera because we made the bet and then we increased it later.
Okay.
And like Phil likes to name drop. So Phil was mentioning that Phelps was like calling him mid-show.
Phil likes to name drop.
Yeah.
No.
Sometimes. So he basically wanted to bet that Phelps would make a world record in the next 2 years from the date, and we filmed like a year and a half ago, so we knew it was pretty much gonna be these Olympics. And so far,
he hasn't so far.
He was like a second behind.
Sorry, he was gonna. What was he gonna do?
He was gonna set a world record.
Not just break it, set it. So if someone else breaks it in the same round as him, like he doesn't even get it.
Okay.
And so
Phelps, I think, is just a league ahead of the competition still, but he's not at that peak
and
where he's setting world
and
records.
I found this after a lot of the records were set like with different uniforms, which really affected the time.
The different technology suits, different pools.
I started to throw my hand away, and then
So USC Swimmer was actually my source for whether or not to bet because he's obviously known Phelps forever and he knows swimming and he's like, yeah, he's too old to really be at peak, and so he went there.
You could buy a lot of
So let's see if Tilly angrily folds.
No, take it. What's that? Where's she at? King Queen, that's a nice hand.
Yeah, no wonder
Two live
no wonder he
cards.
didn't want you to fold.
Yeah.
2 live cards. It's usually all Gentili
That was
needs.
entertaining. Sometimes I do get all very married to my hand once it has some money in the middle. And
All right,
Thanks
guys,
for watching,
so
guys. If you want to follow me on Snapchat. Fees123.
Fees123 on Snapchat. You can also follow Ryan and his Upswing Poker crew as they try to take over Twitch. Anywhere and everywhere. So Ryan is going to head back into the game.
Brad's got change for you, Brad.
And we got Sean Deeb still in the booth. And
the guy you didn't know,
the guy who
we were laughing how everyone else, like the other guys, like, of course that's Dan Wyman. You're like,
I blanked.
no, it's
on
okay.
it for
There's
a second,
Dan
'cause
is such a common. I would have.
But
no
I
idea.
also won. I didn't even think you were in Florida this week.
Yeah.
So that was I was already thrown aback.
Assumed
by
I'd be on
that.
the show, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But life goes on.
No, I wasn't sure I was gonna be here, and so I told like Lance last minute, said I might be available, and then I said I'm
Okay.
available, and then there was no seat. So I
All right,
decided.
and we just get word that on the other side of break, we are actually going to get Esther Taylor into the game because she says they're waiting for Ryan to start. And
We got a
talk
big
about
hand. Hold on,
starting.
let's pause for a second. I see 300 from Was, 800 from Brad Garrett. Jason cold 4 bets to 2,400 with queens. And Jason and Was are very deep. Like, it's a really bad spot to have ace king here. Like, I'm sure Brad hasn't been 3-betting too much, so Jason doesn't think he's
Not
that
at
out of
all.
line. So it's really not a bluff spot for Jason, really. He kind of only has value.
all right, so before we get in any further with the hand, let's welcome Dan Wyman to the booth.
Thank you.
How's it going, man?
Good. Happy to be here.
And you were just coming from Cherokee as well?
From Cherokee,
That's where you won WSOP Circuit Maine.
Correct.
Which feels like it was like 2 years ago,
I
right?
know,
Like
I think it was
I
just
saw that you
December.
were eligible because you won. You got the free seat.
Right.
And I was like, that was this season? And like, it was
Well, it
what,
might have been the last time you
August?
thought that he got second there. You know, he does really well in Cherokee tournaments.
True.
Yeah,
It's like
Cherokee's
the only
like-
place in America that I can actually win at poker. So.
Everyone is here, is right.
I mean,
And-
we just need a video of who's in this booth right now. I mean, who's who at poker and who's will never be anyone in poker.
There's a lot of meat in this. There's a lot of meat in this booth.
All right, so let's see what Brad does here. You know, he's pretty shallow. There's nothing wrong going all in. You know, 8,400 in a straddled pot.
How can you tell how deep he is? I mean, he looks like he has every chip.
Oh,
in the room.
yeah. Yeah, I hope you guys have video of him buying in all those racks because I know he couldn't stack them himself.
He came in and he had the normal what 5K looks like.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't let the game start. They're ready to deal. He wouldn't let the game start. And he said, "I'm waiting on more chips. I'm waiting on more chips." And they're waiting on more
All right,
chips.
so he flats here, which I really don't like that much. But we'll see if he plays. If he gets away from it post flop, be pretty impressed to not get broke here when his equity wasn't that good with another ace king folded.
So as I was saying, waiting for more chips. And
If
then
I'm in Jason's spot, I'm not liking this flop.
No,
I feel like this
absolutely.
nails his range. Like this is the only hand you really beat. But of course, Jason, they always have the one hand that they lose. So let's see what Brad does to the bet of 2,000. Very small bet. Oh. He snapped jam. He really thought he was trapping pre-flop.
Damn. So this is gonna be an all-in from Brad Garrett, and he has two overs,
a backdoor
to
flush draw,
Mercier's pocket queens, and so 14. Excuse me, almost a nearly $20,000 pot gets all in on the flop. 7 of clubs does not help Garrett. He needs just one of 4 outs.
Look
You
at
can see him on
Wasserman
the
so
top
happy to
team.
say I folded ace king as well. What a jerk.
Wasserman got away from some potential damage there. Brad Garrett, he's going to take that one
I think
like a
Wasserman at
champ.
least have flatted, right? Or you just think ace king off you fold.
I think it's probably a fold.
I think Garrett is obviously going to be disappointed with that finish, but he
Wow, that
certainly.
is a fancy job. I feel bad for insulting Tilly. There's so
Yeah, no,
much,
so I
there's
said
so
there was
much
a lot
going
going
on.
on.
I thought you meant like showing some skin or something. Like she's known. That's what I thought you
Do I
meant.
look
There's
like
a
an
lot-
animal?
Yes, you're a Jersey guy. Yeah, I wouldn't be. Jennifer wears very revealing, very like flattering clothes. Or I don't know. I don't want to dig myself a bigger hole than I've already been in my life.
And just want to push why Brad Garrett is actually down in Seminole Hard Rock. Tomorrow's charity series of poker event for a great cause. Brad is going to be the featured head
Look,
celebrity.
no one even wants to move those red chips. They probably gonna take a break just to be like for the sake.
Color
of
those
everyone.
up.
You don't think Jason's going to keep him in front of him?
Jason usually loves his giant towers. Like, if anyone would do that, it would be Jason. Would be like 4 or 5. Like,
I think that's less chips than he had in front of him 2 days ago. Anyway.
A break? Okay. Can you take my resolution from him?
He won all the money.
yeah, I mean, he put everyone to shame. Like, me and Glance always were battling that Pittsburgh for the biggest win ever, and Jason comes here, a place you would never expect it to happen, and he just printed.
It's like a tournament.
And it wasn't an easy lineup
50?
either.
Yeah.
And that Pittsburgh lineup that you're referencing certainly wasn't either. But there's been some relatively.
I mean, I don't know if his lineup was that tough. Let's be honest. I mean,
There's also been, Stu. Stu was in it. He's kind of. He was the only other player that won though. He won 1,600.
yeah, he's a winner at life, not in poker. His wife is very attractive.
Please be nice. It's Stu's birthday today. All right.
So you're 55 finally.
I don't have a microphone to defend myself.
Yeah.
He's trying to defend himself, but failing just like he tries at poker.
All right, so we are going to go on a half-hour break, and you get to see the cumulative winnings so far. It's 2 players who won WSOP bracelets this summer. Jason Mercier, Kyle Bowker at top. Ryan Fee, the other bracelet winner.
Tilly winning, always a shock.
Jen Tilly up nearly 6,000. She is finally coming into her own on day 3 of Poker Night in America filming.
She had a
here
bad
at
day yesterday
Sherpa.
as well. We didn't get a chance to watch the
A
stream.
slight down day. Yeah, so we are going to go on a half-hour delay. How does this sound? You guys stay in, ask some Twitch chat, ask some questions for a half hour. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to run to the bathroom. But you guys kind of carry for
We get Stu in. We'll
a
take
half
over.
hour.
Let's go.
Yeah, you guys can do this?
Yes.
All right.
Well,
Perfect.
we got this. All right, guys. So, any like poker questions? Send to me.
Poker
Open
questions.
face questions to Dan. Weight loss to Stu. Stu is wait till he gets the mic. He wants to do some weight loss bet with me, which I don't know. Depends on what price you lay. I mean, Brad's here to have a good time, and nothing wrong with. He's not a professional poker player. He held his own. He obviously was winning before he pretty much got coolered with Ace King to Queens. So I think he should be very proud of how he played in this cash game. I think most of the pros would tell you that they were surprised he did as well as he did.
So what's up, guys?
Hello, Stuart.
I was in the booth very briefly before earlier on, but I haven't watched a ton of the stream.
Yeah, we saw like the first hour and came in a little late, but obviously chips are flying, big pots are being played. I think in like this stop you see when everyone starts buying in 20K how much more action there is. There's a bunch of 5K stacks, you really see more tough decisions. Hands that are easy goes like if they were 5K deep, Wasp would never have folded Ace King.
No.
And I think Brad would have folded his Ace King if it goes open 3-bet, cold 4, 5-bet jam. And so he kind of got unlucky that everyone was as deep as they were, or else he might have got away and been saved and still at this table.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. I also find that you've played more of these games than I have, but I've now played 3 times. The very first hour or two, always a lot of times is a little feeling out tighter, and then things tend to loosen up as the game progresses.
Yeah, I think usually the first hour there's like one big pot played where one person's like unsure if someone's just going balls to the wall. And, sometimes people get hands sent to them, so they kind of adjust their play and realize that, oh, okay, this guy's really just going crazy. Or, no, they just had aces 3 times in the first hour.
Right.
And so there's a big adjustment from there.
And then Jen gets 10,000 loser, you get 10,000 loser, and then the game opens up.
Yes.
I've been known to loosen up the game when I'm stuck, yes. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a good image to have because if you're stuck that amount, you want to have a chance to get even.
Absolutely. It'd be great if the game just started with like a 5 or 10K flip, get half the game stuck, one guy winner, he can leave, and then everyone else has to
Yeah, that would be a great if you have an extra that might be the new rule. If there's an extra person, do a flip and let that guy win 30K. And as long as it's not Jason can't be in the flips. He's too good at flips.
Jason just has to start 5,000.
Would you agree Jason's too good at flips, Dan?
Jason's okay at flips. Unfortunate.
That was the game that I played 2 days ago. That was the unfortunate dynamic. Like there were a lot of big pots, but the problem was that one person won all of them. And so
it's very lopsided. Like usually you have some give and take. People get to 30K or whatever, feel confident. But when Jason's on the right side of every cooler, it's tough.
A lot of coolers there were. Jason was on the right side of the 9s versus 6.
Yeah, that was.
Dan, you just make fun of everyone. You've been known to blast off some
I've
tournaments.
Been hanging out with you way too much.
Yeah, I know.
He's such a nice person.
Dan actually was a nice person at one point in time. Not currently, but definitely was at one point. Sean, when was the last time you were a nice person? 5, 6 years old?
No, like 3, before I could really talk.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as I could talk, it was bad for everyone around me.
The 9's hand that Mercier called with, that was an actually interesting hand and relative. I was surprised that he called with the exact hand that he had. I mean, I was there watching it firsthand.
Well, I'm not surprised you wouldn't understand, but
Well, I mean, you're trying to make this an insult. We're having a nice dialogue.
Oh no, here's the thing. Obviously,
he had the 9 of clubs in his hand, which is one of the which is a card that you'd want Ite to have in.
Correct. Yes.
So that was like I think if he's calling with that, he's not folding almost anything. I guess that's.
And if he's back calling the turn, he probably has 2 pair plus, and so him to lead, overcall the flop and then lead, his range is very strong, and so he's just like, my range is strong, and he didn't think she'd raise really value hands outside of ace deuce probably, and so she might not even jam the river with ace deuce.
Yeah, and the problem with it, she would have had to have called ace deuce on 7-8 deuce 2 clubs with a deuce not being deuce X of clubs is not available. So
but if there's ever someone to call the flop with bottom pair, it's definitely Tilly. Like obviously she sees that total air on that flop, and Tilly likes to get out of line, so I think it's totally fine to call any pair versus her in position.
But I think Jason might not perceive he would call that many deuces, and so that was part of it. And then also that she didn't 3-bet pre to a Jen's under the gun open, so she probably doesn't have big pairs. So
all right, so Mubot, just to correct everyone right now, Stuart Newman, Dan Wyman, and Sean Deaver in the booth. Will and Ryan. Will's on break. Ryan had some stuff to go do. He's probably going to be twitching on his Upswing Poker account, knowing him.
Ryan's playing.
Oh, he's going back in the game?
Ryan's going back in to play.
I saw I thought he might have been picked up. I don't know. They sometimes change the lineup.
Ryan's currently in action. That's what he's doing.
Okay, so we're gonna see Ryan soon. Some more great no limit hold and play from him.
Who's gonna take over Brad's seat?
Ite.
Ite.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So, if any questions, feel free to throw them out.
Us for you?
Oh yeah, Dan, why don't you throw out a question?
I feel like I don't have any questions for you anymore. I know you. We've played so much poker together and spent so much time together.
And the only questions you have are really inappropriate.
Probably.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun down in Cherokee playing Lot and Things with Antonio, Ankush. We had a really fun table, Shannon Shore. Like, we had a good time down there. I think most people would really enjoy that Cherokee stop.
That was an insane table you had for that specific tournament. Given there's a field of 125 and 100 of them are qualifiers from the circuit, and you have
I had
six of the top 7.
There was an
toughest
unknown
players in the
guy,
field.
myself, Antonio, some local guy, Greg or Phil from here, from South Florida, Ankush, John Monet, Andy Filacek, John Turner. And, like, every other table in this field, I knew one person at the table. It was pretty awful. We had a good time, you know. I don't think any of us did well. I think we had a bet what was the chance that someone won that tournament from our table, but we didn't have that go well for us.
Beverage, John?
Yes, please. Whatever you're drinking is fine. Will I be finding a way to play W-Coop? Really funny question.
What does he mean by finding a way?
I think. So anyway, one of the Lot and Thing questions was, I mentioned Antonio. Me and Antonio both have young children that we got married at similar times. That I have my second son being born during W-Coop, due date September 8th, and I said I was going to miss the birth of my child for playing W-Coop, because obviously I live in New York and you can't play W-Coop in the United States, so I was going to have to go up to Montreal. So there's a big discussion about that, but I'm booking my place up there, and hopefully my son comes early so I can be there, but if unfortunately it's during W-Coop, I'm probably not going to be there.
You're just a great human being, Sean.
Sean, you use the word probably in that conversation.
Sean, why don't you tell him, I mean, there's at least a good tournament that day that you're going to miss.
And one of my favorites, the 320 stud 8 or better.
That is hard to miss.
It is. Honestly, like, I love PokerStars events. I love the Player of the Series leaderboard. I like attention, so I try to win the leaderboard. That's my main goal at one of these stops. So it seems like there's a discussion going on about some of the stuff on 2+2 with Jason Alexander. I guess nothing to do with us.
No. The question's for the three of us. I don't get it.
All right, here's a question from Soggy Cakes. Which field do you think is going to be softer, the 5200 main here or the 1600 main at Cherokee? I would assume the 1600 main, usually that big of a lower buy-in is usually going to be softer. They both have decent guarantees. They're both going to be 1,000-person fields. But I think that of the top 100 poker players who are playing those two events, I feel like 70 to 80 will be playing here, most likely, and not at Cherokee.
For sure. The fact that those places are close enough together, if you have a choice of where you're going to go play the 5200 over the 1600.
And the 5200 is a little easier. You can fly here. You don't have to drive 2-3 hours.
Correct.
Or from an hour from Asheville.
There's a few extra tournaments you can play down here as well.
Yeah, 5200's followed by a 2650, a 1K rebuy, and a 25K high roller, so you can really wrap it a whole trip.
For sure. Like, it's nice the way they really bulk them up. So for the traveling pros, you're not here waiting for a new good tournament with a big guarantee. They're quick structures so you get through, you know, and the smaller ones are reentry. So if you want to gamble it up and make the 2K, 10K, it's easy to do.
Yeah. I really like the way they constructed this series. I think I like the main event being a freeze out. I think it's a good setup. I know that sometimes
I mean, it gives it overlay, which isn't terrible. Obviously, all players like overlay, but obviously a player with my style, I like reentry more because I want to have a chance of being the big stack and getting some gamble instead of just bluffing off my stack in the first level like I've done a few times here.
We could just adjust, try that out.
Play looser? I'll try that.
I don't know. They have a feeling here that they're strong feeling they want their main events to be freeze outs. But I think the follow up, there's the 1K rebuy, you can rebuy.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair balance. Make the 25K. I think that's one reentry. Yeah. I think that's like they do a little bit of everything. So whatever you prefer, they give you that option, and that's really nice.
Sean, I don't know if you saw this question in chat from Bowman12, but Do you find it hard as a poker pro to stay in the peak physical condition that you are currently in?
I keep eating as much as I can to get more peak weight. So yes, it's very difficult to keep maintaining weight.
Are you about to book a big weight loss bet, and that's why you want to get to a big number first?
I don't think so. I've considered it, but I really enjoy my life, and I'm still here, so I'm still young, and I don't mind if I die young. I know a lot of people want to live to their 90. I'd be totally okay if I die at 60 or 50. I'll make sure my family's provided for. I'll live a good life, and that's just my opinion. Maybe medical advancements will end up saving me, and I'll just always be okay, but we'll see.
I still think at some point we need to get the poker world to bet against us in the weight crossing bet.
Yeah, I don't know if for you guys who don't know Dan, he is very, very skinny, very scrawny.
Well, Dan, what do you currently weigh in on as a guess?
I know because I was currently in a weight gain bet. I had to gain 25 pounds against my buddy who had to
gain
lose
15.
I had to gain 15. He had to lose 25, and he lost his 25, and I unfortunately lost 5.
Nice job, weight. So, that's so amazing to me. I just can't put on weight. I could just do it
He doesn't eat. I eat a lot, and he's usually around me. We go get dinner, and just recently started actually eating his meal. He used to just order food and look at it and not touch it.
That's just not true at all. But I don't know. I find a way.
You did not eat for a long. You didn't eat last night. For example, me and Jason got dinner.
You guys got dinner at 12 o'clock in the Atlanta airport.
Yeah.
After having dinner.
No, we had lunch. We ate at 4 o'clock.
That's dinner.
No.
4 o'clock is not dinner if you're.
That was our second meal of the day.
4 o'clock is not dinner if you don't, unless you go into bed at 9 o'clock.
Well, I go to bed at 9 o'clock a lot. So I can confirm.
He's just an old man who just sits in Boston, and he's on his girlfriend is a student, and so he's on the schedule that she's on, getting up at 6 in the morning.
So Dan, I'm gonna guess at Dan's weight. Let's see. How tall are you, Dan?
5'11".
I'm gonna go 142.
Wow. Sean?
135.
Stu wins.
You're
140.
higher? Oh, so close. That was nice, though. We were right there.
Yeah.
But you didn't say Price is Right rules. I win.
That's very
so
We should have actually booked a bet there. But I missed an opportunity to get Sean. You don't get Sean very often.
I would have won because I always do Price is Right betting.
You can't
for
Price
things
is
like
Right.
That's a
yes, you can.
pretty poor bid if you're doing Price is Right bidding.
All right. You got me there. All right. So we got some more chat stuff going on. The guy who sent the question is also from upstate New York. Someone asked if I was going to be going to Playground Poker while there. I really enjoy the few times I've been there, but during that online series, I usually just go for the 3 weeks and play all the Stars events, so I don't think I'm going to have time to go play cash.
The way SHR does the Big Four is better for rec players than for pros. Which I tend to. I think,
as a rec player, you should agree.
Yeah. I also, for the main event is the main attraction, and you're only playing to Monday if you're really deep in the event, which I think is also nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so many tournaments, they have 4 starting days, day 1, day 2A, day 2B. It's just you're there for 7 days, you're not even in the money on day 3. It's just really bad for everyone. I think we have to resort back to the faster structure. You're seeing more turbos, more quick structures, more skipping of levels. There's the stupid Kessler model that everyone was like, oh, we want deep stacks. We want all these levels. We want 400, 800, 500,000, 612, 714, We don't need that. The tournament needs to progress. You need to force the action a little bit. And I think you're seeing less people per table and, less blind levels. And people are enjoying that more. Realize that they can go play cash, go play other tournaments.
Yeah, everything's just catering towards the pros these days, which is, I think, the exact opposite of what it should be doing. I mean, the pros are going to find a way to win no matter what. We got to get more X into the game.
Is this cash or tournament chip structure? This is a
cash game. Yeah, it's straight 25-50 for the whole game. There are some optional straddles, so you did see a couple hands in the last hour, whereas there was a 100, 200, 400, 800 straddle. And so people can go as far as they want on the straddle. Sometimes you'll see people straddle their whole stack. I mean, there's definitely some gamble out of this group. There's a lot of money, and so you're going to see people splash around a lot.
There's really only one gigantic difference between a cash game and a tournament, and that is in the tournament, when you're felted, you're out, unless and so in a cash game you can always reload and play again and add on. So even if you lose half your stack in a tournament,
I think a lot of people in cash make that mistake and not add on.
Yeah, you see that a lot. Someone will buy in for 2K at 510 no limit, and then they'll have 1,100 down because they lost some pots, and then they end up picking up a big hand and doubling up, and they don't realize they really lost $900.
Yeah,
because they should have capped off, and because the hand probably is one they were going to get a full double with 11 or 2,000.
Yeah, especially in those cap bind games, I really think people should be trying their hardest to stay as close to the cap, because if they think they're profitable in the game, they're probably most profitable with more chips in front of them. So if it's a, say, 5-10 2K cap game like you're referencing, some of the weaker players might get up to 3,000-4,000. You want to cover them if you like cooler them, or just be able to outplay them with more chips in play and deeper stacks. So I think you should be, even if you're at 1,500, like I can be profitable here, throw in an extra 500, cap it, and
you want to get max. Also, to not get max value when you finally flop a big enough hand to double through, and is a big equity mistake.
Yeah.
Those hands don't come all that often, no limit, to get a chance to double up, and so when you get them, you need to get the full stack double.
All right, we got some more questions.
All right.
I think I'm going to be flying down Saturday morning. Cash game running Saturday. Might be looking to mix it up a touch. There should be cash games running all the time here. Is DB Dave? No, that's Dave Aldrich. I'm trying to think. I thought you knew a screen name like that.
There's some mixed games that are running now, though. But they're
400, 800 game. We checked it out for camera.
There have been some mixed games that are going to be running a little bit smaller too.
Would you like to start some 200, 400 with us in a little bit, Stu?
I'm actually celebrating my birthday today, so no poker for me today.
But you're here doing commentary. You might as well play a little bit.
Sean, do you think that I'm not a mixed game specialist? I don't get it.
I will play. You can pick whatever game that they spread down there, or you can make up a game, and I'll play.
Yeah, I can play your worst game. Your worst game's Limit Hold'em, right?
If you think so, yes.
No, isn't that you profess this is the case?
I've actually said multiple games are my worst games. I have to keep it balanced.
I've only played Duck Flush with you once, and I won.
Yeah, that was amazing. So another question, Sean, what was the toughest opponent you dislike sitting at your table in cash games? I would probably say Dan, just because he knows my game so well. He always knows when I'm bluffing. I try to bluff him so often and slow roll him, and I can't slow roll him, and it's very painful.
Wow. That's very flattering.
I know. I'm nice to my fish.
You want to keep me around, make me think I still have a chance?
You do have a chance. You've won a lot versus me in mix.
Lifetime in poker. I think I am a winner.
Yeah, somehow.
Sean did slow roll me in a WSOP tournament.
Oh, this is awesome.
In a WSOP?
WSOP tournament. I believe it was like a day 2 of a...
No, it wasn't day 2. I just bought into the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a 6 max event. I know that. Yes, it was 6 max, 100%.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I knew I had a really soft table. You were like the youngest guy there, which almost never happens for you.
So, I don't remember the details of the hand, but this is a good story.
I remember...
So, the flop, I know the flop was, because it ended up with having, so I opened, Sean defended the big blind, and it came 9x. Huh?
I had 9-10.
It came 9XX, and so, like, Sean flopped top pair, and by the river, I had backdoored the nut straight. And so...
No, you called me with one pair.
No, I had a straight. I tabled it. But but you went all in, and the
oh, was it the? I had.
So
9X,
what happened? You had
9X
of hearts. The flop was 9 rainbow, but it came heart.
I had like 9-5 of heart. No, some shitty 9X.
Yeah. So like flop came 9 high, and then like I bet he called. Turn was a X. I bet he called, and the river brought a heart. I also made the nut straight on this card, but I brought her backdoor flush. Sean let out all in. I tanked and then called, and Sean says, "I just have a 9."
And showed him the 9.
And showed a 9. I tabled the nut straight, which is why I backed into a nut straight, and Sean sits there another minute and a half and says 9 high flush.
I really don't think you had. I think you had 9-10. I think you had top 2 because I was like, you think I'm like bluffing worse than that? I don't think you had the nut straight. I'll bet a lot of money that you had 1 or 2.
No, I had a straight.
I don't think so.
You somehow find a way that anytime you're going for a slow roll, the run out just comes so perfect that you can show 1 card, get them to show 2. I can't count the number.
Sean got to see my hand, which you would not have gotten to see if he hadn't misannounced his hand.
He gets to see my hand almost every single showdown we play in mix.
There's a funny story about that. I did that to Wasserson in a mixed event.
The first one was pretty. It was this. He gets to say I have a 9, and then be like 2 minutes later say 9 high flush. It was just the most tilting way to run it out.
I've just started mucking when he announces anything. 3 card 8, yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So speaking of that, though, one of the players at this table, Eric Wasserson, I actually did that too in a World Series, the 10K horse, I think.
I think it was
and
10K,
in Omaha.
10K08. But
no, it was the horse because you were at the table.
Yes.
So, and it was Omaha 8 round, and I like bet the river in a spot, and I said like deuces, and I said like ace 3 and a deuce. Like I'd nut low and I like river to set, and he like snap tables his hand and I like show, and like he's literally pulling my chips and like pointing at my hand, and he's like, "You can't make me show my hand. It's wrong." It's so like he's just flipping out at this. Like he really thought it was like so unethical. He thought I was like doing it for information. I'm like screwing him over. And I'm like, "You know me. I just slow roll," and like we got a huge argument whether or not it's okay. and that was the second person I successfully soul rolled at that table. So we have some other questions here. I'll ask this for you guys. Did you guys see Jason Somerville on CNBC?
I did watch the segment, yes.
What were your thoughts on it?
I thought he represented well. I thought he's, it's always, those situations are always difficult for poker players. They really put, I think that, I don't know if you saw, it's kind of a similar situation where Jason was interviewed by
I heard about
Dan
the Jason
Lebertard.
thing, yeah. That's
And
just so
I think it's unfortunate because a lot of times in these interviews you're just kind of pigeonholed into situations.
I really think we got to try to do a better job of pre-interviewing. Like, listen, we're not going to go on that subject. We're not that. We're more intelligent than you give us credit for. We're not the seedy gamblers you saw in 1970s, Western movies. We're professionals. We're intelligent. We'd be successful at anything we do. We just enjoy the lifestyle that poker provides for us.
Yes, but I thought Jason represented well. Did you watch the video segment? Okay.
I did not.
I thought he did a really good
yeah.
job. The guy that was kind of like the guy he was debating against was just kind of an older guy, very conservative, and had his argument was that that he was putting forth was there's long-term social costs to internet gambling by people that are kind of secondary costs, were such that more people unemployment, bankruptcy, stuff where people come into financial stress,
which also happens with lotteries and 1,000 other things they're exposed to. There's all the people can bet on horses, people can bet on highlight. I mean, there's so many ways to gamble. Why attack poker when every other way is legal besides poker? Sports betting is legal in a couple states. There's other ways to do it,
right?
And that's all seen as acceptable ways to make a living or to gamble. But poker is supposed to be so negative.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously we're on the same side of this argument, but he was presenting some of his points have and he said there's been some studies to indicate that but I don't obviously agree with it if you're just you can't ban people from doing everything, and I think poker overall is not going to have the negative consequences that a lot of other forms of gambling has on a relative basis going to have much less. Are there going to be a few cases of someone takes all their paycheck money, puts it on XYZ site, and dumps it and can't pay bills? Of course. But I think there are going to be a lot less cases.
Would have also then just went to a bar and did it, or went and bought clothes, or ran up a Quaker debt.
Or
those people with
poor
financial
decisions. And bet horses. Or
you can't protect them from themselves. They obviously don't have the awareness to budget out their lives. And poker's just what they're using as that excuse. But if it wasn't there, I'm sure most of them are struggling financially just as much. So we got a few other questions here.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, just for me. You guys aren't important enough. Sean, do you play any cash online? I play some mixed games, usually only during WCoop or Scoop. I don't really out of the country too often do play. Another question: who is Phil Hellmuth? Or I assume why is Phil Hellmuth such a baby? How could anyone stand sitting at the table with him? I don't think Phil's really a baby. I just think he has high expectations for himself, and because of that, he's very hard on himself when he wins or loses, and depending on how he wins or loses. And I think he's great for poker and a great guy, and I think most people really enjoy when he's at their table, unless you're in the super high roller bowl where he's just berating you while you're playing for millions of dollars. That was a little across the line, and I think Phil probably realized he went too far there.
I played a poker night session with him where we played together for 8 hours last year, and I thought there's always a little bit of histrionics and things that he does when he takes beats, he gets upset. But overall, he was good for the game.
And as long as people realize he's not faking, his emotion. He has a lot of money, but he loses a $6K all in as a 2-1 favorite. He's hurt emotionally. It affects him so much more than it affects the average person, especially the average professional. But it's not a game. It really is just how he feels about the game and how much he strives to be the best and always win the maximum. Any small mistake, he'll beat himself up for many hours after a game.
I would say he does have an inflated view of his own skill level, and so it surprised him more than maybe it should that he loses sometimes. But
I think he does some things well versus a lot of people that he talks up like they're the most amazing thing. But I really think there are a lot of physical things that he notices that.
100%, he does some things well. I was but he can never be as good as Phil thinks he is. I think his opinion of himself is incredibly high.
Well, what percentage of poker players do you really think are as good as they think they are? 1%?
15%.
No way.
I would say higher than you think.
Really?
Probably around 10%.
I think poker
10% think
poker people are pretty are pretty objective thinkers.
I think the worse they are, the more self-aware they are. Middle of the line pros kind of know where they are, where top of the line pros think they're somehow higher than that.
Yeah.
And then Sean D. That's not even another. Right. That's another conversation.
I'm not a poker player anymore. I am Just a degenerate gambler with my friends. I barely play any poker.
Any more?
Oh, here's one. Sean, what advice do you have for studying away from the table for cash games? I'm not a study guy. I would just refer you to Upswing Poker, Ryan Fee, and Doug Polk's site. I think that I met Ryan probably 7 years ago when I lived in Vegas. We lived in the same building. We hung out a lot when he was like under 21, and I think he's a really, really smart player and really good at explaining the game and really good at solving it.
I would say I think that one of the things that's difficult about those sites a little is depending what you're playing. Like some of the concepts they might take might not always apply to the games you're playing. But I would if I were someone that's starting into the game, maybe a 1-2 no limit or 2-5 no limit. Identify what you think are going to be some of the better players at that stake, and talk hands with them. If you can make friends, talk hands. That's always helpful. But it was helpful for me having conversations about
I think
with people I thought to be better than me.
Know that crowd, because they understand the exact dynamics, and so much of poker is how that person plays. Like how I play a hand versus Jason Mercier, or how I play a hand versus Jennifer Tilly is going to be vastly different. And getting to understand why I think that way versus those two very different thinking poker players and playing styles will be very helpful.
Oh, we're off and running on.
Yeah, we got the game starting back up.
Also,
Brandon Adams starts with the straddle.
Jennifer
Tilly has the button.
Yeah. Just doubles, no triples?
Triples? Yeah.
So they're
the next hand you're on for doubles. You have to say I'm on.
I think there's some props. So the blinds with the straddle, there'll be 3 blinds in the game, 25, 50, 100. So that makes the game quite a bit bigger.
And then
It looked like Ite bought in for 10,000. She opens first hand, raising to 300.
2 in a row, then
in
3
the
in a row
hijack.
is triples, but it's hard with this prop to be on.
Max you could lose on any one prop is 3,000.
It sounds like they're discussing running props, which is something done in the high stakes crowd. A lot of different flops.
We have 2 good hands right away. Ite opens.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, wow.
What a first hand.
Poor Ite is definitely get stacked here, I think. I think you cannot fold jacks to Tilly. Yes, she snapped cold 4-bet really big, but I don't know. I just
Wow, this
do
is
you
really
guys get away from jacks here?
I think she
This
can.
is a brutal spot.
I think Tilly could potentially have 10s, but that's probably the worst hand she's doing.
She could
this
have
with.
ace 10. Like it's Tilly, Ryan.
Well, the
was
one
like
thing
that.
is Ryan Fee has been 3-betting a lot.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So, a reasonably active 3-better so far in this session.
But is
And
Tilly
so
4-betting? Is Tilly 4-betting because Fee?
But
Ryan's been
also,
3-betting that
I think. So I think Tilly reacts to that, but Tilly cold calls a lot of hands to 3-bets there.
But
though.
she's winning or losing. But she's also not that deep. Like she's only got like 13,000. You know,
This
it's
is a
not
brutal
as
spot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if Ite.
Yeah, Ite. No. Call. And Ryan just snap
She
folds.
whispered
Wow.
to me, I really
Wow.
like getting stacked my first hand, and then went over.
Oh, she didn't say all in. Okay. I was very shocked that she said. I thought. So the call we heard was must have been Tilly saying
calling the
call
all-in.
to
She said
Ite's
all in.
jam.
I think it's a close spot for Ite there. I don't.
You
That's
guys
a
are
really.
you guys are way too tight.
No, I played. I mean, I think a lot of the hands you want.
Ryan's
wow.
like.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If Ryan never saw a flop, he would not have a.
Good
He's
card.
like, I'm
Good card for Ite.
That's a good card for you.
Phew.
Jennifer and the most excited right now are Jason and Kyle, who now Jennifer just got 10K deeper with.
What did you have?
I would perceive that having played a whole session with Jennifer a couple days ago, she cold calls 3-bets a lot with like a medium strength hand. So like I think her forward range is still like pretty strong, even though like
It's
Brian,
strong, but jacks are still the 4th best hand you can possibly be dealt.
I mean I recognize that. But
That's
I think
awesome.
I think like 2s through 10s are all cold calls for her there in
Great,
position.
as well as hands like ace 10, ace jack.
I think she just calls them.
She whispered funny things
So I
back.
think if Tilly has something like jacks plus ace queen, probably not even ace queen, probably just cold calls ace queen, then Ite doesn't have a great spot with 2 jacks there.
I know I would not be happy with it, but I think I might hero fold.
I mean, you guys are just better than me at poker. That's why I don't play full time anymore.
Too late.
Well, I just did play 8 hours with Jennifer Tilly, so I saw her cold call out of 3-bets. Like not as the.
But
opener,
was that
just-
also 13K deep, or was that like 25K deep?
Somewhere between. She started with 20K each one of those
Yeah,
lines,
that-
but she never got above 20,500 either. Unfortunately, any of those. She had a bad day the first day.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
Well, everyone had a bad day except for you and Jason.
You can have the.
I had a 6 score. Yeah, let's talk more about that.
Yeah.
We'll even pay you.
Trust me, Dan was discussing this. He was like, it was really bad for Jason that Stu won because it would have been such a great graphic to be red, 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 red. Jason, massive green number. And now you see Tilly opening it up.
Dan, I needed that money, so I don't care about your entertainment
Just
value. I
stop
need
it.
to, you know.
Sorry,
Jennifer is just getting outplayed by Jason.
2 diamonds.
Three betting weak suited king in position. But now since she's deeper, that hand goes up in value a lot.
Oh, thank you.
I was surprised she folded that 3-bet. She didn't.
It was
fold a lot.
300 to 1100. It's a big 3-bet, and she had a really raggy hand. And
that hasn't stopped her
she
previously.
understands
Sometimes
position
you have
versus
Yeah.
good players. Like she's just not gonna play super weak hands versus Jason, who isn't too out of line pre-flop usually.
That is Esther's very first hand off the deck that she plays on the show. That's
Yeah,
tough.
especially after she had a big losing day the first day. Did she play yesterday as well or no?
No.
Yeah, so she's got a big hole to get out of. So expect to see her splash a lot coming up.
Certainly seems like a game right now that she can get out of it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, with Kyle, who doesn't like folding. Jason, who has too much money. All right. Jennifer calling Ryan's raise with 9-7 suited. Someone just said, thank you, Ty, for saying she 4-bet Jason with 10-3 suited half an hour ago. We weren't in the booth. It's an interesting flop. It really narrows some range to make a lot of nutted hands. 3 straight, 3 flush.
That's a good flop.
Brian's going to be check calling this, almost assuredly.
It's a straight flush.
I like if I'm in Tilly's spot, I like a little bigger bet here. I don't like betting less than half pot. So he calls with a lot of his draw hands because his draw hands have a lot of equity versus her.
Yeah, I'm a skilled thrower. Don't try that at home.
Do I get extra for more?
No.
More straight flush?
Yeah.
cards?
I like betting here for Jennifer. Even though your hand's weak, I just think that Ryan doesn't have a big heart very often.
I look back and I'm like, oh, I see a flop.
10,000 my first hand out. Are you proud of me? Really? Yeah. It's bad luck.
And you lost the maximum on first.
Bad river card for Jennifer. She no longer has the best hand. Probably going to go check.
Who threw me? You didn't. You and Wes? Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan bets here.
It's like 8 high flop.
As a bluff?
Yeah.
Not 10 high.
His hand's like when she checks the turn, like his hand is the best hand on the river. Like I don't know.
I don't even think she's going to fold the 10 unless he goes with a decent sizing.
He would remember if he had like aces or kings or queens.
I mean, she's going to fold that exact hand, but
I
sure.
think versus her overall range, I think that's better to bet than to check and
What
let
it cost
some
you?
better hands get showed
I
up.
have 2 pair. I have 3 pair.
Right, that's the news to Ryan. He knows he wins now. He's like, I'm value betting. She just gave it away.
Because he,
No,
loses, he loses the Jack 9.
Oh, Jack 9, yeah, one hand.
I know he's betting as primarily as a bluff. I don't think I really love it. But hey, she's gonna get
he's
called
gonna
by
get the
worse.
value.
I would love to see Jennifer raise here, but I guess
Yeah,
that's,
no, I mean after the speech,
you can't.
she has a great hand with blockers to raise. She would check back the straight flush. She probably would check back all the hands that voted up.
How much? You tell us.
I want to know 1,000 for birthday.
And I saw someone say, asking if I'm reading chat. Yes, we are reading chat. So any comments for any one of us, feel free to throw them out there.
Here's 9-7.
Ask Dan Wyman some questions. Like
nobody has questions for me. Nobody knows me.
It's like, how bad are you, Dan? How bad are you at golf? It's questions like that.
Golf, not a very good golfer anymore. I was a +1, now I'm a 2.
I thought it should be. I just thought it should be.
Why do you invent games and then lose to Sean? Let's talk about
I don't want to talk about that. That's not a great question.
It's a little sore over the last few months.
What if you had like ace, king, ace, queen, king, queen?
Yeah. I'm a horrendous golfer.
I'm worse than you.
Yeah, I'm sure, but like, I don't know. I played a lot of golf, and I've just really kind of got away from it in the last like 5-10 years of my life. I don't play hard.
Hey, someone asked Dan a question finally. Hey Dan, who are you?
That's a great question.
What is the most?
Can we get a little bio on Dan?
What is the thing you're most known for?
Thing I'm most known for in
Yes.
poker?
What did?
I invented Fantasyland. I don't know if you've played Open Face Chinese.
I have played some Open Face, yes.
They say that you are one of the best. So it makes sense that I play most
Except
of my
everyone
Open
in
Face
Cherokee
against
said that you were the best.
Well, yeah, because no one in Cherokee has heard of you before.
Yeah, they really did.
I was more of a celebrity.
It
than
was
you there.
really pretty funny how many people were asking me to take photos of other poker players for them.
Dan's a big deal in Cherokee. Everyone's gotta have a place where they crush it.
Absolutely.
So it actually is a pretty it might sound small to some people that don't play a lot of OFC, but Fantasyland was quite an invention. You know, there's a lot of poker players that spend a lot of time in Fantasyland, and he created that concept.
It kind of took the game from a purely math game where a recreational player was never going to be able to win to a game where
it increased the variance, which it's basically like you see the transition from Nolan and Holden to PLO. People wanted to have more action, and Nolan was getting so
The
tight.
entertainment value of the game with Fantasyland is also way higher, and
All right, so we got a hand going down. Looks like check down between Wasserson and Fee. You can see a value bet here. And Wasp being a limit player, I wouldn't be shocked to see him call this river.
I don't know that I would open A7 off from the small blind on the big blind on the $100 straddle against a good player. I might just fold that hand.
Then you are folding way too many hands.
No, only from that spot. It's the worst spot to open.
It's Ite,
but he's
you're basically raising heads up.
No, he's raising two people's blinds.
I understand. He's raising heads up when one of them is Ite.
Okay.
Can't imagine Wasp paying this off. With Fee checking back twice, he's going to have some showdown value.
But I like the sizing because I think it really merges it because he could have, 6, 7, 7, 8, the gut shots. Hands have a little equity.
Sure, I just expect him to bet turn with those.
Dan, we agree. This is no limit.
We're two no limit hold'em players in a mixed game, open face professional in between us.
All right, so we got some more questions asking me if the Phelps bet is only swimming world records. Yes, he has to do individual swimming world record. No, whatever, the relays. Another question, do I play PLO? Sometimes, not my best game. Both these guys sitting next to me are much better than me at that game. It's very painful to give Stu a compliment, but I will give him one.
That was the worst moment of the whole broadcast.
Yeah. My body just cringed as I said it. I was just like,
but if I weren't better than you in the game, it would be pretty embarrassing considering I probably play 25x more PLO per year than you.
I guess I would
yes.
So if I weren't better, I would have to reevaluate a lot of things.
You probably should.
Anyway, what's back to the action? Kyle came out swinging and was crushing early, but I think he just had a string of 9-big cards. I haven't seen him be too active lately.
Every hand I saw him opening, he had some weak cards, but he definitely got good flops for them.
He just folded the Queen-3 off, which that was a good fold.
All right, some other questions. Sean, where are your favorite Poker Night in America stops, both for action and games, and what else? Pittsburgh for all of the above. Best action, casino took care of us, awesome nightlife, and also there was great sports city, so we went to a couple games and really enjoyed that. So we got Jason over to 350. See Wasp flat the button. You see, he folded Queen Jack off, I believe, really quickly. And I think you should consider maybe playing that, maybe 3-betting. She just snap folds, and that's kind of why I say why would I raise that Ace-7? I think she's one of the tighter players pre-flop.
What do you think? Are you surprised to see Washington flat the button with Ace-King with
if it was Jennifer Tilly straddle, I like flatting it a lot.
Do you like flatting it when it comes King 9?
I wish we 3-bet if it comes King 9. A lot easier to get all the money in.
Yeah,
when
so
you
we 3-bet, we're doubling up unless the Jack comes.
Right.
I don't like that quick of a call. I think I wait a little bit longer in Wass's spot.
I actually like a raise on the flop.
No.
That's a long time.
I don't think he's raising enough flush draws or gutters.
Yeah, he's only continuing with King Jack, King Queen, 9s, King 9. There aren't that many hands.
You don't think he's continuing flush draws?
Really? Wow.
Not that often on a paired board. Jason plays a lot of PLO. I don't think he's really going to have too many bet calling a big flop raise without the nut flush draw or without straight flush draw. So it's only a few hands of his range. Much rather call.
Okay, so the turn call is
How much weight did you lose?
It went from 244 to 187.
That's astonishing.
So 50.
Yeah, Sean's paying for this round.
Oh, Jason runs
when will it
so
end?
good.
When will it end?
I guess you just stop thinking about food. You're not going to.
What do you guys do if you're lost in this spot and the river's an offsuit deuce and Jason bets close to the pot?
I raise. Raise fold to a 3-bet jam.
I think that's correct. Yeah, he's opening King 10, King Jack, King.
Wass doesn't even get mad when he says king. I would be so pissed. I'd be like, yeah, nice hand.
If he had 3-bet pre, that would have been really painful because he would have got it all in maybe and then hit and the 9 come
They might have
run
ran
it once. It's run it once only.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can't.
That's good.
They've
That's
adjusted
good for the show.
that. There's no run it twice on poker night.
Yeah, we had the one time I played. I think we had run it twice.
Oh, sorry, I'm missing a few questions. I'm sorry.
It's
Sean, why
exclusively run it once
aren't
now.
they playing
Looks good.
You must feel so much
Sean,
better
why aren't they
now,
playing
you
100 big
know?
blinds? This is very
Yeah.
deep. I think it's great.
And it
With the
does
straddle, I think you need to be playing deeper, and so you're just not going to be able to play any hands or calling raises. You only have a 5K stack. So if you know everyone's going to straddle, I think you really got to be ready to buy into 10 to 20K in this
But
game.
when he tries to sell his diet plan, yeah.
No, Hold'em allows a lot more like flexibility and creativity that can come in if you're playing more than 100 big blinds. So that's why with someone that plays a lot, that they're going to prefer to go that way if they can
I guess not.
buy in deeper.
I mean, you look like that, like before. Holy cow.
What do you have like any like diet thing now or anything? Is there anything you're doing just like back to normal?
No, I'm gonna do something soon though because I gained weight at the World
Yeah,
Series.
Kyle's
back.
talking. He lost a whole bunch of weight. Was it? He
He
bet
did-
with you, right?
What? No, I was involved in the placing of the setting
Okay.
up the bet, but
I knew
wasn't
that-
actually,
I knew
wasn't
you were
on-
involved in some way, yeah.
Yeah, he actually he didn't drink nothing but juice for almost like 70 days.
We were at one of the poker night stops, and he was just drinking juice, and it just looked so miserable.
He did nothing but drink juice for like.
Oh, we got
2.5
Ite opening it up.
10-3
4X
clubs
on the button.
I expect Tilly to call this ace 10.
You just woke him right up. So bad. You don't wake up someone that's sleeping.
Now, you
That was
guys,
rude.
I'm going to berate Jason because we don't get to yell at him enough. The way he folds that high, I hate people who high fold. They expose those cards to people so often. There's just no reason to fold that high and when there's still action pending. So all you guys want to helicopter your cards, just throw them low.
It's a fair point.
Here's a question for Dan. How old do you think Stu is?
Oh, this is always the question. I think he.
That's the good one. I think I know.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion about it.
I think I know he's a lot younger than he looks.
That's a big range. So what's your
Well,
answer?
I have a funny story that I'll tell about
late
this. I meant to
30s.
tell it in the last stream, and I'm going to tell it now. Wait, after this. It's very good about my age.
All right, he said late 30s. Come on, give an exact number.
38.
I'm 39 for one more day. I turn 40 tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, you said your birthday's today. It's tomorrow?
I'm celebrating it today.
No. You're playing poker with us today. All right, so we got a
My
little
wife
value.
is here, and we're going out. I mean, you know, I understand that we're really good buddies, Sean, but I'm going to hang out with my wife.
It's okay. I would never choose to hang out with my wife, so we're very different people.
So what happened here? Tilly check called the flop, and now is leading the 10 turn.
I believe so,
Yes.
based on the pot size.
Yes, that's exactly what
She
happened.
gets
Dan.
so much value.
Gonna find a way to win the maximum.
I think she's checking river, and Ite's going to check.
Unless I actually flop it.
Ite is so sick.
Your weaknesses? Yeah. I sleep when I'm in the hand because I'm not thinking about the flop.
That is a really unfortunate way for that hand to play out for her. And you can't fold it. Most people, when they lead that turn, you can fold 10-3. You cannot fold the Tilly. Just lead
No,
it.
she takes a lot of goofy lines and a lot of weird bets and marginal
So, like,
hands.
even if you see bet complete air on a flop with 10-3 against most people, when they led the turn 10, you could comfortably fold. And you can't, Jennifer, unfortunately. So that was just bad luck for her.
Saved like 3,000.
You were holding the information.
So anyway, the bet. This is the funny bet.
Okay.
So this summer I placed a bet with Kelly Minkin on my own age.
Oh, yeah, tell them for sure at some point. Just not right. Yeah.
By the way, you suck it.
Okay. There's I.
Or I might have just I might have waited for like.
So I was in a conversation with a lady on the poker tour, Kelly Minkin, that a lot of people know, and she was absolutely convinced that I was not telling the truth about being 39 years old, to the point where she bet me on my age, which is interesting to bet someone on their own age when I should have a pretty good knowledge of my own age. But she was so sure that I was bluffing, she carried it through and actually booked a bet versus me on my age.
So we got another interesting hand going down here quickly.
I'll tell the rest. Oh, okay.
So Brandon Adams open 400. Jennifer called in the small blind, and Kyle makes a really big squeeze. I think it's just a little too big. I really want Tilly to call, so I make it a little smaller here versus her. Brandon isn't super deep, so it's not like you're worried about him flatting too often.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's just like his default is to go big with ace king offsuit, but maybe this situationally might be.
I think you really have to adjust your sizing based on players. You're 29K deep with Jennifer Tilly with a hand that's going to dominate most of her calling range. You want to get them in there. So unfortunately, myself and Dan are going to be leaving you guys. You're going to be in good hands with Will and Stu. So enjoy yourself, and you guys keep Googling Dan Wyman. Figure out who he is. The next time you have some better questions for him.
It doesn't matter, even if Hearts came, it's unlikely you would have seen it.
Send Brandon and Sean out. As Sean eloquently said, we are in good hands with Stu and myself.
So I yes, nice 3-bet from him there. I'm a little. Jennifer seems to be playing slightly tighter. She might have, I think on Tuesday she might have peeled that queen jack, but.
Well, there has to be something to be said about you lose for 2 days, and then you finally start to get some momentum. You start to build a little stack, and maybe you want to protect that
probably
profit.
fair.
And we've talked a few times about Gentili. I'm not going to say she's obsessed with her final figure, but
I think she'd really like to have this last episode have a green number next to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're
and
right about that.
We want that too.
Yes,
as
very much.
unbiased viewers.
Yeah, Jennifer's an excellent.
Yeah.
I wonder if he bought. I mean,
she gives a lot of like positive attention to the game and brings a lot of fans in that wouldn't necessarily otherwise be fans, and like. So the more support we can give to people like her that are active participators in poker, the better.
No, without a doubt. And we were talking with Brad Garrett earlier.
We're talking about
He's
Brad
not gonna
and then how
come in and play these amazing hands and really show players good strategy per se. But he is gonna bring in somebody who knows him from Everybody Loves Raymond and say,
of course.
wait,
oh, you guys are playing
that guy plays poker?
Well,
I'm gonna watch that.
He looks like he's having fun. Maybe I'll go out and play poker.
Exactly.
That's the idea of like. I can tell you anecdotally, like I was on the show 2 days ago on the live stream, and my wife's family doesn't follow poker at all. Not involved in it in any form or fashion. No knowledge of it. And when they turned it on because their son-in-law's on the show, and they were the most in person, 25 times more interested than I was playing next to Jason Mercy. They could care less. But I was playing next to Jennifer Tilly, and they know who she is. So that is a perfect example of someone that yes, it was just much more interesting that that someone that they're outside of poker is in a poker situation.
Yeah, without a doubt. And oh my god,
wow.
This is a 3-bet from Ryan Fee.
Luckily
Wasserson is in the straddle with 2 kings.
So this will be good for Ite. Ite will be able to comfortably get away from ace queen. She's been getting really bad setups all day.
All day for 25 minutes.
Well, she's already had a couple of really. You saw the jack's hand, right?
The jack's hand to Gentili.
Even the 10-3 hand was just really unfortunate. She turned a pair and had to pay off versus a hand that normally wouldn't call the flop. It was just she's been in a lot of. So I expect this is to be a 4-bet from Washington and just go fold. Yeah, Ite didn't even consider going forward.
This is a relatively small 4-bet though to 2,400. I think he wants to keep Fee involved.
Well, he doesn't really need to 4-bet too big here because Ite's either going to go all in or fold, so it doesn't really matter relative to her stack. And he's only playing. Can we get a stack? What is the stack on him?
Stack and Fee is just under 14,000.
Yeah, so that's still relative to this 4-bet, somewhat shallow. So I like his size there.
And this is going to be a king high flop. So Wasserson flops the joint with a set of kings.
And he has the king of diamonds. His hand is so incredibly strong that I expect him to bet very small. It's way different that he has the king of diamonds too. That means he literally has the entire board locked.
Mm-hmm. It's about a 2,000 and.
I'd be interested to see if Fee peels this off. It's really a really marginal spot for Queen Jack here. Because a turn queen is not something you really only get excited about a turn jack. In theory, if you're him.
Yeah. We unfortunately know that.
I mean, that's a disaster card, but I don't think he can feel exhilarated by a turn queen. So therefore, I think he's just without having a heart on the flop either. I think thought he might fold, but he did not.
But I think Wasserson knows that Fee is gonna peel a lot here. He's gonna want to see this pot build, and now the 4 of spades, that gives Wasserson that white check mark. He is not going to lose this hand no matter what comes on the river. And
I can tell you that he's not going to lose this hand no matter what. He's not folding this hand. If the river's ace of diamonds, he's calling. So, interesting. Let's see. So there's 91.75 left, and Fee has 11.850. It's an interesting spot. I would probably think he's going to bet 3,000-4,000 and hope to just shove the river. But we'll see. He checks.
Wasserson is going to check. He is going to give Ryan Fee the metaphorical rope.
I don't actually like this check because I don't think he mainly has draws. If you have set of kings on King Jack 3-4,
your opponent you would think has,
unless he has 3 jacks, which he's getting the money from anyway. No matter how he plays the hand, you have to when you have a hand that locks the board that much, you have to give him draws. So you want to bet.
Yeah, and you don't want to give Ryan
card.
Fee a free card if he is drawing. He could very easily have a hand that has flopped some straight and both flush draw possibilities. And now Wasserson looks like he's gonna. He has to bet this river.
He's stacking Ryan if he has 3 jacks no matter what. And I think, and that's the only value hand he could really have when he has the hand that he has. So I think I would be betting the turn, assuming he primarily up against draws. Turns out he wasn't. Turns out he was not gonna. I don't think he's gonna be able to win any more money past the river no matter what. He just came 4-8, and I don't expect.
Fee's gonna quickly fold to a $5,000 bet. And the day gets a little bit tougher for Ryan Fee, but Wasserson now, after buying into this game for $10,000, is nearly
I guess
doubled that
I guess
stack
he's
and then
calling
some.
that turn flop with Queen Jack, perceiving that he has to give perceive that Washington is cold 4 betting ace 10 and ace queen, or tens, because otherwise he had to have the best hand on the which I'm not. Maybe he would. It was a light call. I don't know that. Even though I know you flop second pair, there's a lot of money in there. I'm not really sure.
And
there's not one hard on the flop either.
Back to the pre-flop action. I think Wasserson, as you were saying, because he knows that no matter what he sizes his 3-bet at, Ite is either folding or shoving.
Yes.
So it doesn't really matter what exactly his size is there.
It's assuming that everybody.
It would only matter if he and Fee were like 50,000 deep. Then he might want to go a little bigger because he has kings out of position. But they weren't that nearly that, so I think it was.
And
Kyle was ace king a lot.
They must have done something in his deck after the mid-afternoon break, because it has been big hands after big hand, and.
Wow. Okay. So
I didn't even know that Brandon Adams had ace jack yet before saying that.
So this is a pretty standard squeeze spot for Brandon Adams. We're raising a flat from Kyle, but he doesn't do it. Calls. It's really like he could squeeze there a lot.
Yeah, and that's going to be just a call from Adams in the small blind, and Ite.
Kyle's obviously trying to set up a squeeze there too by flatting a big hand like that.
Ite wants to come along, but
she has to do 7 off.
She's just looking at her cards like, really, this is going to be how this day is going to go. So a tough start to this afternoon session for Esther Taylor, but hasn't been a tough day for Kyle Bowker so far, or
Jason
hasn't been a tough Eric Wasserson.
Hasn't been a tough few years for Jason Mercier.
A tough life.
Never ends with this guy. All day.
All right. So Kyle's disappointed because I think he was trying to hope for a set up a squeeze there.
I see a spade.
And now he's
8 high flop rainbow. Everyone's gonna miss. Bowker with position, but it's Mercier with the pre-flop lead. He's gonna check.
For your own good. I'm helping you.
See what Kyle does here. I would actually like a bet.
Anyone have a
around 700, 800?
Yeah.
The reason I like a bet is like first you're protecting with the best hand a certain amount, but also if you turn ace or king,
I mean, you can do it.
You can get a lot of value because it would look like how could you have an ace or king off when you bet 7-8-3.
But for your own good.
Bowker is going to take that down with a.
Turns out he just had the best hand. So.
Bet on the flop, and so what do you got planned for tonight? I actually thought your birthday was today, so like now.
Well, I've been talking about it, and the reason because it's tomorrow and I am turning 40 and what have you, but I'm celebrating tonight because I'm going to go out and celebrate, party it up a little.
Oh, and then you.
But I don't want to go too big and have the main event be the next day. So that was the logic of not going big tomorrow instead of my actual birthday. Because the main event of the
Sherpo
series, the 5K, starts off a 30K bond, but you start the very first hand. There's antes, and so it's really you get.
Oh, that's an awesome structure.
Yeah, so you get right into the mix. Pots are going to be significant early on, so I'm going to want to be there on time. And I just not being hungover doesn't sound the best way to approach that situation.
Doesn't sound the best way to approach a 5K, $5 million freeze out. That is one of 4 championship events throughout this Sherpo tail end of the series. All 4 of those will be live streamed simultaneously, part of the Big 4.
Right.
And everyone who's been in the booth that's going to play, I say good luck in all of them, but good luck in just one.
I just want to enter the 5K, win that, and then the others don't exist.
Yeah, the others you don't even have to worry about.
But it's an excellent series. I really like it. They hit because you can, if you bust out of the 5K, you have a 2650 freeze out to follow into, and then a 1K rebuy. Obviously, the high roller might be outside of the scope of a lot of people on listening to the stream, but they also that's also there.
But the other thing is, and I've looked at the Sherpo schedule, just their main events, but then also the nightly side events. They night after night, week after week, and we've been going for 2 weeks here at Sherpo. They've been saddling players in almost nonstop.
Yeah, they have.
And whether it be to the 5K, the 2600, and even now we're getting into the big satellites for the 25K.
Right.
That's going to be able to put a lot of players who maybe wouldn't play a 25K into those events, which is awesome.
Participation has been great. I mean, even the
this is going to be
an all-in and a call.
A squeeze from
Brandon
Adams.
We have a Jennifer Tilly opening, getting 3-bet by Jax Mercier.
He will be calling.
It's not going to fold this.
And Brandon Adams already doubled through Jason Mercier once, so Mercier's wondering.
Mercier's going to fold this.
This would be really.
I'd be very surprised.
And there's already one ace
I
down.
think he would like. The other thing is how much he has 8150. I really think he might go 2500 with kings and aces too. I don't know. I just don't know that he would.
Yeah, this is a pretty polarizing.
I feel like it's
from Brandon Adams. As you said, I agree with kings, aces, maybe even queens. It's a smaller 4-bet.
I don't know if he just rips.
And Mercier is going to call, so we are going to be flipping for Brandon Adams' Tournament of Life. He sees Jason Mercier's pocket jacks. So
bet $10 on this one. I'll take jacks.
Okay, I'll take Brandon Adams. The Harvard man works for
I have an ace out of the deck, though, so if you want to do a 12 for 10, that's fine.
Well, there's a jack out also.
Okay.
So
$10 on the line.
$10 on the line. This is big money for Willow C.
But you realize I bet on the guy doesn't lose a lot of these.
It's okay.
And the last time these two got all in, it was Brandon Adams with ace queen against Mercier's ace jack, and
he doubled. The window was a jack, but he found a queen behind
found
it.
a queen behind. So
we'll see. Now there's a lot of. I would have been really surprised if Mercier had folded that.
Oh, that was a diamond.
I don't. Oh, ace of diamonds. So we still are in a coin flip situation.
This is a 7-6-5 all diamond flop. There's some chop outs now.
All right. 3 of spades.
The king of
$10.
hearts. Oh my God, I'm buried.
Can you believe that Willow C was dumb enough to bet against Jason Mercier in a flip?
He has to lose. He starts to start losing eventually, right? This can't continue for the next 20 years.
Well, he does. His hashtag is when will it end, and it hasn't ended.
When we're doing it this way.
And I think this might be it for Brandon Adams. I think he might be interested in rebuying, but he might not be interested in the thought of feeding, buying Jason Mercier another Tesla.
Yeah, so far it's only been a Toyota Camry, but there's still time left.
So this is started off as the Kyle Bowker show, but it's very quickly turning into Jason Mercier show.
Yeah, you're 10 behind. Exactly.
I think he is reloading.
I think you're still gonna come. I mean, I'm really not.
Yeah,
and Brandon Adams,
three diamonds. Brandon
he is just so stoic, so quiet.
He has a look of a professor, and I found out recently he actually was a professor.
A Harvard professor, I believe, for 9 years or so.
He is very professorial,
yeah,
in the way he acts.
Very.
There were worse flops other than the one that.
Brandon gets king queen of clubs right away after being felted.
And he's going to be coming in for 10,000.
Yeah, you were. You were. For 10,000. You actually were. You were.
And we're just getting some updates from the Heads Up event. Both Joe McKeon and Michael Lockie were in the booth earlier today.
Here, Brandon, I think it's
Joe McKeon advanced. Mikey Lockie says might be looking for an open seat in the cash game soon. So that probably means that he failed to advance out of round 1.
You were, no.
And the feature table of that event, Nick Palma versus Ian O'Hara, is locked in a 1-1 tie heading into their rubber match game 3. And guys, if you want updates of all the Sherpo events, head to sherpo.com. That's SHRPO.com for live updates. And that is going to be the home for live updates for all 4 of those Sherpo championships, part of the Big 4, put on by Poker Night in America, simultaneous live streams next weekend. Or excuse me, next week on Tuesday.
Does that count for more? Since it's 2.
I think everyone's going to like Maria Ho as the new MC.
I'll take Maria Ho over Phil Hellmuth. No offense to Phil Hellmuth.
No, I meant that. I'm saying that like.
But I think
last
Maria
year
is going to do it. Maria's going to really be a
yeah,
good,
no, and
good
Maria
person for the
is
role.
actually, I think, just was announced as one of Poker Central's main commentators for some new shows, some new streams that they're going to be putting out. So congrats to her. And Maria's always been a regular face on Poker Night in America, and has always been one of the more charismatic players that you'll see at the table. She's great for the game.
Okay, so we have a nothing versus nothing hand here. But there's a lot of straight possibilities for both of them. Jennifer Tilly somehow found a way to have a double gutter with 9-4. Or a gutter open-ender, however you want to look at it.
Small blind versus under the gun straddle. Yeah. And Ite is now facing a $1,300 bet on the turn. She's going to call, so Ite probably with some ideas of taking this pot away on the river if she does miss. And the 8 of hearts is going to pair Ite, but it does complete that gutter for Gentili with 9-4.
She found out a way to play a big pot with 9-4 and 7-7-6, but then she made it straight. I don't think Ite will call this river bet, though. It's a really bad card, even though she paired. She'd have to give Jennifer just a complete airball.
And Ite has just over the pot in front of her with 5,300. She's going to check. Ite just has that look of absolute sickness on her face, and it's going to be about a 2,000 from Gentili. Gentili likes these small little teaser bets, and I think she merges her ranges so well of when she has it and when she doesn't, and that time she did, and she's going to take it down.
Too bad I'm not better. Thank you.
And again, guys, thank you so much for following along.
Thank you for having me in the booth.
On the
It's been
stream.
a pleasure so
yeah,
far.
so my name's
Fire
Will
off
O'Connor.
Fire off any questions for me you
Here
want
with
to know.
here with Stu Newman, Sherpo Patch Pro, a guy who's been around the Florida scene and just the poker scene for the better part of the last decade, right? Close to it.
I've been really active in the poker scene maybe the last 3 years, but I've been in South Florida poker a long time.
Yeah.
I've spent most of my life in corporate America.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
what were you before?
Before being in the
before
poker
being
world?
in the poker world.
I was a corporate banker.
Okay.
Yeah. Spent most of my life in the finance industry. And most recently, last time I had like a real, someone called it a real job was the beginning of 2014.
Okay.
It's been 2.5 years.
And you were talking about your wife on the stream. Do you guys have any kids or?
2 kids.
2 kids. How old are they?
7-year-old son, 2-year-old daughter.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And do they know anything about poker? The 7-year-old, does he even? Like,
Yes.
Does he know you play poker?
Yes, he knows I go to. He's like when I go play, he knows about it.
Okay.
We played a little bit. He knows the cards. He knows what a flush is.
Okay.
So like it's kind of for 7 years old, pretty good.
We had. I'm not gonna even try to estimate Brad Garrett's age, but we had Brad Garrett on. He might not even know what a flush is. So your 7-year-old son might be slightly ahead of him on the poker learning curve.
He's gonna obviously show a little bit of interest when your father's playing into the game.
Yeah.
He's always gonna show interest in what your father's into. So he's has interest. He's a smart kid. I think he knows a little bit about it.
All right, cool.
But
You don't think it's
I'm not trying to get him to be a poker pro. I promise. I want him to aim high.
Aim high.
Tell you later, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you hit me up after the stream on Tuesday. You said you were interested, and
Glad to be on.
to be honest, I don't want to say this disrespectfully. To be honest, if anybody reaches out to me, I'm obviously gonna take it into consideration. There's been a few players who have asked, and I just know maybe they wouldn't be like 100% good for this, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They might not have the right filter and stuff. We want to keep this PG, but anyone who represents the casino we're at, plays in the game, has played on Poker Night in America before, love to have you guys in the booth, because on Tuesday I talked for like 6 hours by myself, and I think my brain started to like leak out of my ear at one point. So just get some conversation and.
I think the
keeps
dynamic
keeps
is
flowing.
much better with 2 people. It's really hard sitting here alone and just like fill dead air for all that time.
Yeah.
It's really. I thought you did an excellent job, by the way. I listened because I watched a little of my own stream. Oh boy, Jason Mercier. So this is a hit. Tilly opened the small blind, which into the button straddle, Mercier called with obvious ejecting the clubs, and then Kyle decided to squeeze 10-6 off.
And
then Mercier called with ejecting the clubs and flopped the nuts.
No problem. And now Mercer's going to give Bowker a chance to bet after taking the pre-flop initiative. And
I'll be curious to see how Jason plays the nuts here. I think he's probably going to raise this coordinated board.
That's exactly what he's going to do. And Hirsch, yeah, we are answering questions in the chat, so keep them coming, whether it be for me or for Stu. Anything about Poker Night in America, Sherpo, or just life in general. We are here to appease.
I never told the rest of that story, so I bet my own age against Kelly Minkin, who you know. You know Kelly?
Yeah.
She was convinced I was lying, booked the bet, and we didn't bet a monetary thing. What's been booked is she has to do the T-shirt stand at the World Series where you can make T-shirts with your face on them.
Okay.
The bet was...
and Bowker is going to fold to that check raise.
Yeah, he's like, how did I get check raise and I have a 10 in my hand? So the good full, Kyle, you're drawing dead. So the loser of the bet now Kelly, because she decided to bet against the guy who knows his own age. Yeah, but she just was convinced. To be fair, if she won the bet where I was just continuing to bluff and then had to admit to bluffing at the end, it would be really awesome on her part. Like to win a bet against someone else about their age would be like, you know. So I think that was the motivation there. And anyway, I won the bet when I showed her my license, and she convinced herself it wasn't fake. And she has to wear a T-shirt with my face on it for the next time she comes to Florida to play a tournament. She was going to come play this. She ended up not being able to come. So in November for this year, she's going to wear, for the entire main event, a T-shirt with my face on it.
And that is going to really hurt.
Hopefully she doesn't last 2 levels. It won't be that fun.
Yeah. That is going to be pretty bad for Kelly Minkin's brand, because Kelly usually, well, dressed at the table, she's you know, a beautiful young woman, so she's going to be stuck with your ugly mug right on her.
She says she's excited to wear it, but we'll see if she really is when she puts it on. It's been purchased. It's sitting in my house.
So it's there?
I have it. It's in my house.
Okay.
I have a picture of it on my phone. It's which I send to her about once a week.
just to let her know.
Hey, reminder. Well, she's supposed to be worn. Originally, it was to be worn in the main event of the World Series.
Okay.
But it was slow to get made, and then we had to put. Then she was going to come wear it here, and then she didn't come to Florida. So.
And Kelly had an awesome run in the main last year.
Yes.
I think she, like a top 50 finish or close to it.
Final 3 tables.
Really?
Yeah.
27?
I'm pretty positive she made the final 3 tables.
I should be paying attention more.
Yeah.
That was so long ago. There's so many tournaments, so many things since, but...
Wow, if you just call, or whatever, anything comes.
Esther Taylor finally flopping top pair.
No, unless it turns
she has deuces.
Oh my goodness. I just want to ask Ite to win so bad. Or at least recoup some of the losses over the last 2 days.
Well, we need a deuce of club or a deuce of spades for that to happen with this hand. There's two of those. Be a nice card, and she'll get action if you hit, because she's not folding a jack. Definitely not folding queen jack. Bad. Ite probably won't continue this card. It's a really bad card for someone to call jack 9-5.
I had him. I think you guys were talking too much.
Bro, don't throw the chips.
I'm just tilted. I had him. I had him.
I have a straight
He goes check on the turn, and 8 of diamonds is another bad card.
Can you lose 65?
For Ite, but she is going to bet 400. Brandon Adams is going to call, and Ite is going to just flick her.
I'm not sure what she's looking to get to fold for $400 there, actually. I'm not sure about that one. Seems like you have to, if you're going to try to make jack fold, which is the reason you're betting there, you got to bet more than $400.
Yeah.
Remember, I said
when Ryan Fee was in the booth, he actually ran 2 bluffs, one against Gentili, one against Jason Mercier, and he even said, if you're gonna bluff against those 2 players, you have to make it sizable, because with
really
the
small,
2 biggest stacks
the
on the table, and
really
they'll kind of okay, yeah, 400, whatever.
Washes and you stay on if they're rainbow.
And I think Wasserson is trying to get some prop bets going here at the table.
See if the turn was a black 7. Still sick to my stomach.
Ite is buried in props.
At least you beat me.
I'm
buried.
Yeah, I know.
I am too.
Ite's saying she is buried in this game.
Do you guys have any oxygen?
It's not really like anything might just happen.
2 maps.
It's not really like
Ite's in desperate.
Brandon Adams is also a pretty sizable loser today.
You want some
Wasserson up, Mercier up, Gentili up,
No?
Ryan Fee buried. So It's a
Free got a little back on that king's hand, but
pretty decent.
Oh, so he lost king.
separation.
Sorry, Washington won the king's hand. Yeah, I'm thinking
Pretty
wrong.
decent separation between the haves and the have-nots.
Not quite as big a separation as Tuesday.
That,
Oh,
that poor table. That poor table.
That was incredible. I don't think that'll probably ever be replicated where it was that big a disparity between.
Well, you know, we've had big winners, but a lot of the times that comes from just huge pots playing out early, and then there just gets to be a lot of money at the table. You know, a lot of players rebuying and things like that. But on Tuesday, really, the only player that lost 2 huge all-ins was Gentili. She rebought for the full amount each time. But everybody else just kind of bled down until Wendine lost that hand at the end of the night, but there wasn't a lot of money put back into that game. You know what I mean? You know, Ite, I believe, rebought for 10,000, but you didn't rebuy. You were just steady on your stack, and 2 other players were
winning
as
the
well.
whole time.
You're just
Solid.
slowly winning, steady grind.
No, I was up 5K actually with about a half hour to go in the dead night, and then I lost 2 medium pots.
Yeah, you played.
I played a pot versus Ite where she had ace king and then turned an ace on against me, and I folded.
Yeah.
Where I lost the money, and there's one other.
I think you had a pocket pair that hand.
I had 10. So
Yeah.
Or it was a 3-bet pot where I called and then called a 3-bet and then folded the turn correctly. I mean, I had a hand that just couldn't call that turn.
Yeah.
So like, but it was she ended up having ace king, so it was. I saw it on the stream, but it was yeah, it was a interesting dynamic where someone would win all the money and then like everyone else kind of be sitting there bleeding away. Okay, so we have Adams raising the small blind. So generally speaking, this is an interesting spot that he chooses. Generally speaking, you are going to have a very strong range to open the small blind in this exact spot.
And that's exactly what Adams does have.
Because it's really, really, really tough place to open from when you're up against a big and a 2 blinds.
Yeah, and then
you're out of position in
when
the entire
you're
hand.
called in both spots, you're going to be really tough to win that hand.
So I
out
think
of
his
position.
opening range, making it 4x, should be a very good hand. So Washington 3-betting. Ite kind of thinks that Washington's light and is thinking about sending this, I think, is my guess.
Seems like it might be a little clicky 4-bet here from Ite. That's exactly what it is going to be. Looks like 2,600. Now
so I think Adams was not folding to Washington's 3-bet. I can guarantee that. Is probably going to fold at this point. Now he has 9s. Good instincts on Ite's part. Right here, I give Ite didn't play that deuces hand particularly well, but I like her instincts here. You think she quick assessed that Washington might be light here?
10 behind. A little less than 10 behind.
That's like a bluff, but a hand that has value.
And if she is either called or put in on either spot, she can put it in with not terrible equity against a hand like
it's a nice
9s, 10s, even against a hand like ace queen. She's in an okay position with king jack hearts.
So she picked up the Washington. Might be a little light here.
This might be a little bit of posturing from Wasserson.
I can't imagine. She's not playing deep enough for him to really do anything except fold, I would think. Like he's gonna think about shoving. Wow.
Wasserson is gonna call out of position.
Now Washington has a limited background, so he doesn't really like to fold getting odds.
Yeah,
but I don't
know.
know.
It was a relatively small, like I said, clicky 4-betting. He's gonna check blind.
Flops the best hand.
Oh my goodness.
Flops the 3-outer.
Queen high flop 2 diamonds. There is a 7 there, so Wasserson has a pair, and with just over this, we have an incorrect number on Ite's stack actually. She has much more than 1,500. She has close to
Looks like 6 or 7,000.
She has close to 10,000 to start the hand. And there we go. We
Really
get
bad
an
luck for
updated number there.
Really bad luck for Ite. First of all, she made a great 4-bet here. She was correct that he was light.
And Wasserson is not a believer just yet.
Well, if you're gonna peel Jack 7, you're not folding Queen 7-4. But it's
Queen of Spades.
Now he has a flush draw too.
Improves Wasserson's hand with the spade draw, as Stu just said, and he's gonna check again. And
Ite won it.
Wow, this is.
And I don't think he's folding. She checks the turn. He loses to only Ace Jack and King Jack and King's Aces. And he has 2 like blocker cards. I do not believe he's folding to her bet.
And
Because he now loses to only Kings and Aces to check the turn back.
And also
And
potentially a flush draw as 3 diamonds.
I don't
come
think
in,
Ite sack. I think she's just been a
pile
of flush draw a lot of the time. So happy for you. She got a really lucky river card, but she got a very unlucky flop. And she played this hand the best of the 3 people, so it's nice to see her get a chance to win this. But she's running bad.
Deserving. She deserves to win this one. And now I think Ite's wondering if she can get a little bit of value, and knowing what Wasserson has.
I think she doesn't think he has Jack 7, obviously, because he 3-bet and called a 4-bet. So, but I think she's probably putting him on a hand of like 8s through 10s, and thinks I can value bet a Jack now. I also don't think she would perceive he would check a queen on the river on this run out.
Yeah.
So, I think she can just comfortably. But that's a really nice bet.
3,000.
I don't think he's gonna fold it because she's he has a Jack and a 7 in his hand. He has 2 blockers, now an improved hand theoretically, and is only losing in his mind only loses to aces, kings, and ace jack.
Which Ite I think would have played the first 2 aces and kings much differently.
I don't think that. I think she would play the aces and kings this way because the top card paired, you could have a queen.
True.
So,
after he calls the 4-bet.
But when you only lose to aces, kings, and ace jack, and you're holding a jack, a guy like him is not going to want to muck.
And you brought up pre-flop, his limit background. He's getting a really good price here. This is 3,000 into 10,000.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And
you're an alternative.
I got
3,000.
I got tested. Yeah. So
He's doing like a limit hold'em countdown. Like he's, yeah. It's like, that's an interesting dynamic. In no limit, people like there's a little bit of like a etiquette thing where you don't touch other people's chips. But limit players, they don't have that same feel. It's just kind of a little bit of a dynamic relative to like that specific issue. I don't limit. You're kind of always splashing around, and it's a little bit like there's a lot of no-limit players don't like their chips to get touched.
Yeah. I don't even think Ite realized that. And
I don't. She doesn't care. She's just like now that he's tanking this long, she's in a good mood because she wants to get called.
Yeah, she's talking to Sean
because he can't really have it. The only hand she could lose to that would be tanking be ace jack, and the way this hand played, he can't have ace jack because he wouldn't have called. 27-4. See how the mood improves on this river because she's like, uh-oh, I have the best hand. Hope he calls.
I did a blood test recently. I remember it being like 3 to 15.
Maybe Ite's actually thinking that this is a little bit of a semi-bluff kind of.
No, I think she's putting him squarely on 8s, 9s, or 10s and wants to get called.
After the tank, yeah, and she does seem super relaxed. Wasserson, not so much.
You have what you always have. Other weeks I had like
no, the problem is I can beat that. So I can beat like 10.
Out of my brain, and like
I can beat 10.
Take those, you just have a headache for 4 hours.
How can you beat 10?
And I was taking like 40 pills a day. I was taking like 20 chlorella tablets.
She has no earthly idea. Like,
yeah.
we had to recap the action one just watching. We opened from the small blind. Brandon Adams 400.
I don't know.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna call.
I'm hoping by the end of the year.
Good.
I am hoping by the end of the year it'll be all.
Mercy immediately gets like just about the exact hand right. But he can't have Jack 10 of spades. He wouldn't have called Queen 7 4 2 diamonds.
That makes sense. According to my doctor, I was like 300 safe, like lower than my grandma.
That was a really interesting hand. I thought Ite played that hand excellently. I have a couple of the hands I haven't really agreed with Lord Lines, but that was a really good 4-bet, a good river value bet. I think Washington fell too much into his limit background by peeling that 4-bet. We were really shallow, but then he did like have a really good hand to the river.
I think there's a lot of players who, in Ite's position, just check back that
river and show it down. So that was a really nice 3K that she got on that river bet.
All right, so as we see Ite stack some chips, we welcome back Michael Lockey into the booth.
Hello.
Unfortunately, out of the heads up.
Yeah,
John Little got you?
Jonathan Little played very well, made 0 mistakes, and had top pair every hand. So that is a really tough combination to beat.
Okay. Heads up, you can say it's impossible to beat. If someone's playing well and they have top pair all the time, you're going to be on your bike.
Yeah. I have no idea how I stretched it out as long as I did, but we fought the best we could, and now we're here.
Don't worry.
So, Will, do you know that there's a long history between Mike and I?
Is there?
Yes, going all the way. It started here at the Hard Rock.
Is this a good history or bad
Yes,
history?
very good. Very good.
Okay, let's hear it.
So Mike, I'll tell the story for the viewers. Mike was at this time. This is what 2011 was the year this was.
Sounds about right.
I think it was 2011. Mike at that time was a dealer at the at a competing casino. Won't use their name because we're Hard Rock Pros.
Okay.
A competing casino here locally. But also a person with an online poker background. Played some live tournaments, but on his time off, etc. But we did not know each other particularly well, other than I knew his screen name from the old 2+2 community.
Okay.
So anyway,
Which was
Lord Strife.
Lord Strife.
Okay.
Anyway, long story short, it came together where I ended up putting Mike into in 2011. They had the first major series here, which included a WPT 10K main event at the end.
Okay.
And at the outset of that, they had the very first time where they had one of these small blind. Now that goes on all the time, everywhere.
I believe Kyle final table that 10K as well.
Yes. It was a really good series for me. I
was just referring to currently on stream, Kyle Balkers.
So anyway, long story short, they had that was the first major series they ever had in Florida, where they had the 10K WPT at the end. The first time they ever had a major
and a lot of big
event
buy-ins leading up.
And
to
also, this is not. They also the first of what now is commonplace across the country everywhere. Small buy-in,
weekend re-entry, giant guarantees.
Okay.
Relatively small buy-in, but rebuys.
Like a 550.
This was a 350, I believe.
Yes. Oh, awesome. Okay, even better.
350, I believe, but it was one we see all the time, $300 to $500 multi-flight re-entry blast off, huge guarantee, where you can buy them for little and win a lot. Now you see that all over the country, and it's an incredibly popular format. But the first time I ever done one in Florida, I put Mike Blocky into this event, not knowing him that well, but knowing that he had a reasonably good online experience, and I couldn't imagine the field was going to be too challenging, so you had to be showing a profit. And guess what?
It was not too challenging.
Guess what? Mike finished in first with no
chop.
And
number one.
incredibly, well, in Florida, these small buy-in big prize pool events are almost always
They
chopped.
get chopped a lot, yeah.
Mike did not chop this one. He got the first prize.
So
all the biscuits.
That was just under a $115,000 score. 2,500 players. There was no guarantee on the event, or
500 was the guarantee.
500K crushed that 750, and it seems as though since then Sherpo events have just grown and grown and grown.
So it's been
so
my first introduction. So I actually that was over. I believe that was in April. So I was here for my wedding anniversary, and so
I got to meet Miss Newman.
Yeah, who's going to be out tonight for my birthday.
All right.
Anyway, the two.
How many times is he going to say birthday today?
Yeah,
it's
a
just
lot.
Well,
Anyway.
now he's 40, so
it's a big day.
It is
When
a
you
big
turn
day.
40, well, but you bring it up a few times. And anyway, so I was out by the pool. Mike was sending me updates like here and there about during his final table. I was having some cocktails, living the life. I come in. I by this point had a lot of cocktails, and I see Mike is three-handed in this tournament, and his opponents three-handed were not tough professionals. They were not, and he was able to best them.
And that
get
really.
when I got I saw who's played three-handed. I'm like, wow, this can't be a real thing, but it is. It's real.
And that was, kind of
incredible.
the
It was really
start
exciting.
of
it was
your
it was
poker career.
definitely
springboard.
it was definitely like a springboard for my live career. I had some pretty solid, 5-figure scores online over the years, but nothing even close to this. And I believe this was also shortly after Black Friday, or in the vicinity of like when the online poker like kind of got swept out from us.
April of 2012, so probably a year after or so. Yeah.
So
All right.
it was
that works.
It was definitely a sweet finish, and I went to work the next day.
I remember that. But I mean, to be fair, like it was obviously very financially beneficial for me having put him in, but it was a real springboard for Mike. But for someone who at that point was grinding a lot of the smaller stakes tournaments, to have a 6-figure score is just enormous. And so
I don't want to.
We shared a lot of fun with it.
I don't want to toot Mike's horn, but since then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more wins, all in Florida. One last April in the 6 Max here at Sherpo. So Sherpo seems to be pretty good for you.
I have a 6-year-old daughter, and I don't do a whole lot of traveling. So, on a weekend, I'll drive to anywhere that I can play something.
It's amazing that you have this option kind of in
yeah,
your backyard.
and I do Vegas and I do Florida, and like that's good enough for me. Like I get plenty of action, plenty of buy-ins. You know, I play cash during the week and play the big guarantees on the weekends, and it's party time.
It's party time, and
we might have a tough situation for. We have a 3-bet pot, and Gentile has good king, a
both
good top
players
pair.
with top pair. Ryan Fee with the best of it with Ace King, and we know that these two.
So I believe that this was open 3-bet and Tilly cold called. If I'm correct, I was looking at Mike telling the story, and I'm not 100% on that, but I believe that's the case.
And now Ryan Fee.
Based on where Fee is sitting, it has to be almost for surely be he 3-bet and open, and then she cold called.
And this is the problem with sometimes cold calling, King Jack in the big blind. You're going to be in position against a small blind cold caller, but
back to our discussion of Ite's Jack situation. Oh, Yahtzee.
And Fatal asking for that Jack in the chat right before it came, and now Ryan Fee, his equity goes skyrocketing down. It's going to go check, and
she checked the turn back.
That's a
really don't like that.
Really bad card for Ryan Fee, but Gentile now with full house.
Gentile, one of the things is like she needs to play off her own image, and like she bets a lot, and so when she makes a hand, she's got to bet those two. I don't like that check, but
yeah,
she needs to really bet this big.
She bet 2,000.
I would have bet like 6, but okay. There was
well, Ryan Fee's happy against Gentile, not you then in this spot, because he's likely calling 2,000.
Yeah, I actually, as small as that bet is, I don't consider it impossible that he raises this river.
I think it's definitely one of his considerations.
I don't know. He might not, because like she could have Jack 10.
Yeah, the Queen Jack and Jack 10 combinations
Or the
are
only reason
a
he wouldn't,
little
'cause that'll-
bit to be concerned. I feel like he's played this hand very passively, and I feel like he believes his hand's under-repped. There it is.
6,000 is the raise from Fee, and
all in.
Raise all in.
Her snap all in is very.
And I was going to say, this is
annoying.
a spot where Gentile makes that small bet on the river, sometimes with air,
strong hand.
with air
Yeah.
or with a strong hand. So it's.
I thought
Ryan
when he
Fee
bets
needs to
on that
figure
run out
out
that he might check raise that river, because it's like
definitely.
It feels like King Queen on her part, or King 10, or.
I know a flush from my seat.
And Ryan Fee, I think, is okay. There's a lot of players who might not be comfortable check raising a 6,000 and then giving his hand up. But Ryan Fee,
when she moves all in, he can literally
Ignite
incinerate his hand.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he has
but
no
it's
equity.
one of those plays where he might be getting
He
called
has
off
to
by a
be-
Queen 10 or
I'm
something.
sure
like
he
that.
was absolutely stunned to get jammed on because she checked the turn. So it's so hard for her to have like a boat hand.
Yeah, most two pairs are happily betting the turn.
So for her to, she's only jamming a boat, and how could she have a boat? Is what he's thinking.
Yep. 200 any?
But
280 on the button. We'll start it on Jason's button.
Jason got, I would say,
Yeah.
It's only right.
to be,
Yeah, being
Jennifer
in
wins the same amount of money though
Jack.
if she bets the turn.
I'm okay.
So
Yeah,
even
if
so,
she
even
goes-
though it worked out that
Or is it
She goes
salvaged
2K,
got-
4K. She ends up winning the same 6K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Long run.
So that was so just needs to be betting that turn card. She bets all the time with
Yeah,
such
yeah,
marginal
give it to her,
holdings
give it to her.
when you just can't slow play your good ones.
That's the
But you know,
the crazy part of
Happy-
Gentile's
Jack
game.
Jack
You never
was nice run out
know.
for her.
You never know. Yeah, good run out for Gentile.
Yeah, we were
she hasn't
like
had a lot of
happy for
those.
her.
If it went Jack 4 or some other like
you have. You don't
general
know
brick,
those, right?
he cannot feel comfortable enough to check raise his hand on the river for value, just because of like
Well, so it just has to be Jack Jack for it
Yeah.
to, like
for
her
him.
even backdoor into like getting the money that she would have got by bet betting.
I agree.
Okay.
Wasserson opening to 300 after the straddle. And we've seen basically a standard straddle since we came back from break. So this game, he's getting bigger, and we've seen a lot of big hands. So
There's a straddle pretty much every hair now.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anyone not do
They
it.
were just discussing they're going to do 200 on the button, Annie as well.
Oh.
and a really good flop. Queen 9 has been hot for
Wow.
Kyle Bowker so far today.
It's interesting to see Kyle. I know a lot about Kyle's game. I think it's possible he leads here. He did. He does lead big hands.
And he's going to let Wasserson lead his
I'm
perceived
not
big
sure
hand.
that Ryan Fee's going to fold the flop either. He has a real
Ryan
flush draw.
Fee is
He has 60%
very
of a royal flush.
very likely calling this flop.
And after,
which is going to allow Kyle to check raise the flop.
Him calling is just tremendously great for Kyle.
You know, Kyle Bowker.
Because now he could, when he raises, he can represent like some bluffs, King 10, King Jack, or Jack 10.
Flopping
and I don't think the Western will necessarily muck King Queen when there's a.
Looks like about 28 or so.
Here it comes, guys. Looks like 2,600 from Bowker. 3,600. That is a big check raise. And Wasserson, after
much does
flopping
Ryan
top
have?
pair, Ryan Fee has 7,300 back. Wasserson with 17,000.
Is that right? I don't see 20. I see 26 in front of him. How many 1Ks did he put in there? I can't imagine that. There's only see 2 in front of. That's 2.
Yeah, 26.
26. 26 makes much more
lot
sense.
more
36 was gigantic.
Jack is in.
I would say Kyle was maybe going to double up if the turn was like a 3 through 6.
This is a hard card for.
I think
Wasserson to really
just call 2 more bets on.
It's gonna be an all-in from Bowker. Oh my goodness.
Wow, it's pretty sweet.
And
when Bowker goes all in, he's fading like 15 seconds. He's like, no,
yeah,
call.
We might have an incorrect count on Wasserson's stack. It says on our Poker Night in American graphics that he has just shy of 15,000.
Yes, I don't think that Kyle would shove 15,000 effective on this turn card. So
yeah, that would be absolutely massive.
I can't imagine he would bet that big.
All
then if he bets 15,000 with Queen 9 on this turn card, he's bluffing.
Wasserson does look like he has at least one 5K underneath those orange chips, though. So,
but that would still only be like 10, right? 5, 8, 10.
Still a lot.
Still a lot, and looks like Wasserson is thinking this one through with.
He has
King
top
Queen.
pair and a gutter.
You do have a gutter now too.
So there's that.
So Bowker kind of knows exactly what hand he's up against.
Bowker, he just announced I have King Queen.
And this is just such a strong move from Kyle Bowker. Wasserson now knows that gutter ball is probably.
Kyle overbetting here is because off of this turn card, he's not getting. There's very few clean rivers other than like 3 through 6. So like he just wants to get the money in.
You have some outs, Wes. I do.
He has 7 of them. We know that.
King 10.
The trouble with Was calling in this spot is that Jack hits a lot of Kyle's semi-bluff on the flop. Like he might check raise 10-8 and King 10 as a bluff and then just gend it. Now the question is, would he jam those if he hit it?
So I'm not.
I think Kyle wants Eric to think that he has Jack 10 and he made a pair, and he can hopefully get a single queen to fold now. And if he's called, he can have a little more equity. I think that's what Kyle's hoping that Eric thinks, but Eric makes a good fold.
I did have outs. What's the river? Show a jack.
You can hit a jack or deuce.
Or a 10.
You can't hit a deuce, Kyle. He has King Queen.
King Queen 9.
Yeah, jack deuce. Yeah, I flopped it.
Good.
He thought he had ace ace, I guess.
I wish I had Queen Jack.
He wouldn't have a gutter with that though.
Queen 9, what was that? Straight?
No, top 2.
Top 2?
Some of those outs weren't saying were not available.
No, all those outs were still there.
You had
King, Queen, 10. Yeah, you said King, Queen, 10 or
I said
jack.
jack deuce though.
Oh, deuce is no good.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So Wasserson.
They just figured out in the game that the deuce was not going to win.
Well, that's
deductive reasoning. Eventually come to the right.
Yesterday, Jessica Dawley gets in pocket aces against Dan Swedes, the Miami boss. His 8-7 on 8-7-7. They get it in on the flop.
Oh,
and
I saw
Dawley
that.
turns the nut flush, and I just wanted Jessica Dawley to not get stacked in the game. And I say, oh, she turns the nut flush, and then oh wait, full house. Okay, yeah.
You're like, that's a good card.
Yeah.
I heard you say it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a really good card. Oh wait, never mind.
Not so much a good card.
How much you
2
win?
deuce straight suited in one hand.
20,000.
If they get this flop,
I slept that double.
Ite's telling him to get out.
He's up like at least 8, right?
She's gonna say get out with a bet of it's like 42.
She has a good blocker hand.
Yeah.
5,200.
Blocks on blocks on blocks.
Brandon Adams is dreaming of the ace of clubs.
And Gentili is
So is
going to
Jen.
call. God, I love Gentili. I love Gentili. Brandon Adams coming along as well.
Let's see. We need.
Do save that from happening, I guess, on Tuesday.
Barring a heart on the turn, Ite's got to be done with this hand.
What a jerk.
Oh.
Poor Esther Taylor.
Well, I don't think
This is not like.
I don't think she's gonna lose that much because there's gonna be so much action between Brandon and Tilly that she'll find a way to get away from it.
It looks like Brandon has checked.
PT will not be getting that $1,400 returned to her, or 13. Tilly flats the nuts. I like it.
And this pot is quickly ballooned to over 5,000, and Brandon Adams now.
Brandon's gonna raise. There's no other play for him here.
Is going to raise to, looks like,
around 3.
Yes, 4,000, excuse me. 4,000 even from Brandon Adams. And now Ite's pair of aces on the turn has to look a lot smaller than it did a few moments ago. And play for blood saying she can't get a break. You're right.
People are hot and cold from Jake's That's why, yeah.
The blockers didn't help her, so they still made this area.
Yeah, probably.
See how Jennifer plays this hand. She isn't nuts.
5K back there? Is that a?
No.
No, it's a $5.
Ollie.
Call.
Oh, the straight.
I did too.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
And I think Kyle's face is incredible.
I think Brandon Adams is happy that he's not being free rolled here. He had a little wide-eyed look.
How did you know he had the same
And
hand?
everyone's laughing other than Esther Taylor.
I don't know. It could be like.
She looks absolutely disgusted.
God, you're annoying. No one here book is called broke. Playing cards like that.
Some really good humor from Jennifer there. She's a real pleasure to play with.
She is, and as I was saying earlier, everybody laughing other than.
Did you see how he tried to act frightened when I said how many?
So what ended up happening with Brad?
He got in Ace King versus Mercier's Queens on a Jack High board. He just set all in for like 8,000, and Jason called.
Well, it was a hammer he probably should be getting in pre, but then he
Yeah.
chose to wait for a nothing flop and then
get it in.
But
fair enough.
He was fun to have around for the short time we did, though. And speaking of time, Stu
time for me
Newman,
to go.
It's time for you. You don't have to go home. You have to get the heck out of here, though.
Yeah.
But hey, happy birthday! Enjoy the
really
celebration
enjoyed being on
tonight,
it.
and good luck this weekend. Like we were saying, hopefully it's only one deep run in the 5K.
Yeah.
And good luck. A Sherpo Patch Pro is leaving, but we're gonna get another in. There's a lot of you guys running around here, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. A handful.
We are everywhere.
Local celebrities, like to say.
Local celebrities.
Yeah, we're getting replaced by someone who's a high value replacement.
A high value replacement.
I wouldn't
for
leave unless
sure.
the replacement was high value. So.
All right, so
I
guys,
really enjoyed it. Really been a pleasure being on, Mike. Good to see you, of course. I'll see you again. I
I'm
might
sure
see you
we're gonna
tonight
have
for-
some cocktails tonight for sure.
For my birthday, Will, I want you to know you can join.
I'll be there. I have a flight at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow, so I am actually thinking of just
Staying
carrying it through the night. Yeah.
Can you
Then
sleep
you
on
can sleep on the
planes?
plane, yeah.
Yeah, I can sleep on planes.
I
And I
cannot
got
sleep-
have
I do
nothing
not
to
have
do
to sleep
tomorrow.
on plane skill, and it's one of my biggest flaws as a person.
Okay.
It really frustrates. I see people like you asleep, and I get so mad. Anyway,
All right, so
see
Stu,
you guys.
thank you so much. As mentioned, we are getting another Sherpo Patch Pro. She's the newest. She still going through rookie initiation down here at Sherpo, but she has been on Poker Night in America before. She's been in the commentary booth before.
She hasn't gone through the full hazing process yet, but
Yeah, not yet.
It's a long series.
And she comes in just in time to see Gentili find pocket aces. Welcome into the booth, Kate Hall. Kate, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. And that's going to be taken down by Tilly pre-flop. And Kate started off, congratulations, you finally broke the streak. You cashed a tournament.
Yeah, I cashed a tournament. Hooray! Hooray!
And you were maybe thinking about coming in the booth yesterday. You didn't get a chance because you did cash, you backed up chips. And right when you messaged me this morning, said, oh, like if I bust, I have 15 bigs on day 2. I said, I looked at it, I was like, no, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to wait till afterwards.
I'm sorry?
You're supposed to wait till afterwards to text. You can't text when you still have chips in the bag. For future reference, because then you're never gonna win.
You
I know how
what?
these things work.
We're still
I think
bagging?
that like no matter what, I probably wasn't gonna win with 15 bigs.
Okay.
I mean,
All right. Fine.
When was the anti-start?
I'm just saying this. That I know how these things work.
I should
There's
put more money in.
a lot
Pro
of
in the
different
game.
karmas and things.
yeah,
So next time,
I don't
just
have
wait.
a good sense of all the different karmas that come into play.
It's all a joke, anyways.
5, I
But
guess.
you did cash that tournament, and you're certainly hoping to keep that run going into this weekend.
Yeah, that would be
without
nice.
a doubt. Yeah.
That would be nice.
If that gives you any info, Ryan. You wouldn't what?
And
Okay, well,
I think-
apparently I just got called in the game, so.
wow. So Kate's now stuck with me
Wow.
only. But Mike,
I'm sorry, Kate.
I wonder let's try to predict what seat you're gonna take. Who do we think? I have my prediction, and I hate it.
The most likely person I think that might give up would be Eric.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
or Ite.
I
one
think
or
it
the
might
other.
be Ite. I think.
I think I'm pretty likely to be in one of those two seats.
I think it might be Ite. I feel bad saying that, but she's had a tough go of things over the last 2 days. But hey, Mike,
All right.
thank you so much
Well,
for making
glad
2
to make another
appearances
brief
today.
stint. Nice to see you again, Kate.
And good luck to you as well this weekend. Sherpo Big 4 is on everybody's mind, not only just here in Florida, but across the country. Plenty of the top pros are coming to Florida over the next few days. And Kate, you've been here since when? When did you?
I've been here for too long already. I've been here for more than a week already, just playing all of the
playing all the events.
Failing. Just an endless series of failures of
So
poker.
yeah, you had one of the tougher seats in poker night when you played on Tuesday. You were just handcuffed by not only Gentili next to you, but just also Mercier.
Mercier
as
was
well.
just like miserable. It was just miserable being on his right
Yeah.
when he had like all of the chips.
That was,
yeah.
And you put up the tweet with Jason and the picture of his huge chip stack, and I was wondering when that picture was taken, and it was right after one of his huge wins, and you just quickly propped up and just took the picture.
It was after he had felted Tilly the second time, and before he felted Ite.
Yeah.
And after he did to Ite, I was just like, I'm not even gonna give this asshole more exposure. He doesn't deserve it.
But yeah, he's been
I mean,
on the up and up today as well.
My friend
He
just texted me and said, why do you keep
the
selling
summer of
these?"
Mercier continues. Tough life for Jason Mercier.
Honestly, like it didn't even matter that he had all
Can you
the chips
explain better?
because like just having
Yeah.
him on my left
It's
is
still
a nightmare.
Jason Mercier with 100 bigs, with 300 bigs, with
all have a suit.
20 bigs. You don't want him, not even on your left. You don't want him at your table. Period.
Yeah.
We win. 3 comes.
So Gentili, while she might have been one of the bigger losers on Tuesday and a small loser yesterday, she's certainly been a big winner here today. She's
Diamonds. Kyle has
up
hearts.
nearly 30,000.
Was has spades. Ite has.
What happened to, did we have an ante on that one?
Yes.
She's up 30,000 today.
It was a $10,000 buy-in, and it looks like it's going to get better for Gentili right now as she's going to flop top pair, rainbow board against
Instead of
Esther Taylor in the big blind and Ryan Fee, who was in the 100 straddle. And your game on Tuesday didn't really have a lot of straddles. It was kind of hit or miss, touch and go there.
No way.
I think
Are
that
you
like
crazy? No chance.
75% of hands were straddled.
Yeah, but I mean, like there were some people who were, there was other people who weren't, and most of the
Yeah.
time it's either kind of one or the other.
Yeah, most people were doing it most of the time. I sort of was one of the less frequent straddlers, and the reason for that is
Way more combinations of the two.
Because one shortens the game, it shortens your
it makes it
stack.
shorter. Yeah, and I think it's like it's more fun to have big pots,
Yeah, that's a good
but
indication.
it's also more fun to have like interesting poker. And when
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
80 big blinds in front of you, like
Mhm.
it's going to be a little bit less interesting than when you have 160 or 300. You know.
And
Yeah, how is she gonna?
Yeah, I should get it just.
And I'm
pot
supposed to have
looks
diamonds.
like it's going to start ballooning and ballooning fast as
Unbelievable.
Ite is going to check call for a second time, and there's 7,000 in the pot. Heading to the river. It's going to go check, check. That's an interesting check back from Gentili.
Yeah.
But interesting is how you would describe her play more often than not. She's so tough to can't get rid of him kind of thing. You know, it's hard to play against, and
I mean,
you would have to
she's-
agree, right?
Yeah, she's like very tough to play against.
We play an 80K.
And she's very capable. Like she just doesn't play the way that a lot of pro
Exactly.
poker players play.
Yeah.
But it's not like she's a fish. Like she is just like.
She knows 100% what she's doing, and like you said, she doesn't play how a lot of professionals at this stake would, so it just makes it difficult to really put her on ranges. And it's not even that she's super aggressive, but she'll cold call a lot of 3-bets in weird spots where other players wouldn't, and she'll put in 3-bets where other players wouldn't. So it's just so hard to really put her on a range of hands, and she makes some really weird leads as well. I'm sure we'll see it throughout the rest of the stream, but a lot of leads on flops that put players and force out players that have potentially maybe better hands than her. And this is going to be Tilly versus Adams, 8-8-6 2-diamond flop. Are you familiar with Brandon Adams at all?
Nope.
No?
What is his story?
What is his story? So Brandon Adams is was a Harvard professor for about 9 years. One of the more experienced players at this table, just in terms of cash games. Primarily a PLO player. He's been back in the day, we should say, on the Poker After Dark, high stakes poker was a regular face there. But since post Black Friday, haven't really seen a lot of Adams in televised games or things like that. But definitely a well-respected pro, and both in and out of the poker industry.
He's just
Oh,
like.
with the
I'm
MTM
so
scrabble?
ignorant of people who played before like 3
Yeah.
years
Is that what
ago.
you're saying?
Because you're super new to poker.
Yeah.
And even
Get
like
rid of the straddle or get rid of
pre
that
Black
one?
Friday,
Yeah,
did
make
you
me
even
25
have like a
pages
pulse on poker? Did you if you
No.
walked into a room and instead obviously the Negranis, the Helmuths, everyone's gonna recognize them. Would you have any idea who any of those people would be? No, right? Yeah.
But that's the same thing.
Um,
300 on the button.
And
that's
like
the same
I
as,
just have extremely
small blind,
spotty
big blind
knowledge because
straddle.
I've sort of like played catch up, but only like with people who I've played with recently.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like.
So you're not gonna look up Brandon Adams
Yeah.
when you're gonna have somebody who maybe was from that era, if you will, at your
But
table
that's
in a
the same
tournament
thing,
or in a
right?
cash
Right.
game or something like that.
Yeah.
There was one time like
Yeah, but it's
a month ago where somebody mentioned a player,
So is that better?
Should have more.
and I
I
was
know.
like, I
I'm
don't know who
saying
that
it's
is.
getting to be a really
And
big game.
she was like,
That's a big game.
he won the main event in like 2010.
I could be wrong. I just thought the 2 blinds is better.
Who
or
was
11.
it?
I don't
Oh, I
remember
thought
who
you
it
were
was.
saying
I don't remember who it was. Now I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, 2 blinds.
Well,
I
there's-
started that story knowing that I wouldn't be able to remember
There
who it
was
was.
one time where we were talking when Joe McKeon was playing in the game, and I was talking with Mark Herm, Tip Throng, and we were saying, yeah, Joe's like really the first main event winner who came from a background of being successful before the main, and then the chat just blew up, and they're like, what about Merson? What about Reese? What about all these players? And we were like, oh, oops, yeah, and we just completely, we basically went from like Jerry Yang to like Joe McKeon, and just basically forgot about 8 winners in between there. So, I try to keep up on it, but sometimes they just completely over my head. Was it Jonathan Duhamel? Was it Ryan Reese?
Loves folding.
It was Peter Eastgate.
Peter Eastgate. Okay. He hasn't really played poker. What conversation did Peter Eastgate come up in?
I think that he was at my table for something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like a day 2.
Oh, that's somewhat surprising. Because Eastgate hasn't really been in poker for a few years now.
Ryan opened a 5 though. Right?
But what do I know?
I don't know.
I'm just stuck in a commentary closet for a week.
You should really just open up your positional.
And the summer of Jason Mercier is continuing. The summer of Kyle Bowker is continuing as well. Won his first World Series of Poker bracelet this summer. It's come close before, and he's had a very, very good session here today. And
Have you talked endlessly about his quads fold?
no, we actually haven't really brought it up, and because it's one of those where one, it's kind of okay, he folded quads in the main, but it's hard to tell the whole story without missing action and stuff like that, and it's hard to really people just hear it and they're just like, oh well, like there had to be other quads on board, and it's so sick because there was one combination. I think it was like Queen 10 of spades, one combination. And the other thing is, Kyle and everyone who's at the table are so sure that the guy had it.
I know.
But if I make someone fold quads, I'm showing my hand, like, just to be like, what the hell? How did that just happen? I'm showing it if it's a bluff because I got him off quads. I'm showing it, how did you fold quads? And Bowker did show his, but yeah, we're talking about it now, but we haven't really talked about it because it is difficult to really tell the whole story from start to finish. And Bowker the other night actually gave me the full rundown. It's like a 12-minute thing of this is why we did this on the turn, da, da, da. And when I first saw that actually on WSOP.com, the updates, not to kind of low blow the updates, but I was like, this has to be somewhat wrong, right? Like,
everybody assumed that it was just a mistake at first.
Hashtag bring back poker news all of a sudden. But hey, if you'd have to put a bullet in my head to have me fold quads, but okay. I think he was right. The way he tells the story, there's no doubt in his mind that he was right. And a guy like Kyle Bowker, he's cashed the main event more times than he hasn't. He's made some really deep runs, so I trust his instincts in that situation. But man, that
I never trust people's instincts when they're giving their own hand histories. I think that's a bad because they can like shape the story to like emphasize. No. And even not even intentionally, there's like a human tendency
it's the
to want
subconscious.
to like convince yourself
want
to
to be correct.
Yeah, but I do trust the instincts of two other players that I know who are at his table. And
Tim Riley was one.
Tim Riley and Lonnie Harwood was another.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they both thought that it was a good
correct.
fold.
The correct
So
fold.
I mean, and like hearing the hand history and going over it and thinking about it, I really can see the case for it.
Correct or not, you have to be such a sicko to even think.
But is it pot limit? Like if you
Fold,
re-raise, you
right?
have to
Like
raise pot limit.
You have to be a good player.
When are we starting
really
with this?
Sicko good player, like in that same category. Like I'm saying, like that's so next freaking level.
Yeah, I think that most people just snap call and
so you can
whatever. So to like take a minute to think about it. Once you take a minute to think about it, you can see why it might be a fold. But like you have quads.
Yeah.
You have quads. You don't get quads.
And it's not like it's a 4 straight 4 flush board where just the king of spades doesn't. It was 2 cards needed to make the straight flush, and I don't know. That's one of those where if I make that fold in some alternate universe, I pull out as much money as I have in my backpack in my pocket and put it on the table until this guy shows me his hand, because I just need to know for the rest of my life.
I think that if he had a straight flush, it was a monstrous thing to do to not show him. Because like I understand how that happens. Like, oh, I don't want to show this because it's important information. This guy has like a read on me. But this is the moment of his career. He correctly folded quads in the main event. Give him that moment.
Give him that satisfaction.
Give him that thing. Show him. Yeah, and it just seems so cruel to not allow him that gratification.
Yeah, and apparently it was. I don't want to say just a random player, but it wasn't anyone that we'll see on poker night, or it was just, and the main event has a lot of quote-unquote random players until they make it to the final table or something like that. But, I think at some point I have to just be like, man, how good are you? And I just fold it and just stand up and clap, and I don't know. But apparently the guy he was like sick to his stomach that he didn't get a full double or whatever it would have been. Or I think Bowker was actually covered. And apparently later in the day, Bowker got up to run to the bathroom, not during a break, and the guy...
Can I pause you for 1 second and just say, I am not pregnant to whoever put that on the stream. You're confusing me with another female poker player. I was going to nip that rumor in the bud. Okay.
Yeah,
continue.
So Kate Hall not pregnant. Anything else you want to add?
No. Please go back to the story. Later in the day, sick to his stomach.
See, I would have just completely missed that. But Kate sees Kate and then pregnant. She has to just nip that one.
Yeah, that's the one thing I cannot let stand.
You can say whatever you want.
Anything I see, like Kate Hall, like I'm not even gonna repeat some of it. Kate Hall, what drugs are you on? Kate, I'm just like,
Yeah.
that's fine. I just like, but I'm not pregnant. No. Okay.
Let's get a good laugh out of the Twitch chat. Okay, that works. And no surprise, we're at
Ooh,
peak.
this is interesting.
Peak
This is an interesting
viewership.
hand.
Oh, there's a flush out there, and a full house.
Adams has the nut flush.
And see, this is why we haven't talked about the Kyle Bowker quads thing, because we could talk about it forever. But here we go.
Adams is betting the nut flush, presumably.
For value.
That was create more action.
We get this split screen shot of both Adams and Wasserson. Wasserson's going to raise to 6,000, and Adams.
I think it's 8,000. Raised to 8,000. The initial bet was 4.
He raises all in, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he puts me on.
Yeah. No, he's got.
No, it was a.
Well, you raised to 8.
You raised to 8.
Yeah.
He has like 40.
Regardless of what the raise was to
Do you have a 10?
Brandon Adams,
Good read.
quickly folds. That's a pretty gross spot for Adams, who really has just been run over at this table. Not really to his own fault. Just finding a lot of second best hands in
Thank you.
relatively big pots, and that's a frustrating thing for anyone, just regardless of what game you're playing, but especially at these stakes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was just like talking about myself the entire time, so I missed the flop and turn action, which would have been useful to understand why Adams was butting the nut flush.
But
Actually,
we
that was
digress.
fun, is that-
Yeah.
And we're on to the next one.
Yes.
You can straddle for
You can
fun.
definitely
Just
straddle
not
if you want.
mandatory
Yeah.
straddle.
You guys all want to just.
But yeah, the
Play.
Bowker
Straddle.
quads hand.
I wouldn't. I was just like,
I think,
I think that'll go down in.
theoretically could have.
Now that it's pot limit 3.
I think everyone will talk about that for a long time, but I think it would have even been sicker if,
I think
one,
that's
he knew he was
But if
correct,
it's
and
pot
two,
limit
if
three,
he
does
ended
that
up
mean you can
making
bring it in for
this
three?
huge run after that. Like,
Yeah,
that,
of course.
that has to just be,
We're gonna do pot limit
would be the most like absurd
The mandatory straddle?
Just 200 ante and then
fold and then
400 max.
tournament run ever. And I'm disappointed that it was too early in the tournament where ESPN couldn't even,
Wait, so
they
not
didn't even
300
start
strat-
filming that. I don't think, but that would have been cool to see on TV.
I'm so confused.
For sure.
But it's the same amount of
I think we
money
gotta figure
in
it out.
pre-flop,
Same
right?
And was this the first year, speaking of the main event, first year you played the main?
You could open anywhere from 2 to 400.
This is the second year I played.
Oh, you played
Yeah,
last
I
year?
played last year.
Okay.
Last year
So do not
I did not make the end of day one.
Okay.
This year I did make the end of day one. So
Put
that
chips
was
in the
an
bag.
improvement. Put chips in the bag. I did
I
not
want
make
to say
dinner break on day
pot.
two.
You can say pot.
Did you have a tough table? Or?
I didn't know I had the softest tables ever. I just, I mean, I was just like
Because it means you
card dead and
count.
didn't make any
You're
hands
like,
at
I
all.
want to bet as
And
much as it possibly can, but
that's fine for a while because it's the main event. You know, I still bagged. I bagged 33K. I was like in decent shape going into day two. I was just like, okay, I got another chance. I've got like 60 big blinds or whatever. It'll be fine. And then it just continued, and
I haven't
that was
seen-
it. It was
We'll do
disappointing.
the next
But
flop.
there's not.
It's poker.
I want
Not
to
much you
flip
can
for
do,
this
yeah.
because this game I don't want to play with this deck. I either want to go home.
If you can survive being card dead in any event, it's the main event.
It's the main, yeah. Well, speaking of card dead in the main, Brandon Adams, 2015.
I had 2 blacks, so we
I
won't
saw
do-
him
we won't do
have
red black.
15
We'll do-
bigs
we'll do-
basically
we'll do-
for 2 days straight,
You want black or red?
and he just grinded, got a massage the entire time.
But not
Just
this guy?
straight.
What's
From
your
start,
preference? I don't care.
first card to last card.
Red.
And I think Brandon Adams is actually discussing
Are you guys having them deal
leaving
flop
the game.
No matter if it's folded free.
I think he's saying that he does
It has
not
to
want to
be-
be
it
playing
has to be
with
2
this stack,
or
and he's
3
not
of the
interested in
color.
rebuying. So
No.
I believe that
That's
might
not
be
my
the
question.
seat
My
that
question is, if everyone folds,
Michael
you
Lockey
guys want
is
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
be
Flop
taking.
and deal the flop anyway, just to get it out of the way.
kind of jumped
Then
in
we
on
do
my
it for the we do it for this
I was
amount.
prime.
If I play, we do it for this amount, Jason. Whatever this amount is.
I'm missing one card.
One card.
Just one.
One
Just
extra
one.
card
Yeah,
for Eric. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And guys,
You owe an ante too.
we thank you
sorry.
so much for following along on Twitter, on Twitch, and
Make it 400.
So 2
I know
or
there's
3 of
going to be
the
some
amount.
good table
Yeah.
talk. We're going to
2
try
or
to
3
let
of
these
the
guys
I'm
talk
back
as
here.
much as possible, but there is
So this is the flip.
also an alternative stream. There you go. It is right there in the chat. That's twitch.tv/PokerNightTV2.
You have the best one.
I literally almost 3 at you because you both my cards were red.
Are you doing the flop?
You want to do the flop? I have one of each.
Sure. Yeah, I'm black.
And Kate just
He's a favorite.
took a picture of the chat. I wonder what.
No, it does not count for props. Okay.
Wonder what she was taking a picture of.
Oh.
I just said to you I almost 3-bet you because both
Smiling.
of my cards
Don't worry about it.
And you're like, oh, you want to do it?
Just forget it.
It's an inside joke, yeah.
Okay, so. That was your
Are you
vote,
off,
right?
Brandon?
Yeah, I'm off.
It's nice playing with you.
And Brandon Adams is
Good playing
going
you on me
to leave the game.
Last
A
thing
really
on the
tough
list.
day for Adams. And
okay.
we are going to be streaming until 7 o'clock Eastern. Maybe a little after that. We did get a late start today, so probably about an hour and a half left.
Just chop it like a dealer would do it.
And as mentioned, we are going to get Michael Lockey, Sherpo Pro, at the table. We had him in the booth twice earlier today
Oh,
for
wow,
a
you
little
almost
short
forgot
periods
to
of
do
time.
Yeah, I said that to him, and then he's like, oh, you want to do it anyway because I have 1 red, 1 black. You didn't hear me say it, right?
No, I didn't hear.
I said I almost 3-bet you because I had 2 red.
And it looks like we're really starting to
No,
pump up
you
the
never
action
said
here.
that.
Looks like a double straddle from Bowker.
He's until he won.
Or raised to 400, excuse me. Just a straddle from Mercier, who again has all the chips in front of him.
Yeah, we need Sean Deeb.
Yeah, we need
Really need Sean
Where
Deeb
is he?
back.
Get the deep stir.
And blah blah, don't worry. Throughout the day, the
No.
updated figures, cumulative winnings for each player do come up on the screen, so you get to see those when the Poker Night production team
How good does Jason run?
sees fit.
Why do I do that? Doesn't even make sense.
You're an idiot. You should call.
Yeah.
I
I realized it after. I was like, this guy just
Call's
runs.
like perfect. You have
This-
a good hand.
If Sean comes, do we have the option to shift?
I don't know about that. That's a good question. No, I think you have to.
And okay, so you
Because I
said
would've
you've
had
been
anything on my right.
down in Florida for about a week and a half now. What's next after Florida for you?
Going to Barcelona.
Ooh,
Pretty
EPT.
excited about it. Yeah, it's my
Okay.
first EBT. It's also my first time in Barcelona.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
And he showed it.
That should be.
Well, only because I realized how
That's
stupid I am.
always one of the bigger EPT
That's how
festivals.
good he runs. I
That's
didn't
what
realize. I wasn't thinking about it
I'm
until after. Jason just runs so good.
Completely ignorant
Does,
of anything.
does that
happening
mean
in
you are
EBT.
missing WPT Borgata?
No, they do
No.
not
You're gonna see it
overlap.
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Borgata is like middle of
I
September.
don't care that you showed it.
Will you miss any
I'm
of
just upset that you 3-bet
Borgata or no?
No.
Okay.
I'm going immediately from here to Barcelona.
Oh
And
yeah,
then I'm
that's
going
like
to
that's
Birmingham.
like at the end of August. So
Yeah.
they actually schedule that. Not that they base off of Borgata or WPT, but it's a decent schedule for
That's a good hand.
people that
Jeez.
certainly want to do both.
I don't stand for it.
Check.
This is going to be Fee versus Bowker again. These two have
Sexism's a
tangled a handful of times. 2 jacks on board
racism,
with
though.
Fee
That's messed up.
flopping a pair of 8s to shoot ahead of Bowker's 6s.
350.
That was a joke, by the way, guys.
Bowker's going to check call.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that because I made a sexist joke to her at the World Series.
350.
What was it?
It wasn't like.
Looks like there's still some of those red chips in play, thanks to Brad Garrett,
I called her a little
who
girl.
bought in for 5,000 with red
Yeah. That's
$5
why-
chips.
Right, so you know it had to be a joke, obviously.
Nice.
DK's a warrior.
Right.
Oy, oy, oy.
And then she won a huge pot from me. When she had like quads or something.
Fee turning,
What did you have, right?
then a flush to go with his
That-
superior
remember the PLA
pair.
tournament? Yeah, you don't remember because it was not a big. It wasn't a funny joke or good. So you don't remember it.
Bowker looks like he may be in check call mode
No, you had aces full maybe.
after doing just that on the flop.
You like check rate. You like check call.
Are you familiar with Ryan Fee?
Yes.
As a player, yeah.
Yeah.
Big cash game guy, also online player.
You did have quads, yeah.
See the patch upswingpoker.com. That's
Ace ace X and I check call and in return with an ace and you still bet.
him and Doug Polk's
Right. No, you. No,
training
no.
site.
Did I bet?
Yes, you bet.
You might be right.
And
Yeah,
Fee is going to
right.
complete
Check. Is this your hair?
his nut
Thank you.
flush
You want it back or no?
on the river.
No, I think I get it.
Bowker out of position here. In the tank on the river. Looks like he did check. Fee bets 2,000, 60% pot or so. And for Bowker, he's basically calling to beat a bluff here, right?
I mean, he's been bluff catching the whole hand,
When's the main event?
basically.
You know, Jim?
Yeah.
When is it?
It's I don't think I would have played any straight the same way as him.
Yeah.
Today is Thursday? Okay.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, 13.
And it's like a one entry thing?
Single freeze out 4 days.
Oh, really? It's not a rebuy?
No. But
Bowker does look interested, and I think it's just because of the dynamic that these two have had throughout today, and also.
And he has like a decent hand to bluff catch with.
There's
Like,
some 1K sometimes.
I mean, Ryan can be betting a jack like this. He probably isn't betting like an 8 like this. He probably isn't betting a lot of pocket pairs like this. And Kyle blocks both the straight and the flush, so I can see why he's putting some time into it. But yeah, it was not.
And the 25K
Makes the
is
correct
on the
fold.
15th?
Yeah.
And Ryan Fee takes that pot.
That's a 2-day one. Usually pretty good.
And I believe Jason Mercier and Gentili are talking about the $5,000, $5 million
Wonder what Brandon had.
guaranteed
What?
Sherpo Championship that begins on Saturday. That is a freeze-out event. One of the 4 tournaments that will be live streamed
on his way?
simultaneously come next Tuesday.
Yeah.
They're getting who?
I mean, you at least like moan.
Oh,
Unlucky.
my Kolak?
You know?
I thought Deeb was going to play. They're getting my Kolak.
Before just snap fold.
And in the chat, someone asking, Kate, how did you fold ace-9 yesterday? That was a pot where you turned 2-pair, right?
I turned 2-pair, yeah.
Against
Tim Riley.
Tim Riley.
Yeah.
He really fucking wanted that.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Yeah, that was an interesting hand. Obviously, like, nobody liked my fold. I probably don't like my fold after thinking more about it. But it was a spot where Tim check called flop. He overcalled flop after Ite called. And then he check raised turn. So he is representing a very narrow range of value hands, basically like queens and maybe ace queen. And
what did he have? I forget.
He had queen jack.
Queen jack.
Yeah. And so, like, basically the decision is, can I find any bluffs in his range? And I thought that Tim, giving it stakes he'd never played before, on a stage he'd never played before, was unlikely to take, like,
that kind of line.
Like a 9 or a queen and turn it into a bluff. I thought that he would be more likely to just fold because he didn't want to make like a $10,000 mistake on TV. So, I mean, the only way I can fold it is if he has like no bluffs because I need like
and
a couple.
Based on that information, you're thinking that he probably isn't bluffing
and
in
I
that
just
spot.
didn't think he was. And I mean, he was exhibiting a lot of the signs of having a strong hand too. He's an excellent tournament player, so he's capable of like doing all that stuff in a balanced way. But that was how I made the decision. And then I had the hand, the 2-pair hand that didn't block his value hands. So if I'd had queen 9, if I'd had ace queen, I would have called.
Definitely.
But ace 9 is just I don't block queens basically.
And
that's why.
the problem on the turn is if you're gonna call. The effective stacks are out of my brain already, and even the bet sizing. But in that spot, if you're going to call turn, you're going to most likely have to follow through on the river with another huge bet.
Yeah, it's so. Yeah.
And you don't want to, in your brain, you don't want to be making the incorrect call on the turn and then side folding river or making 2 incorrect decisions. So. In essence, you're kind of making your own decision for the river on the turn, and against a player like Riley, who you said hasn't been on poker night before, or playing relatively big stakes for him, cash game wise, it kind of adds up to making the decision to fold that. And I don't think it was terrible when it was happening. I was a little surprised. But again, you were kind of getting run over all day, so you just might have even been thinking, this is just par for the course for today.
I mean, it was a decision that I thought about for a long time. It was very marginal. Again, like looking back on it and discussing it with some other people, I think that it was wrong, but I think that it was a closer decision than people gave it credit for at the time. Because I just had trouble finding bluffs in his range. And, I made a mistake about what kind of player he was and what he was capable of, and that's what happens. You, play based on the information that you have at the time you have to make a decision. And sometimes you're wrong, and you just deal with it.
Seminole has the best hand.
And
Oh.
Speaking of incorrect
You make me
decisions,
so mad!
Gentilly was just
You
pissed
are
off.
a motherfucker! Fuck, I hate him. I can't win.
Can't win.
I call, I
I was
lose,
just
I fold, I lose.
I was trying to make you feel good when I
No,
said
but
that.
but he doesn't care about me feeling good. He just wants me to feel mad
No,
and
that's not
angry.
true. He just wants to take your money. He doesn't want you to feel.
No, he just. Oh my God. All right, all right.
He wants you to have nothing in front of you. I don't know about your feelings, but he wants your chips to be.
All right,
happy
I'm
and
telling
stuff.
you, this is the first time. No, oh, all right, okay.
It's not the first. You declared war on Ryan last time.
No, I
He
knew.
did do that.
He declared war on Ryan? No.
No, you declared war on Ryan.
No. Nobody's taken as much off of me
Poor
as Jason, that
Gently.
asshole. I'm not even going to talk directly to you anymore.
Our war has been postponed.
No, I'm sorry. Ryan,
She's got a white
Ryan,
house.
I don't
She
even
doesn't even know who
remember
you
our
are.
war.
She doesn't
It's
even
just
know who you
old
are.
March to- Yes. Okay.
Old news.
Oh, I'm so mad now.
So old. We signed a treaty.
Because he knew I wasn't going to
You guys
watch the
signed a
live
treaty?
feed under the table, so he had to stick it to me. Just like you. All right. Okay, I'm done.
Seat open.
All right.
I just wanted you to know your read was semi-accurate. That it was going to be those.
I knew you were going to, I knew you were going to.
Yeah, that was a great read. They wouldn't let you get it?
Well, you know.
This has a similar dynamic
It
to the
wasn't that
one where I
much. Didn't
played,
go
where
up.
it's just
Tilly,
Tilly,
on the flop,
like viscerally angry at Mercier, and everybody else just quietly steaming, just seething at Mercier.
It's okay. No need to panic.
Nobody's
It's
happy.
all right.
No, I figured that you had.
And a few players asking, how did Mercier chip up over the last hour? He was all in pre-flop with pocket jacks against Brandon Adams' ace-queen for a
See,
nearly
I feel like I can't win.
$17,000
I've been
pot.
out confident like
Pocket
I
jacks
have
held.
it. You call, and then eventually you move me off my hand.
Jason Mercier just doesn't lose flips.
If I check, you
At least when
check
anyone's
behind,
watching.
and then eventually you have a better hand. I hope you lose.
Easier said than done, losing for Jason Mercier.
I'm a
He has to
straddle.
be
Angry straddle.
in not only your, but everyone's
He does not
top
hope I
5
win.
of players that you just don't want to ever find at your table, right?
What? You knew
Yeah,
it was a
I
bluff.
mean-
He was loving. I knew he was loving me too.
You want to play against
But
the
I'm
best.
so
I know
tired.
that
I'm
just
battered.
from
It's
you,
like
you're a competitive
drop
person,
of
but
water dripping onto a
Mercier,
stone. Eventually it makes
not
a
the
hole.
person you want to see, especially two to your left, or he was directly to your left. Yeah.
What would you do?
He was directly to my left. Yeah.
I straddle.
I mean, he's just good at everything.
Angry
I
straddle.
don't think he even likes playing no limit very
Salty
much,
chili,
but
angry
he's
straddle.
amazing at all the games.
No, I only defend Jason.
Some guys just have
I do
it.
so well against Jason. I'm gonna
So far
play
today, Kyle Balker has had it. He's going to raise the button.
No shooter.
After a straddled pot.
Michael, nice
700.
to see
Wasserson is going to come
Yeah,
along
the biggest tell I've ever seen.
in the small blind.
Is it me?
Ite
Nope. Thinking.
looks
We have the option to
interested.
lower one.
Wow, sick read, Ryan. How the fuck did you know?
Not quite. This is actually a double straddled pot. And this game is looking like the possibility it could get pretty big pretty quick.
How about you're not that angry?
With some double straddles coming along.
I still would have folded.
No.
I'm not that clever. I'm just not.
Boss, you must have a good hand.
Yeah.
Call from that.
It's going to be a jack high flop, 2 diamonds. Wasserson outflops Balker. Balker with position and the pre-flop initiative.
If I fold everything until 7 o'clock, I'll be up $30,000.
He's going to bet 500.
That's enough for me. Don't engage me. Don't get me involved. Don't make me angry.
Wasserson calls.
10. My original 10.
And while Kyra Balker is one of the more aggressive players we'll see at this table,
What?
we haven't seen him triple barrel just
I
yet.
might do this
7
one.
of diamonds
That's okay. I don't care. I'm good with
gives
that.
him
Keep
a flush draw heading towards the river. And Wasserson, we've seen, has been relatively passive. He's going to check, and Balker is going to try to build the pot towards that flush. And if you're...
If I'm Wasserson right now, and I'm often feel like I'm in this position, I'm just thinking, okay, there's no way I'm folding here, but I'm going to be so miserable on so many rivers.
That's I was just going to say, Wasserson, you really, if you're in his spot, you want to just check and have Bowker
That's
check
not a bad
back.
one.
But that's a really good river card for him, and it'll be interesting to see if Bowker goes for that third barrel. If you're in Bowker's position, do you have to really follow through with this one, or can you just tap the table and give up?
I really think probably give up. Yeah. I don't know. It depends on Wasserson's tendencies, which I don't know at all.
Wasserson comes
but
from a mainly mixed game limit background.
I get the sense that Kyle does not like to give up.
Yeah. I have more than a sense about that. I know that, and Wasserson's probably not going to like this call, but I think he has to make it, especially against a player like Bowker, who's possible of running a triple barrel bluff here. Ite taking a piece of lint off the table.
I wasn't planning on folding.
I'm going to listen in here.
He's not planning on folding. It's a large bet, though.
It is a large bet, 4,500 from Bowker.
Take one more picture for the live stream.
And Wasserson was a $10,000 buy-in into this game, so this is his profit that he's playing with.
I don't know what to do with that question. I've never known. Do you just want me to show, or do you want information?
What do you mean?
Like, are you asking just because you want to see my hand?
Yeah.
Or because you want to get a read off of me?
No, I would like to see your hand if I fold.
I still think you might be trying to get information.
And a few players asking,
You win.
so we are going to see a call from Wasserson. Bowker quickly admits that he's beat. And he is going to show ace-king. A few players asking why in the middle of pots a few other players are throwing chips across the table to one another. I believe there are some side bets going on
I know, he's
with
disgusting.
Wasserson and Mercier. Could be just about anything.
Michael, how
That
do you
was an
think?
interesting hand.
Lovely, how are
The
you?
tabletop was
Good. And
interesting.
now you're shilling for the Seminole Hard Rock.
I sort of
I
feel
am.
like if he had
Their
stopped
minions
talking.
are
Trying to get
everywhere.
people like you here.
Huh?
Their
There
There
numbers
would be
Yeah.
a higher probability of him getting a
You didn't
fold.
want to fold.
I didn't want to fold.
I mean, typically when somebody is like responding and like talking in ways that aren't directly responsive to the question, it
They're
indicates strength. Because
beating
they're-
around the bush, yeah.
It indicates strength because they're like comfortable talking, but there's just
161 Stockton Ave.
so much of it that it seemed like he was making a
New York.
point of conveying I'm comfortable and
He's
talking,
just,
Yeah.
he's just giving his information away.
Yeah. I want to have Michelle chase to the room.
Make it 1,600.
14.
Kyle.
And there's going to be
Yeah.
another 3-bet from Bowker. He's
The dealer.
What is it?
No, I'm
going
just
to be
kidding.
involved in a lot of pots here.
This is
Chase.
a new level.
It's Chase.
The dealer, you just said?
And I think Bowker's on the phone, actually, at the
The
table.
person asked you to do this
What?
3-bet?
You know we're on a live stream, right?
Kyle Bowker taking a phone call while taking it down with the 3-bet.
You're right. You're right.
But that's a good.
Am I like being paranoid? Or?
What?
I don't want to say because
What?
Nothing. Well,
nothing. I'll tell you later.
yeah, talk about it later.
Michelle.
Well, I like how they say, you know, no looking at your phones, no tweeting, and now Bowker's just
What do you think?
on the phone here, just taking a call.
I'll tell
You
you
gotta
later.
pick me up and then you want to needle me too.
No, I'm not needling you. I'm trying to help you.
Why, I gave
You're
information
ready.
away to stalkers or something?
Yeah.
I mean, we're on the live
You
stream.
have so many
like,
fans now.
I have a lot of stalkers.
It's not. I don't know.
They're getting you back off all these.
And here we are. Michael Lockey, Sherpo Patch Pro,
Oh,
getting in the action, and I believe he's going to come in with 20,000. Yep. Full buy-in for Lockey.
That hand came out because
He's played in Poker Night in America before.
it really let me know who was just completely not even trying.
Right.
Just people that were just like not even like
Played the
remotely
heads-up event earlier. He
interested in what
drew
the action was.
Jonathan Little in round one. It's about as
Yeah,
bad of a
it's
draw
like,
as you can
well,
get in a heads-up tournament, and
There's a ton of things we don't
failed
know.
to advance.
Exactly.
Jonathan Little,
There's
one of the more
plenty of
experienced
scenarios where
poker players out there, I would have to
I'm
say.
That's true. Yeah.
Not even consider it. So
Watts, if I went all in, would you have folded?
Yes.
I was really disappointed
That's
that I
what I
couldn't
was
play
gonna
it. It like just overlapped enough with the 6-max
Well,
that I couldn't register for
I
it.
think it was sold out even last night.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
But-
it also did sell out.
But yeah, I remember seeing some. I think you were actually talking with
Thank you.
McKean was wondering about how to register, and you were saying
Yeah.
that it,
I don't care.
it
I don't care about
overlapped,
your
and
question.
they actually Locky wanted to unregister this morning to play in the game because there was an open seat, but they wouldn't let him because they already had turned players away. So if you had made,
I went to the TD and I was like, if there's anybody who can't play, can I have their spot?
I said in future heads up they should probably have just an alternate list,
yeah.
and you just go down the line. If anyone wants to get out, they can come back in and so forth. But
I mean, you can't
wasn't the
do it
case.
after you've seen your
say I
draw,
can't
you
vote.
know.
I
But if you do it
wasn't planning
before
on
you see your
voting.
draw,
yeah,
then
yeah. Have like a a cutoff. Here's when you have
I said I
to
wasn't planning on
say yes or no. But what was up top in the six max?
it was just like 45 or something.
Just.
I mean,
I know,
yeah.
I know. Peanuts.
I was playing for glory, and I did not win any glory. I won 0 glory.
I was
won
playing
a
for
few
glory,
dollars.
and I got no glory. And Ryan Fee is going to go for
That's a lot.
glory here, 5K bet.
It's like the whole pot.
Gentili is correct. It is like the whole pot. And I don't think Gentili is going to call this with just third pair. It's a
What?
bet of 5,000 on the river from Fee.
On the flop, I bet. You called.
Maybe.
On the turn,
Something happened.
oh, we both checked, right?
Of course you do.
The river, you hit your 4. You excitedly scrambled for a $5,000 chip and threw it in.
You actually called thinking like.
Gentili talking herself through hands is my favorite part about Poker Night in America.
And call on the flop. Flush draw.
And then I just flopped the nuts and hit a prop. I was like, wow, this is insane.
Fee is going to take that down.
It's close.
And after a tough start to the session for Ryan Fee, he seems to be clawing his way back.
Nice hand. I'll win next one. We'll take turns. While you win one, then I'll win one.
I just love Gentili. Is there anybody on earth who doesn't love her?
If you don't love Gentili, then you... I don't want to say you have a problem, but you probably need to just relax and, not take everything so seriously.
She has a magnetic personality.
No,
you know how people say that? Like, she is that
She
person.
walks into the stage area today, and everyone's kind of excited, to get started. And she walks in, and everybody just all of a sudden seems so much happier, so much more ready to get started, and she just brings this excitement to the room, and that's a credit to Gentili. She had 2 tough days of poker prior to this, and she could very easily come in, okay, let's get this over with, blah, I'm stuck, blah, blah, and she's anything but. So a credit to Jen, and she's been doing Poker Night in America for a long time, and she's been playing some of the biggest games for a very long time as
If we were
well.
doing just windows, I'd have all of the money.
Bro, I missed the 50-50. I saw the
It's going to be
What are the pros? One for doubles.
Gentili versus Esther Taylor.
Jason's up like at least 10K, bro. Maybe.
When we were playing the other day, she was asking me questions like about my law career
Yeah,
and my
yeah,
podcast and stuff. And I just feel like, how nice a person do you have to be Gentili?
And even know that, to no offense to you, to even know that like you exist, or
and to ask anything, it's just like
he's the only one.
unreal nice, honestly.
And I really do think it's genuine. Like, I think she's genuinely interested in everyone at the table, and then especially you and she. Like I said, to even have the wherewithal to know about the podcast, know about you.
You're not
You've never
invited
played
to
together before,
breakfast
right?
You're not
10
invited
times?
outside. No,
I think I
not
slept
10.
10 times.
Just 1 or 2. Or 2.
I mean, when he said your suit and then looked at you and licked his lips and slurped
When
and
he
then
winked?
looked back at me and then winked and then licked his lips
Why are you?
again,
When
I
he,
assumed
and she even
he
said, "Why
licked-
are you winking when you say his
How
suit?"
how did that
I tried
podcast
not
with Dan
getting
O'Brien
towards
even
me.
come together? Was that your idea? Was that his?
It was Dan's idea.
Yeah.
And then the
He
first
talked to
one,
me about it,
and then the very
a month
first
or so
one that
before the
anyone could
series.
have had.
And yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, no,
Fighting Chance podcast. If anybody wants to
Yeah,
look at it.
shameless plug. But I remember when I first saw it, and we actually, before it even went live at Golden Nugget, you were in the booth and we were talking about it a little bit. I kind of just, not that I thought it was just going to be, quote unquote, another poker podcast. I thought that's what it was kind of going to be. And it might have started off like that, but you guys went so many different directions with it. And it was really interesting each week, kind of wondering where it was going to go. And was it scripted or no?
No.
Completely unscripted.
Completely unscripted. We just sort of like record our thoughts on the day each day when we got home. And the idea was to sort of give an illustration of what it's like to be a professional poker player, which is really different from what it's like to just like be in a game and playing cards. It's like dealing with the emotional highs and lows, dealing with the social aspects of it, all of that stuff. And I think that like there can be sort of a mystique around playing professional poker, and it seems like it's sort of the dream, you know? And it kind of is the dream. Like, my life is amazing.
There's no complaining.
I have a lot of financial insecurity. I have a lot of like personal insecurity. Like, just like everything in my life is unsettled, and there's like a lot of stress that comes with that.
Obviously.
But I've chosen this life over many others that I could have had because it's fantastic overall.
And to your point of there is maybe this mystique about being a professional poker player. You know, you made 3 WPT final tables, so like you give anybody in the world that year of poker, they'll take it. But there's also, and unfortunately, there's also low points. There's also points where you're questioning yourself. You're maybe going through a stretch. You just said, you know, you cashed your first event in what, over a month? So there is that insecurity, that maybe those down times where people might not understand. I think you guys did a really good point of touching on the excitement of the World Series, but then also the realness of the World Series, where, you know, it might not all go according to plan, and you need to find the goodness in it. And I think this was your first full summer. I think you definitely had a good experience, just from an experience standpoint. Maybe not a poker standpoint. It didn't go as you wanted, but I could just tell just throughout following you on Twitter and through the podcast that it was a good experience and you're happy about it.
Yeah, it was the best. It was the best summer. Poker was a disappointment, but
looks like me. Right?
Whatever.
Yeah. There'll be plenty of more summers.
Yeah, and if not, there'll be like one more summer. And I mean, it's fine. Like if I don't do well in poker from here on out, I will be disappointed, but like not fundamentally affected by it. I really want to get good at poker. I'm working hard on it. But like results, you just don't have much control over results. You know, my good results at the beginning were obviously a statistical anomaly. I don't know if I'm like, I don't know where I am on the scale of poker players. I don't know if I'm a winning poker player.
I don't think any poker player knows. You know what I mean? It's so difficult.
There's something now. There's something.
I think Jason Mercier might have an idea. But yeah, no. So
it was worth it though.
Feels a little scummy.
The podcast, The Fighting Chance. Where can you find? You can find it everywhere. SoundCloud, iTunes, Target.
No, not a Target. Don't.
Home Depot, Walmart. No, you can't. Not in stores. You guys haven't put out the mixtape yet.
No, we're working on it.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Okay.
If he realized he would have tanked.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but I don't expect him to realize. Things like that.
All right. Well, there goes the goodwill.
That's nice. He tries to.
Things like that.
If I had tanked, I would have probably lost 30,000 with no fair.
Could see a decent pot develop here as Mercier is going to open to 400.
So
it was
pocket
you
eights.
Profited 400 because you faded.
Wasserson in the big blind. There is a straddle to 100.
Can't win. Hashtag can't win.
ET is going to put that in the muck, and it's going to be two of the better mixed game players in the world, Wasserson and Mercier.
866. I really like Jason Mercier. I should clarify that. I really like Jason Mercier on like every level. I think he's a fantastic poker player. I really like him as a person. The dude just has all the money and he's won everything, and I just like want somebody else to win.
It really
something.
is. But then you just called for the ace-6 flop. Like
No.
Just,
The 8 6-6.
Oh, 8-6-6. Oh
Yeah.
my. Okay, well,
8-6-6.
when that
Yeah.
flop comes, then I don't think Mercier is going to be able to get away from that. But yeah, he has run well this summer, and it's continued here on Poker Night in
I
America.
think it's 2-2-0-0.
Yeah, red team has 4.
Yeah, we need to up our game, you think?
And Megalith saying, we'll see in the place to be streaming live and uncut. We are live and uncut. Kate Hall in the booth as well.
Wait, you're not editing
Very
this?
impressed. I'm winning.
This is unedited. This is,
Definitely winning in poker.
yeah.
Losing in
This
poker.
is, whatever I say is there forever. And it really is scary. We actually had Sean Deeb come in the booth to do some questions during the break, and I went to go get something to eat. And as I'm walking out, I hear Sean like drop like 3 curse words, and I was just like, okay, yep, I guess. All right, that's hopefully nobody thinks that's me. But
Straddle.
You can make 4 straddles in a row.
I was actually hoping that we could somehow overlap where Sean was in the booth and you could come in and we just have you guys just sit and debate things.
Just like get into it. You know, just
Yeah,
like
no,
get
like,
into feminism.
like
and-
really
Yeah.
just
I
all
think-
the
I
things
think
that everyone wants to hear on this
That's
stream.
what everybody wants to hear on the stream. Yeah.
What?
Ay, ay, ay.
You showed it.
You had ace deuce?
Sean's been kind of away from poker for the last few
No, I
months.
had like a thing.
Not last few months, last few weeks,
Yeah.
but he is, as he said earlier, playing less and less poker.
This is a fun pot. We've got a
This is
quadruple
a
straddle?
quadruple straddle
It's a
to
quadruple straddle.
800 from Kyle Bowker, and when you have ace-6 in the quadruple straddle, this is maybe the perfect spot for a little squeeze play from Bowker. Mercier is raised to 3,600 from the hijack.
Spades. And when it comes spades, yeah. This is home.
And these two players are extremely deep. Mercier with over 50,000 in front of him, Bowker with over 30,000, and even Gentili also with over 35,000.
That's what I need to. Actually, I'm losing. Yeah, probably about 5,000.
And I know the gears are really spinning for Bowker here. And he's going to let it go. Gentili, maybe not so much. We can only really laugh because no matter what happens here,
He's so superstitious about Jason. I know I have the best hand.
I was just
but
going to say that.
You made it 3. I have to make it like. And I don't want to get stuck.
God, how much does he have in front of him? I just realized that those are 5K chips.
No, those are $5 chips.
Those are $5 chips?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh. Those are
I have to
5K.
make
Like
it
next to
10.
Ryan is 5K chips, right?
There's Ryan Fee has 2 5Ks under his. Gentili has under, but those
You
are
what?
those are the 5s that are still here from Brad Garrett.
No, you gave me my chance. This is my chance.
Yeah, I knew that was weird.
Yeah, Jason Mercier is
I
not
can't
yet
get
over
involved with Jason
100,000.
Vortex because it's like this dark hole that my chips disappear into.
Yeah, you're either going to call and he's going to have you beat.
No, I would have had to raise. He made it 4 because I thought like, well, if I raise, I would have had to make it 10.
Yeah, like 11.
What?
Like 11, I think you could have made it.
Yeah, but he would have maybe he woke up with a hand. Who knows?
All 3 were What would you have done if you made it 11?
If I made it 11, would you have folded?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, I should have made it. Oh, you did try to
Oh, he
kill
does-
me.
he does wanna make
Oh my
you
God,
sad.
I'm the
You're
straddle.
right.
He does. He wants to
You're
make me
right.
sad.
I take it back. You were 100%
But I can't combat. I can't combat Jason.
I should have
Well,
never
you
questioned
interrupted the conversation about how
That's what
Kyle was going to make it 85 and Jason was moving in.
What?
I said I was either going to shove, call, or fold, and all would be viable against Kyle.
Oh, against Kyle.
Yeah,
But then he
if
gave
you
you a
raised pot, I would have.
he gave you a very specific
You
different
would not
answer,
have
which
mucked.
was
You never
quite
mucked.
amusing.
Jason never mucks
Nice
to
face,
me.
Kyle.
Makes sense.
I agree, of course.
I cannot take Jason. I can't take him. I can't.
I only. Oh wow.
13?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. I must just even for the whole weekend, and I still am going to be even. Not that.
It's just unreal.
Yeah, I checked.
It's just unreal. To the window.
3-3 deuce rainbow flop.
It is unreal.
In another
Probably a
multiple straddled pre-flop pot. Gentili with a gut shot, Bowker and Mercier with Broadway cards.
I checked.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah. I thought you were thinking.
He's going to check 2 Bowker. He's going to bet 1,000 and take that pot down.
Call, snap, call, snap, call.
Oh no, Gentili is going to.
Next card.
Well, I was a little surprised if Tilly gave that up so easily, and she is going to turn a pair here, so she has the best hand on the turn. She's now going to lead, and unless Bowker wants to get creative, try to take this hand away on the turn of river. And here it comes.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I'm gonna.
What are you doing? Some sort of making a huge move in an alcoholic stupor? What the fuck is this? I have the best hand. Let's see. What? Oh, maybe I don't. You raised an early position?
This is the greatest moment in Poker Night in America history,
You
guys.
raised again, and then I called. God, how could I not have the best hand? You are a really annoying bunch.
And I was going to say after Bowker made this move, Kate, I don't really think that play, I know your game a little bit. I don't really think this play is in your playbook from Bowker.
Just like a giant zero equity bluff.
He has 15%. I mean, and especially against a player who has been pushed around a little bit and we know doesn't like to fold.
Yeah, generally I try not to bluff the players who don't like to fold. I mean, if you can do it, it's all the more impressive.
No, if anyone
but
can make it work, it's
This is a
Bowker,
value
and Gentili is admitting that
I'll
her
tell you right now,
2,000
I don't have a 3.
is
But
a
I know
value
you
bet.
don't have a 3 also.
And after all this
So,
talking, she
the question is,
really
you
has
have
to
the best
fold
hand.
here, I think. She's basically told Bowker what she has.
Don't
You
do
have
it.
sevens?
Don't do it, Kyle. Don't show it.
Show it.
You have
Don't,
8?
don't show it.
No. Oh, poor Gentili.
Oh my god. So annoying.
Did you have 5s?
All right,
Oh,
and
sorry.
in the chat, we have to
Sounded
give
like
Ray
it popped
Schmuckles
like
at
you
least
had
one
5s.
question. Kate, what'd you have for breakfast today?
felt like 5s.
Yeah.
I think that was the least genuine question of all the questions.
No. He asks that every time anyone comes in the booth. He
Really?
wants, yeah.
Okay,
It's like the only thing he ever wants to ask.
I
He's a
didn't-
mod for us.
I didn't have breakfast.
You
I
didn't
had
have
a day
breakfast?
2. I don't eat like on day
Did
2.
you have
Yeah. I didn't have
5?
breakfast either. I had a.
Did you have a day 2?
I had a day 3 of Poker Night in America cash
You
stream.
ruined my joke.
Your original instinct.
No, I didn't have
You
a day
ruined
2.
my joke.
Go on.
Everybody's trying to put me on tilt.
No, I don't
today.
make day 2.
I
Or
cannot.
they're just telling you the truth, and the truth is tilting you.
I cannot continue to fold the best hand because
the
that
other.
is
Could be one of the same.
Yeah.
that's where my chips are going to be disappearing. Did you raise me like
And I was
totally
over doubles.
bravado?
I actually did make a day 2
That's what I figured you had.
at
too.
Borgata
Yeah.
earlier in the summer.
Is that
and
really what you had?
Yeah.
I just stood
Oh
no
my
chance. Absolutely no
Your
chance.
instincts were good. You scared me when you said that.
Yeah, in the
I
opening $1 million
did.
event.
I
thought
had
you
a
had, like, a
read,
ton
but
of
I
chips.
didn't have like
I
an
did, and then
$8,000 hand.
I got Ace King into
I think
Ace
he's
Ace,
messing with me.
and then when the big
I'm
blind
ready
was
to fold.
6,000,
There you go.
that was right when the big blind was going to
Oh
8,000.
boy.
Um,
Oh
the
boy.
dealer after that hand gave me back 8,000, so I had the one big blind, and
Oh man.
we just couldn't
You think he had a hand?
spin
He
it
didn't
up.
have king.
It's great
Right,
that you're
Michael?
playing now so that
It
I
was
can hear
good.
bad beat stories
No.
from you.
200.
But it's not a hand like
It's not
my
even a
hand.
bad beat,
Look
so
at
it's
it.
just
I had a really good
they
hand.
wouldn't let me win it. I
You know what's pretty
just didn't stand a
crazy? No one's
chance.
hit a 3 flush. That wasn't a straight
But
flush.
yeah, I hear my fair share of bad beats from everybody, and it is really funny when I go out with players. Is maybe this is a bit of a brag after watching the stream all day, and
You were kind of
they
about to
think
win
that
it, though, 'cause if I re-raise,
I want to hear their thought processes of these hands, and
in
yeah,
the
I
middle
do a
already.
little bit, but like not right after the stream, not after 8 hours. I just want to kind of like relax, get dinner,
Okay.
and have a few drinks,
You
and
know
then
what?
He would have snapped out.
maybe later you
Only
tell me,
chips.
maybe
You saw
next
me
week
call
you tell me,
16,000
but
king queen, right?
this is my original. So I have this much to fuck around with.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm not going to
I
be
can
in the
totally
red.
Oh, those are
relate to
your
that.
gambling
Like when I
chips?
bust a
These are my
tournament
gambling chips.
and like a better
All I
players,
want
like,
is
do you
to,
wanna
okay,
go over it? Like,
I'm
your
going to do this.
That is
Okay.
the answer is yes, but just not
So
right now.
if
I know,
I
but
do
like
not
I
lose
want
this
to just be
amount,
like,
I will be up
yes,
at
I
the
do.
end of
I
the
want to
day
suck
and
it
I'll
up
look really
and
good.
just talk
Those
about it
are
right
still
now
locked
because the
down.
opportunity
These are
is
on
here.
lockdown because I
Might
have
not
to
be here
break
tomorrow.
the poker
No,
night
and
break
I
the curse.
love that
These are on
You have to win
lockdown.
100.
I'm
What?
able to be in a
Yeah, I'll
position
win
where I
100.
can
I have to
watch
be in the up
these
column.
players and I
So
can
if we wanna
hear their
bluff you,
thought
we should bet
process
I was
and stuff
winning
like
right
that.
up until the very
But
end, and then I lost.
If we want to bluff you, we
sometimes
should
it's
bet
like,
more than that amount.
you know,
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But
Could
you know
save
what?
it.
Sometimes I just get to a point where I just really don't care.
Right. So it's not a guarantee that you fold.
Not a guarantee.
Blue Moon, anyone?
I'm trying to figure
Me
out
and
where
Kyle
my
are having.
Yeah, you guys can
figure
have.
out where my gambling chips are.
They're right here.
Where are my gambling? Jen, just so you know, these
they're
are
right
my
here.
gambling chips.
this is part of the.
These two stacks of orange.
This is basically the time frame where these games might come a little unhinged when,
Are you sure that's not on the flop?
as
No, that is not.
Jennifer Tilly so eloquently put it, an
Tell I'm going
alcohol-induced
to drink some more
stupor.
so I can be in the
Maybe
same
a few
age
players,
as
or
you,
you
in
start
the
to see a lot of
same
straddles.
area.
So
Yes, we can both be in that
Matching, I'm
alcoholic
gonna play.
phase.
I don't have a good hand.
You're going to
but
play?
I'm
I
gonna
like that.
He's playing just because the spade exposed. So sick.
I mean, I bet, wait, I'm going to bet, before the flop comes out, I'm going to bet $600.
Wow.
Oh man, we're gambling. Oh.
and Kyle Balker's never gonna fold. He's flopped
I know, but I
a
was
gut
for
shot
double, didn't
from the straddle. Jennifer Tilly bet 600 in the
No,
dark.
we didn't make that rule.
Oh, so
If you bet 600.
Yeah, I agree. It should be. I agree.
light,
That
I'd be
rainbow
surprised.
flops
Raise
shouldn't
here?
count for
And
anything.
I'm still gonna
It'll
raise.
take you off.
Even though you bet
I'm
in the
happy
dark.
to switch it after.
See what I'm saying? I would have done this no matter what, just so you know.
Play bigger. It's fine.
Gently with her bottom pair is going to call.
So you're raising dark. Is what
Nine
you're
of
saying.
hearts on
No,
the
no,
turn,
I'm just
please,
saying,
dealer.
After I saw the flop, whether she raised in the light or in the dark, I was gonna raise.
And
Oh, I
Tribro, we'll get to your question in a second.
Yeah.
Just gonna let this hand between Bowker and Tilly play out.
Can you guys turn the lights off in here?
So scary when they do that.
Seven of Hearts is a really interesting
the
card.
lights
As
off?
Tilly's gonna
Jason doesn't like
turn
it when people raise
nut
the
flush draw. Bowker turns a better pair. He's saying that
He's
Gentili's
like, you
supposed
should
to
check,
check.
and then I would check back. Yeah.
Good old fashioned light bet.
And Bowker is gonna call
I feel like you're taking
3,000
your
in
anger
the
on
light.
Jason
Very.
out
It's
on me.
very optimistic call, we'll say.
And the 6 of clubs completes the board. Both players have 2 pair. Bowker with the better 2 pair.
Oh, I'm with you.
I have a 3.
And it's gonna be check check.
I have a 7.
7-9. 7-10.
You give me too much credit, Joe.
Sorry.
How could you call that flop?
I raised.
You
I raised up.
You raised.
I should have re-raised you. Oh my God, I'm
That would've worked.
so annoyed. I should not have been betting in the dark. All right, calm down, everybody. It's all under control. All right, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the cards.
You were betting.
She might be a little bit mad at Kyle Bowker.
It's unfair. It's unfair.
I think she was saying she's not mad at the dealer. I think she is very mad at Kyle
Oh,
Walker.
okay.
Yeah.
No. Nobody stops playing. Nobody leaves this
I
room.
guess you got your answer.
Lock the doors.
No.
It's getting exciting.
All right, what are we doing?
No, we're just popping something.
All right, okay.
Everybody
That's what
lock
he
the
says.
doors.
Ite does not get a hand rail anymore.
All right.
Alright, so we're getting a little bit of a table
Oh my
fix
g-
here.
oh my God,
We'll get to
I'm so
Tribro's
annoyed.
question for
Were you
Kate.
talking to your other personalities?
Did you have the 20 buy-in rule for
What?
big
When you
cash
said- I was
talking
games?
to you.
And what are your
I mean,
bankroll
everybody's
management
getting out of
for
control
tournament?
here.
What do you
Out
really
of
follow? Do you
control.
follow any steadfast rules or not really?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Kind
7,
of a
8,
bankroll
9,
net.
10.
I've been trying to like.
Okay, I'm still
So
up.
my
13.
We have red chips
historic
from-
practice
I
has
was
been no
already-
fewer
You're the-
than
you're
40
still up
buy-ins
15
for
times.
any
That's
cash
okay.
game.
You're the biggest-
and
you're the
no
most
fewer
tilted
than 100
first
buy-ins
for
for
a
a
win that I've
tournament
ever
I'm playing.
seen.
Okay.
For what?
Like for how much you're
Okay.
winning. Actually, that's not true.
Starting
No,
to take
I'm
bigger
up
pieces
stuff.
of myself.
Yeah. No, you're
in
buried
tournaments
deep.
You know,
because
over the
I
last
don't plan to play for more than
over
a
the
year, so
last
I don't
Yeah,
need
yeah,
to
yeah.
have like
years, Poker
as
Night
conservative
America has slowly
bankroll
chipped
management
away
guidelines
from
as
my
somebody
net
who
worth.
needs to like not
So
go bust
I'm
for their
gonna
entire
try
life.
to
Yeah.
turn this
I can take
around.
some possibility.
You
of
have
I
a
can't
you have
afford
a shorter
the fun
window.
that is
Yeah,
called
exactly.
Poker Night in
So
America.
I've
By the
been
way,
What?
I've been taking bigger pieces of myself myself in tournaments lately, and
No. That would be
fantastically,
really,
that corresponds exactly with
very
my
deep.
failure to
No,
cash
it's
just
called
about everything.
It
Well,
is
in
really
vintage,
funny. A
it's
lot of
called
players that I talk about that have done just
That's
that.
much better than buried peak.
No.
The amount of
Wait,
people
don't
that do
try
that,
to re-raise us.
there's
If
probably
you're
10%
mad,
that do
and
that
we're
at the
gonna
right
call
time,
it.
and then they start to
Oh, here goes.
make super deep
Wow,
runs,
Lee,
and the rest
it
are
was so
like,
fun to be
why did I
Jason."
ever change what I was
I
doing?
mean, that's
Got-
like
I
that's
think
the
you can only make it
expectation, right?
17.
Like 10%
Yeah.
of people are going to do well at that
Jason.
particular time, and the other 90% aren't. 'Cause that's tournament poker, and
1750
that's just like
would
it's
like to
fine.
participate.
It's
If-
fine.
It's
Yeah,
within.
whatever.
I
Whatever.
mean,
It's just my life, but
Isolate
whatever.
and
it would have been
be
nice
choice. How much is
to
that?
do well, but it's within
It
the
is.
the margin
You
of
love to,
error.
you love to participate.
God, I would love to beat Jason in a pot. I would love it. Just
I know,
love
I'm
it.
sure you've heard
love
this.
It. Jason,
We'll
I would
What's
love
happening,
to
like-
beat
Wait till
you
we
in a
see
pot.
How would you feel if you beat
Mercier versus
love
Tilly
it.
round
Okay, please don't outplay
800
me.
for this
I'm
weekend, it
tilted.
seems.
Angry.
Mercier's won around 700 of those.
Oh.
And Gentili's going to outflop Mercier on the king high board. There is a deuce, so Tilly has the bottomest of pairs.
And the king of the window.
What happened on the flop? I was Snapchatting.
Mercier put in a bet. I do not know the sizing.
Gentili called.
Gently called, yes.
And Jason Mercier really putting Gentili to the test here. 5,100. And this is just how big these pots can get when there are straddles and double straddles. We're already near a $15,000 pot here.
Probably pretty good.
Here. Looks like Gentili is not a believer just yet. And as you can see on our Poker Night in America graphics, the action that each player is facing, their effective stacks listed below there, and their percentage equity in the hand. And Jason Mercier, while he's betting 5,100, he's just a 6% favorite to win this pot, but that might
I think I have the
change
best
because
hands,
Gentili looks like she
She's gonna fold.
might be folding. When she starts talking like that, she usually folds, and
I won't get mad. No, I promise.
She's gonna
I
get
promise.
mad.
I won't get mad.
I'll bump
Honestly.
it away.
Because I saw you gulp. I had an ace high.
How big of an ace?
I don't know. I had a house. That's how big it was.
No.
So you had ace three or
Just
ace
show
four.
it.
No,
Yeah,
this
you
show.
can.
They're gonna see it soon.
Okay, I wish we could have seen the river because that would have been so funny if
Was what King 9 5
a little tiny card came off and then
She
I
had a
had a
worst ace high?
straight. I had a worst ace high.
You had ace
But
three
I
or
saw
ace
you.
four.
I saw you gulp.
Did you know that you were value betting?
I was fake gold.
She had a pair.
No, it's not a fake gulp.
I'm sure she knows that.
Did you know you were value betting?
No, he knew I would fold. He just knew I would fold. I was fold to what's his face? I forget what his name is, but I fold to
Gilligan.
him.
Yeah,
His
Gilligan.
name's
Gilligan.
Jason.
Gilligan and Opie.
Opie.
Opie. I missed that one.
Yeah, he called me. He started calling me.
Gee, I was up
Opie.
30,000,
I thought he-
and now I'm
Opie's
up
from
like
Gilligan, right?
I don't think so.
10,000.
Isn't that
Must be. I don't know. I thought he
It's
was
been a
saying
tough hour for
A little before my
Gentili.
time, a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
She knew she had a pair there, right?
Jen might-
I'm 90% sure knew she had a pair
I
there,
cannot believe,
and she's
like, okay,
saying
I have
it
to talk
because
to Todd or Matt
she
or
senses
somebody.
that people are coming
After
after
he
her, right?
annihilated me.
So I don't. Yeah, I don't
She
think
would
she
rather
wants
be
them.
folding a worse
bragged
hand
about
than
on social
Jason.
media.
Um,
I show up. They're like,
and
oh, we've
have
got
been
a fun
thinking she was
game
thinking about
today.
making a really light
Brad
call
Garrett
than
and
to
some other
encourage
local
people to
people.
keep
And there's Jason on my left. Like, that's just so not fair.
He didn't win the Tesla only from you, did he?
Yeah,
Mostly
basically.
from me.
I feel like Ite helped.
Mostly from me.
Ite chipped in, don't worry. She paid for half of it.
And
That was a
so
sick
there's
pot with
only
Ite.
one
What did you play
hand
2 days
in
ago?
the
Biggest
entire
sickness.
round that I'm supposed to play, and that's what I'm on the
Yeah.
board.
Overbet.
Which
Yeah,
one?
he was
I'm just gonna watch.
Ite versus
Oh,
Mercier.
oh,
I
oh,
was
yeah,
surprised
yeah.
that
Can I do it?
that's
Can I?
Amazing.
Perm probably
Really?
I heard about that one
Okay, I just
Check.
like
for
this
the
shot.
rest of the
I
night.
like this shot right here.
That was amazing.
I didn't see her.
I'm gonna get a $600 rebate on this hit. 200 from Was
and Brandon.
200 from Ite.
And Mercier's not only winning the pots, he also seems to be winning most of the prop bets. Saying that he gets a $600 rebate this hand.
I can't fold for that.
and that's why he's just going to throw one in.
I don't know if you bet like 40,000 on the river, I might.
Oh my God, bet 40,000, please.
A check. Queen high.
From each of you.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough, Kate.
You see like the silence descend over the table. Everybody's like, this isn't fun
No,
anymore.
this is the point of poker where it's just not fun.
6-11.
Like,
6-11.
it's fun. Everyone's happy to be here, but
I don't think that's true. I don't think a lot of people are happy to be there.
Who's in the booth? Sean Dean?
Half of the table is like, God, how many more minutes do
yeah,
we
they're
have?
just checking their phone. They're like making dinner plans.
I made a flush.
Ay, ay, ay.
I was in the booth till 3, and then after I got annihilated in the heads up, I came back and.
Where's the heads up?
200. 1650 heads up.
No limit?
64, yeah.
No limit.
Yeah.
Unlimited.
Did it fill?
It did.
Michael Lockey, since sitting down, hasn't really been involved in many pots. Hasn't really had a chance. It's really been the Mercier show since coming back from break. And Esther Taylor in the straddle is going to call. These are two very, very good friends going at it, Bowker and Ite.
You played with each other.
Me and Ite?
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
That's doubles. Diamonds, doubles.
Ite is so intimidating.
She really is, and for a 5 foot nothing
Almost folded because you were
little
worried that diamonds were gonna come. I would have been on for doubles next time.
Asian woman, she certainly
You had
has
the
a
clubs,
table
so you're
presence
just like,
and
I can't risk it.
just a presence in the poker community for sure.
He's a beast.
And we saw with that hand with Mercier,
Might be the last time I ever gambled.
she has some spunk. She goes for it. She's not afraid.
I mean, she's
one day when
a
Jason
very
was
talented
expected
player,
Yeah.
and she also has this table presence that, like,
face.
I do not like playing hands with her. And there aren't that many people that I feel that way about.
No, and she's one of those people who
I thought it was
she might not
definitely
have
violent.
like the
I wasn't on
Okay, here we go.
Phil Ivey or Timex stare, but when she's at a table and you're involved in a hand with her and she shoots you a glance, it's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, what did I do to you?
You chill, settle down.
He would.
He will. You just have to like give him the.
And okay, we are seeing a 200, 400, and 800 straddle here, so
Yes. And then I'll probably be folding.
heavy cards for Ite.
I straddle, so I'd be last to act, so if Jason wasn't in the hand, then I could enter the hand, but that never works
She's
out
gonna
that
flick
way.
pocket twos. And it seems like these three, Tilly, Bowker, and Mercier, have been the only players really involved.
It might be because they're quadruple straddling in part. It gets a little hard to play hands
It
when
really
you're like
does.
10 big blinds deep, effectively.
Instead of 400.
Not this one.
And Bowker, I think he's going to see 3 cards here. And he is. Mercier's going to raise to 2,600. Bowker calls out of the quadruple straddle. So already we're heading to the flop with over $5,000 in the pot. These are the 2 biggest stacks of the table as well. It's ace high board, 2 hearts. Both players miss. Mercier still in the lead with king high.
Happy to pay.
I am not.
Well, it's better than Jason did. He was on for triple. I saw the red ace in the window, so.
Mercier is going
Once you see the
to
red ace, I'm happy to pay 200.
bet. Bowker's going to take his 200 from a side bet, a little prop bet, and Mercier's going to take the pot. A lot of chips flying around this table.
The rich get richer.
And the rich do get richer. People have been saying that all summer. And you were out in Vegas all summer. Was there a little bit of an excitement with the whole Mercier side bet, prop bet thing? That was
Yeah.
huge, right?
Absolutely. It was like the story of the summer. It was
Are you
just,
sure all the spades are there?
I mean, that week where he
They're extra diamonds.
won 2 and came in second in another one, it was just like
Yeah.
the most unreal run.
And then, when you played on Tuesday, somebody was mentioning, do you know Vanessa? Just you both Yale educated, both lawyers. You're familiar with Vanessa. You guys aren't. Were you at Yale at the same time?
We overlapped, yeah.
Okay.
And I know her a little bit.
Okay, but not to the point where you guys are friends.
We're not really close friends, but like I see her in social settings and stuff, and I like her a lot.
Yeah, I know.
You would have called
And I can imagine I remember
cocktails.
thinking to myself, like, that just has to be the sickest sweat. And there was the whole, conversation of attempted buyouts or things like that really got everybody kind of putting their opinion in. And that's just the world of social media that we live in. But what a sweat that must have been for her, and just the excitement around the series. That was what everyone was really talking about, let alone 2 bracelets for Jason Mercier.
The one thing that I had over on Jason yesterday or 2 days ago was I asked him a couple times how many bracelets he won over the summer, just like really genuinely.
Little needles.
I mean,
you got to
all
take
I
what you
can
can get. Yeah.
All I have.
When someone's winning 65,000 in a game that you're losing in, you really need to take anything you can get.
And he's just like better than me. He's just so much better than me, and it just like, I mean,
yeah.
I have nothing on Jason Mercier, but I got a joke. So, hooray!
Got a little needle, and it might be a really
like
little
back.
needle, but yeah. I think Ite might be interested here, and I will say this: we've seen Ite a few times. You've played with her on Poker Night. You've watched her, and I've never really seen Ite be as moving around in hands. There was a few times on Tuesday where she looked just like she had a different table demeanor to her than normal. Usually she's very, upright, very stoic, very giving out the way, but she seems like I don't even know if it's like a comfort factor. I think she just is like moving around more. Did you notice that, or was that not really on your radar?
I don't think I've played enough with her in analogous situations that I would notice the difference.
Okay. I think mainly just because I know Ite very well, that I might have been one of the only people to notice that, but I'd be interested to know if that's just a new comfort at the table, or probably because she's just pretty oi the last 2-3 days. It's going to be a 3-bet from Ryan feet of 4,200, a very...
If we lose your stack,
very big 3-bet, but that's because we've had multiple straddles in this pot, and Wasserson with King Jack of Diamonds isn't going anywhere.
Awesome. Game on.
As you can see, both of these players nearly 20,000 deep.
No justice.
He's still in the lead with ace high, but he's out of position in the big blind.
Get there quickly.
Happened to Ite. She ran to the bathroom and 2 clubs.
Poker Night logo. Poker Night in America.
Was it go 50? What is it, 50?
Ryan Fee is going to bet 5,000.
See, this is like a situation where if they were really deep, Wasserson would probably be in a good spot to peel here,
yeah.
you know? But stack sizes are so shallow, it really doesn't leave you much room to maneuver.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, these stacks get very, very shallow when you have multiple straddles in the pot, and when there's nearly 10,000 in the middle pre-flop, and you have 20,000 behind each player. It gets difficult to maneuver.
That you?
I flopped the wrap in a flush draw though.
Okay. All right.